Futures back in negative territory to kick things off on a Friday morning as we appear, anyways, at this point, set to snap a 4-week winning streak for major U.S. indexes. Coming into this morning, the S&P holding on to a slight 0.08% gain on the week. The Dow about the same, and the NASDAQ basically flat on the week. So declines here in the pre-market leading us into the red on the week. Number of interesting moves happening already this morning. Obviously, Bed Bath & Beyond, the biggest, 40+% to the downside after Ryan Cohen's RC Ventures did, in fact, sell their stake in the company going back to Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. We did get some earnings in the chip group today, all of them under pressure here to kick things off so far this morning, but AMAT actually with a pretty decent forecast. AMAT little change this morning. Applied Materials, obviously, AMD, NVIDIA, however, both leading the way as far as declines are concerned in the chip group so far this morning. We'll talk about some of the retailers. Home Depot reinstating their share buyback. We'll talk about that. Also, GM reinstating their dividend and their share buyback. So GM shares back to the upside this morning. It's Friday, August 19th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Some red numbers to contend with this morning. Big time red numbers at the bottom end of that board. Yeah, we'll talk about crypto here falling off a bit of a cliff overnight. 1% there for the NASDAQ leading the way so far, about 1% for the S&P and the Dow, 0.7. Yeah, 9.8% right now for Ethereum. Bitcoin not faring much better, 8.8%. Back to the downside we go. Crude oil, 1.5% as well. So Neil, you were kind of mentioning whether it was going to be a free fall Friday in the pre-market. It's setting up maybe a little bit of negativity coming in, but there is a number of interesting storylines to contend with here this morning, guys. Lots of opportunities setting up.
That is true. So I was about to hit a graphic, and then I realized when it was on that shot, if I hit that, I'm like, it would have come up like right in front of Brendan's face. So I decided to wait. Good morning, everybody. Although good is in the air quotes so far. Market is certainly weak. Obviously, it was confirmed what many obviously suspected. Cohen's out of his stake, and that cratered. Well, I mean, actually not all the meme stocks. There's a couple that are actually up, and we'll get to those maybe a little bit later on. But obviously, Bed Bath & Beyond got crushed, down 43%. AMC's down 9% and continuing to trend down. That looks incredibly weak. Crypto had a huge move overnight. So we'll definitely be looking at some of those crypto stocks. Will it be a free fall Friday? That has more to do with how the market trades as opposed to the gap down. So, a lot to be determined yet. I'd be a little shocked if we get enough buying to come in, but sometimes when you get these big gaps, you can find places of strength. Foot Locker, for now, was definitely one of those, as they had a pretty solid quarter, and then a big move up for them. So Foot Locker in the green. Not a heck of a lot else is, but somehow MindMed is one of those names. I was surprised at that. I thought MindMed, after the Bed Bath & Beyond and the group were down, I thought for sure that'd be under $1, but hey, it's alive.
Yeah, MindMed's alive. I just added it actually to the sticky note to go long at 133 if we break that. So hopefully that'll happen there. And what's up to Momo there? You were talking about my sticky note. Yeah, it's short AMD through 98, and then I think we can get a 97 print. So I think it's $1 trade there on that trade. But yeah, hey, welcome to the jungle. You guys know I've been going short here for a while, selling some of my positions as well. So it's nice to see it down 1%. Obviously, we don't like to see things down, but as we go, this market is just a funny thing. Meta down 2% on a downgrade. I mean, there's lots of stuff happening, as we mentioned today. So, we've been going short. I mean, yesterday our Meta short was up here, 176. We hit that a whole bunch of times into the close, as you guys know. Unfortunately, it's right here. Actually, I have it on Twitter. This is what we were doing all yesterday. Short, 175, 176. And then, of course, today you come in and it's 171. So Meta coming back down into the downside. Kind of easy to predict this market a little bit. I mean, obviously the drop down in crypto is helping the NASDAQ be down this 1.1%. We'll just see. I mean, AMAT earnings were pretty good, as this is not an earnings thing. Just the market's come too far too fast. We've talked about that over and over again here on the show, so no surprise to me that we are fading out a little bit today. And I do think we have a day here that we do not turn positive. So let's wait to see what happens. Sticky note has a bunch of shorts. I still think Bed Bath & Beyond could get a little dead cat bounce squeeze here, so we're waiting out for that one through $11. So we'll watch out for that. We'll watch out for Meta. We've got a lot on our mind here today, as it is Friday, the 19th of August.
Indeed. Yeah, going into the weekend on a negative note, here's a few things to note. BTC, this is a daily chart, but you'll get the picture here as we've been in this kind of channel, chopping around, grinding our way back up to 25. I mean, trying at least here, guys, to break this channel to the downside once again. There's no real significant catalyst for this, but even if you zoom in on an hourly chart, I mean, this is pretty ugly, going back to overnight for Bitcoin, back to the downside now, 21,000 again.
Yeah, it doesn't look like all that great. And really, remember, Ether only looks better because of the merge and the successful testing they've gone there, which comparatively is going to make them look more attractive. When I pop my Binance chart up, you said a bear flag this morning to me, Brendan, and it's like, yeah, like what does that look like to you? Ever since we've gotten below 28, it's been pretty much all weakness. And if you get below like 17.5, certainly you're going to be in some trouble. And that was like a pretty big level, that 21 on the way to the upside. That's when things got really out of hand and started going parabolic. So, breaching that today will be a pretty big psychological thing if it does in fact happen. And that means we're going to be putting on to some of the crypto names. I mean, obviously, Coinbase is one of those stocks that's turned into a bit of a squeeze name as well. So you've seen it have some pretty outsized moves because of the short interest. So you always have to watch out for that with this stock. I mean, I'm looking at Block as well today for the 77 level on Block. If it does a false break, then it has a nice jailbreak long potential, but 77 a big level there. And then just this breakdown at $80 on Coinbase. Like there is a floor. You're gapping below that floor. So if it stays beneath, I'm kind of liking shorts. If it holds a bit above 80, it's probably likely to squeeze. That's the only thing I can see it holding up there for, is because of the short interest and then people covering. But below 80 makes some sense. It's crazy. Like if you go back to the last time we were talking about us below that $80 mark, that was the morning that it ran to 118. So we've come full circle. Like we all remember that morning was completely insane, and we're back below here on Coinbase. Maybe this time it actually holds it.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I said Coinbase was going. I literally said $75. So here it comes. I still don't want to buy it. When it was at 100, I was like, wait for this level. It's come right in. I mean, what a crazy move for Coinbase. I mean, I had no idea why it was even up here in the first place when we went up to 120 there on the BlackRock news. But you just come right back into this level. I mean, this is why we picked 75. It's not like we did any work other than looking at the chart. 70 bottom, so you get into here, 75. So when it was up here, even 5 days ago, I was just saying before we came on the air, we were at $100, right? Now you're down to 75. That's a 25% cut. Coinbase has way more problems with it than the crypto market has. So it's not, I don't feel like Coinbase, and I mean, obviously it's going to move a little bit with BTC, and I still don't really understand that relationship fully. But you're going to see it here. I think you short it into 80. That's an 80. That's 80. That's 80. So let's wait to see if it can come back up into $80. And I want to be short on Coinbase. So it's one of the names that's on the sticky note here. It's the second name on is Coinbase. But shout out to everybody here getting ready to go to the CNE. We'll be bringing our kids. But let me know if you're going to try this. This is the newest, most hyped up thing here at the CNE. It's mustard and ketchup ice cream. So that's what's being thrown down here. And don't worry, if you get the mustard one, you get like a little pretzel here. So that should be a lot of fun to go to the CNE. I don't think I'll be trying either one of those. Although I would think the mustard might be a little better than the ketchup. I don't know. I just feel like
they're both gonna be terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen here, but let's wait to see what does happen with this mustard ketchup stuff. But cheers to anybody going to the CNE. We plan on doing that pretty soon.
In fairness, just to remember, like for those of you that are in the state, most of you are not here in the GTA, and we're in Toronto, Canada, that is. So like that is a annual, like right before the beginning of school, near the end of the summer. It's a fair, lots of rides, lots of good food. But one of the big things every single year is like, what is the crazy, weird food that they're going to have? Right, like what insane thing are they going to try out? Yeah. And then this year it happens to be that. But there's always something.
We're into Bed Bath & Beyond here off the sticky note. We just took 11.05. We got in at 11. 05, and we got a piece out at 17 or whatever that was, 16, 17 on that spike up. So we're going to watch and see if it breaks back down through 10 now. But we're out at 20% of that, and let's see if it continues to go up. This is the kind of the call that I was making here. So I'm going to wait around $12 or so to see if Bed Bath & Beyond can get up there. But in it right now on an 11 break.
Is that, Sean, do you know if that ice cream is actually savory? It's not like there's no...
Well, that's what I was thinking. I would think that's why I think it's better than the ketchup. But I don't. No, I haven't read anything about it.
No. Yeah. Hard pass. Hard pass on that. Here's a few other things. Not all doom and gloom this morning. Not all negative this morning. Here's a couple of things that are positive so far. Bill.com up nicely here in the pre-market. In fact. What is it? 16% so far off earnings. Decent report for them. GM, just before we came on, popped up as well. They're reinstating their dividend and they're reinstating their share buyback program. So GM up more than 2% here this morning.
Definitely good for General Motors. Oh, one thing I didn't mention this about AMC. I said this in the chat when we was in earlier, before we even came on the air. There was a 100,000 share seller at 17.80 that got me into AMC. It wasn't even the 18 break. So if it chews through 18, I do want to get out of Dodge here. It broke down pretty heavily, but there was a big seller, and beneath that 18 is when it did start to crater there. But I do like I like GM, and we talk about the car makers and the EV space in general, and usually think about the growth names, and sometimes we'll talk Ford, sometimes we'll talk General Motors. The trouble with GM today is going to be $40, right? I think it's pretty darn obvious on this chart, right? You look at the daily chart, it's been in a decent recovery, nothing parabolic or crazy like the runs you saw like Li Auto or any of those other ones made much crazier runs to the upside. But this $40 level has been a bit of a wall. You've touched it on that news, and then that was pretty much it. Like we just touched it, and then you slam back to the downside. So I feel like unless you get above 40, it's a level like that. It's almost like the day trade is a short in front of it, and then you really want the longs off of that $40 level. It's already rejected it on the positive news here. I'm looking at this for a potential break at that price, given the fact that I think the market can be down today. It's hard for me to think that we're actually going to see that break on GM. But that's one that'll be on the radar. You set up an alert for something like that. So when you don't trade GM very often, which quite frankly we don't, I know that when it gets to that 40 level, I'm gonna want it, and that's the only day I'm likely to trade it when it gets there.
I was watching Bed Bath & Beyond, so I missed whatever that story was there on GM. Like Neil said, we don't really trade it, so I'm not going to put any capital towards that. But if it's at a key level, it's at a key level. We'll look to see what Ford is doing here quickly. Bed Bath & Beyond is now 30 cents in the money. So, I mean, we're talking about like making 30-cent scalps in Ford. We already have one right now in Bed Bath & Beyond that took 2 minutes to get. Now Bed Bath & Beyond is really getting going here. So hopefully you guys saw that sticky note as we go. Okay, just a quick talk here. Ford, again, not super exciting. This is a 20-minute chart. There's not much happening here. I think the market will be weak today. So, you look at this level, 1625 or so, 1630 here on Ford. So I think that's something that you want to look at if it does pop back up. So, for me, that would be that little look, again, for Ford on a weak market, 1620 coming through. And then there's Bed Bath & Beyond, like we just mentioned there, off a 1-minute chart, starting to go a little bit. We took that 11 break. We put it on the sticky note. It just got to 1140, 41, 42 there. Could easily come back in and hit out of 10, right? So we're going to we took a little bit of profit just so we get something out, and then we're going to wait for $12. So hopefully that can come up to 12 and get us going there. But let's just wait to see what happens. You're down 40% on Bed Bath & Beyond. Another name that's going to lead the market probably in volume today. And I mean, it might not. There might be another one that surprises you, like a MyMed. That's only $1.33 is the price that I'm looking at to punch long here. So MyMed today, it's already done 10 million. So I feel like that hasn't really done 10 million today. That doesn't seem to be right. But that volume's not going to be right unless there was like a whole bunch.
There's a big block.
Yeah, there has to be a bunch. I don't even have them on my time and sales, but probably a D print in there. So hey, what's up, Jose? If GCT declines. Yeah, let me just, so what's up, Jose? Thanks for the chat here. Let me just see what you're saying here. $20. Thank you, Jose. Morning. So if GCT declines, shares like HKD, SEC should investigate. Yeah. SEC should investigate. Good one. Hong Kong stocks. I'm in BWV. Good luck. See you next week. Yeah, see you next week. Hopefully you're here today with us. But look, whether or not GCT goes up or down, I mean, the SEC is not going to do anything about any of this kind of stuff. I mean, they're the ones continuing to let these companies IPO with 500,000 share floats, with million share floats and things like that. And then as long as that's what's going to happen, then they are going to get, gamed by traders. I mean, whether or not it's by you, whether or not it's by algos or whatever, this is what's been happening, man. I mean, I was here trading this name. I remember, I think it was with Luca there that day, that we were sitting here trading GCT, and it opened up at 17 or 18.50 here, ripped up to 20, then all the way down to 13. How you know this is where it's going to stop? I don't know. And then now obviously ripping back up here to up 62% today, $25. So what's rallying these names? It's just the short float and the way this stock is. And by the way, look at Bed Bath & Beyond right now. A big boy Arca trying to chase this thing up right now. So yeah, it looks like we've got this one temporarily right now on Bed Bath & Beyond as it goes up 50 cents, 40 cents now in the money for BBBY. But all right, wow, exciting morning already here. 40 cents in the money on this name, and we're looking for more. But we have, one of my favorite guests, probably, if not my most favorite here on the show. Don't tell that to Daniel Shea, though. But it's Michael Noss coming with Brendan at the big desk.
Paramount, just popping up on a volume scanner, paying $1.5 billion for the rights for Champions League. So watch PARA. Michael Noss, chartered market technician, as mentioned, back with us on a Friday for a discussion on a few interesting ideas. Great to see you as always, Michael. The importance of understanding the average or an average price during any kind of trading period, regardless of your time frame. Gives you a bit of an anchor as far as price is concerned. You have a really interesting idea here regarding the 10 SMA.
Yeah, that's right. So first, just a quick comment on the market. We actually talked about this, I think, 2 weeks ago, Brendan, about how important the dollar and UUP as the ETF or DXY as the futures contract is a good reference for what's going on right now. And if you look at it, it looks like we were bang on with that little conversation, because as the dollar continues to spike here, we're seeing crypto and the market react. So, aside from what I wanted to chat about today, that's going to have a big chart on my screen, the UUP all day. I think you might be able to get some good trading with the overall market with that. But into the topic at hand, we're going to talk about a new play that we have at Trade Ideas. We're constantly building new scans that have kind of entire trading plans built in. And this is actually one that was suggested by a friend of mine and a trader at Trade Ideas, Steve Gomez, who's been trading with this indicator for 20 plus years now. And it's the 10 simple moving average. And the thing that I love about that, I have the math below, but is it's so basic. And the reason that I think that the 10 SMA works is because, and this is just a story for, I guess, real old school traders, is that it was the easiest to calculate. So it was calculated the most often. And that's why we actually have the 50 period moving average, because it's the 10 period moving average on a higher time frame. But when you think about it, before computers, when traders used to calculate moving averages, they would do it by hand. And the 10 simple moving average is just the last 10 prices added up, divided by 10, or you can just move the decimal place over. So when there was a lot of young traders going through and just hammering through, trying to calculate these moving averages and draw them on a piece of paper by hand, this was one of the most common ones. And then, Steve, my buddy's been trading with this for years and really, really likes it. So now we've built a scan into the system, both for intraday and for daily. So the first chart I have here is a trade that I actually took yesterday from this scan on the intraday chart on HUSA, some sort of oil company, smaller float type of company. But you can see the area that I have circled, that blue line is the 10 SMA. So the idea behind this scan is you're using this last 10 rolling moving average as a trend indicator. If it's pointing up and price is above it, then that means the trend's higher. So what we're looking for is we're looking for it to pull back into this moving average to hold that low and start to trade higher. So this one, it corresponded with what the $4 price area. I have highlighted that it did, 7.5 times normal volume. So we want to make sure that we're aligning an indicator like this with some overall price action. In at 4, quick run to 450, right? What else do you want from a trade like this? So again, the premise of this is simple. You're waiting for a trend to be established. You're waiting for that trend to either pause or to pull back, and then proof of support at that moving average. So in this case, it's a break below and then starts trading back above, showing that there is some buyers respecting it. Again, it's something that I think algos use a lot because of the simplicity to compute. So as always, I got to give you guys ideas. So I have 4 from our daily scan that you guys might want to watch from a swing trading point of view. The first one here is NRGV. This is a battery technology company. That yellow line, as always, is the earnings date. So really strong off of earnings. You can see the 10 SMA turned up, demonstrating an uptrend. Pulled back into it yesterday, found support there on that one. Next one is Array, ARRY. Another great earnings play. This one traded sideways to a little bit lower, found support at that 10 SMA. 13% short float on this one, and it's a defense name. Next one here is PCT, which is a 19% short float, and they do something with recycling. Again, a nice strong uptrend, broke that prior resistance, pulled back in, found support at the 10 SMA. I'm looking to see if this one can kind of trade. Most of these I'm looking to see over the prior day's high. Last but not least, Tupperware. Funny enough, 13% short float on Tupperware. Gap down, I think, off the past earnings report, but then this earnings report was really good, and it's hovering in that gap. And again, I say it all the time, I was taught to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces, and this looks like it might be a smiley face to me.
We talk all the time about keeping things simple, especially when you're new to the market and just starting out, because it can get really complicated really quickly. So I love the idea in the sense that you can apply it to any time frame you want. You can apply it to any instrument essentially that you want in that, as long as there is that trend in place, it is a valid idea.
Yeah, and without going into the math, we know technical analysis works because trends persist longer than they would if the market was random. So my personal belief is always that you can find almost any trend following method as long as it's simple like this. You generally will become ahead in the long run. So the beauty of something like this is it could be a whole trading plan. You could say, I want the upward sloping 10. I want evidence that there's buyers at that 10. And then you could use the 10 period as a trailing stop, and that will keep you in the winners pretty long, and then keep the losers really, really tight. So if you can follow the trend, whatever that is for your time frame, I think you're way better off than a lot of ways that people trade.
And even as you said, even using it simply as a confirmation of proof, as you said, of the moving in the right direction. Great stuff as always. Michael Nash, chartered market technician with Trade Ideas. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll speak again next week.
Awesome. Talk to you then.
Ooh, apparently it's going to be a good day because Michael's got the ice cube going on. He's got the ice cube flannel going on. I love it. And look, it's all about finding something you're comfortable with when it comes to an indicator, something that gives you that confirmation. And Michael mentioned Tupperware there, and that has multiple things going for it. When you look at a chart of that, I mean, there's a consolidation breakout possibly coming on the daily. Really, if you look at when it broke consolidation down at the 50 period, that's just a gorgeous look, right? Like if you look at the manner in which it broke out at that 8, if you can even forget about that trade and look at essentially the next day, like holding above and then starting into a nice clean trend once it breaks that channel. I mean, it goes back to why it's like I won't touch GM until you see that significant breakout. Then it becomes in play, and then it becomes more exciting. So those are the kind of things you want to look out for ahead of time, because it's nice to identify this before it breaks $8. Right? It's all well and good to be like, oh, look at how good it was from 8 to 12. And I don't think GM's going 40 to 60 as fast as Tupperware did this, but that's the premise behind waiting for significant moves to happen and then sort of joining the party and then following the trend, as opposed to sort of sitting around and looking at how gorgeous it was after the fact.
Yeah, great. I mean, I just like the fact that he told that story about the simple 10-period moving average there, how it's just so easy to calculate. And I think that sometimes I talked about this yesterday, and some of those videos that we've done, just to keep it as simple as you possibly can. And I think that, that's an easy way to do it. That's why I have the lines on the charts that I have, right? I mean, obviously this Bed Bath & Beyond trade here, that's 80 cents now in the money is a good one, but it has nothing to do with lines. But I only have a 50-period and a volume-weighted average price on here. So maybe add a 10. Yeah, I mean, you could add a 10-period there for, as Michael was talking about, trend, right? I mean, trend is your friend. And if you want to find out a trend, sometimes it's easy to look at it, but it's also nice to have a little line there that's telling you which direction to go. So Bed Bath & Beyond is going upside, and I do like everything that Michael Nas has to say. I mean, as far as day trading, and he's a CMT, everything. So, I mean, I feel like some of his ideas definitely legit, and you guys should definitely have a look at that platform. Easy to execute, ideas on there. Like Michael said, they build ideas for you. So hence the name, Trade Ideas. But great name. Okay, here we go. Bed Bath & Beyond, my first take. My first take was out here at 17, and just in case that move didn't happen, which it actually gave you a reload all the way back into 11 again off that. We're going to get out at 11.95 right now. What do you think about that trade here?
You're doing great.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice.
$11,
He had the plans in his
up
hand.
to 11.80. Yeah, this guy working hard, getting that new desk built. We're really excited for that. That's going to be a lot of big things happening around here. So hit the subscribe, hit the like. We're getting ready to rock and roll here. Already a couple nice trades on the board. So let's get going with Brendan over there at the big screen. I got Meta on my mind today. So nice to see that on the downside of things. We'll see if we can take advantage of it. Brendan at the big screen with upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, there it is. Morgan Stanley with the price target cut. A bit of a negative note on Meta as well. Salesforce earnings coming next week. Citigroup with a price target cut on that. Kohl's is here. HP as well to the downside. There's AMAT, Bill.com, the two biggest movers anyways as far as earnings. Estee Lauder from yesterday, I believe it was, they reported back to the upside as well.
Yeah, Salesforce is like next week. Salesforce is probably the one day I'm going to look at it and trade that bad boy. I would hope that it's over 195. I actually still have some shares of this thing, and 195 has been a big resistance level. Downgrade in front of earnings, not a good look. If we get a free fall Friday, this probably could retest its 50 period. Not going to be the first place I go for a trade, but we just talked about bottom consolidations and trying to break. Like you have the exact same bottom for the greater part of the summer here, for the entire summer, I suppose, at 155, and you've had the same top. Can't get through 195. Right, like that's the kind of thing that once it gets above that, you can have some smooth sailing to either next resistance or the next major moving average. But Salesforce on the radar, kind of hoping it'll bust to that upside. But yeah, when you feel like today's going to be a down day, it won't be off to a good start. They report Wednesday, of course, next week.
Yeah, I still have all my Salesforce shares. I think that'll be a good one. I'm just going to wait for that one to pop back up here. Meta here, we don't even talk about the downgrade. It's been a weak chart on the sticky note the last few days. So 172 pop, fade into 174. I mean, if you get up to 174, then I think you're doing pretty good on the market today. So there's 174 right there. This is 172 all in here. I mean, it's roughly 172. We'll just play that as our top. You got to start somewhere to start the position short. So we're getting close to that right now. I mean, you can easily get up there when this market opens, and then even look at 174 again. So I want to look at that not bottom from yesterday, but where we were sort of trading out the last couple of days. We bounced around 174. So I feel like, as long as this market does stay down today, we should be able to be okay shorting up to that 174. So we're going to do that on Meta here, and that's just going to be the trade that I have. We also want to look at short for AMD, and we've talked about Coinbase. So on the sticky note here, the only long I have is Bed Bath & Beyond, and we're in that, and that's a 70-cent winner. So we're going to wait for Coin, AMD, and Meta for the short side of things. But yeah, all these meme stocks today should be exciting one more time. I don't know, like what classifies a free fall Friday? Like down 1%, down 2%?
I think you got to hit 2.
At least 2%, yeah. So
actually, another way to think about it is like the intraday, like we've already gapped down like a lot of this move. if we don't have another percent on it when we're actually trading, then how can it be a free fall, right? Like, although it is true, like there was a study, and I forget the name of it, but I read it like years ago, that most of the upward moves in the market happen overnight.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, if you added it up, that's why buy and hold works so well, right? That's the notion behind it. I have no idea if that's true to the downside, but we actually need to see it happen at the open. I don't want to be too biased one way, but I mean, I only because I have it up. So if 286 breaks on Microsoft, it's not a heck of a lot beneath this one for next resistance levels. Now I do favor shorting in front of 88 on this thing today, just sort of looking at back here, like the channel that it made, 86 to 88. But yeah, a bit of a gap there beneath 286, relatively speaking, for Softy.
All right, let's jump into social sentiment to kick things off. Your first look at what is being discussed on social media. Here we go. The usual suspects, I guess I should say, on here. Bed Bath & Beyond, the big one, obviously, to the downside today. 40+%. GCT, interesting. It's gray here, which means really no indication as far as direction is concerned, but up significantly, obviously, coming off the IPO yesterday for what is it? Giga Cloud, GCT. We'll have a look at that again. There's Vinco Ventures, BBIG, SPY positive, Q's positive as well on the sentiment side of things, not in reality, however. GME, AMC negative as well. Tesla up here, a little bit bigger than it has been over the past couple of days, guys. People talking Tesla early on.
They are. Well, I'll give a Moon and a congratulations. We had a super chat in the afternoon. So. Asking about like that 17 GCT getting in sort of late, and hope you paid yourself a little bit because I forget the name of who it was in the chat, but obviously done pretty well there. It did a big move in the pre-market. This is another reason why when you swing these things, having access to pre-market trading can matter because it gave 28, 29 and then fell back into 21. It's got this lower high thing going on. You can see it sort of failing again at $26. Well, I mean, attempting to fail at $26. So that's one to watch at the open. Like if this doesn't get through 26, it's a candidate to halt. It halted, I want to say within, what was that? Like it halted within the first half an hour to 40 minutes of its trading when the IPO opened, and it was to that downside, caught some stability at $14. I think that 18, like this area here, is going to be like your only real support for sure is 18, and then a decent chance at 21, probably just because it was the high before. I'd stick those two numbers out there as places to go buy this, but it's going to do good volume. Just understand that if it breaks a level, your slippage is 50 cents, potentially, because it's going to be relatively thin and it's going to have a spread and it's going to be subject to halt as well.
All right, so there it goes. We just take that 12 out. Well, we're going to take 12 out. We got out there at 85 right there. So we told you we're going to get a piece out at 12. We take 85 there. And now here comes 12 on Bed Bath & Beyond. So nice move from 11 all the way. Here we go, breaking through 12. And again, like this is exactly what we wrote down here on the sticky note. Sometimes it's a little easier than you think. And that's why, we talked about Michael Noss there. As discussed yesterday, Ryan Cohen out. I mean, I said that he was out yesterday, and it came truth last night. Now you fall to 10. We could squeeze to 14 or so, long on an 11 break. So right there, pretty simple for me. And I don't want to complicate things. I don't even want to look at any other names as far as squeeze names are concerned. We do have MindMed on our mind as well. But there you go. Nice move up for Bed Bath & Beyond. So we'll spin the money. I hope you guys had that. If you did, hopefully it was off the sticky note. And just continue to support the channel, man. We're going to bring the watch list to your inbox very soon. That's going to be some exciting news as well. Sticky notes up free every day. Here's MindMed breaking this $1.33 mark from yesterday. I feel like we can get up here. It's right here. This is 133. I mean, if we run up to 144 and you get a 133 break, I mean, that's pretty good. So watch out for that. I'd get some out if it does happen at this 45, if not higher, 50, and so on and so forth. But I don't want to throw bad money after good, because right now, this is really where my focus is on Bed Bath & Beyond. Like I said, probably leads the market today in shares. It's up 10 million already, so let's just wait to see what's going on. It is short sell restricted today. It is for us. So, short sell restricted. No, it's not.
How is it?
Why does it say no?
Whoa,
what did it do? Right. So
Okay.
So
At
yeah.
9:30,
So,
yeah.
At 9:30 is when the market will switch that over. So thanks, Brancos, for that one in the back. And it's only because I looked here. Like I would have said it was short sale restricted, right? But we have an N here, so that will change over. Obviously, it
I
being
actually didn't know
down
that.
10% yesterday or more than that gives it at least that 2-day rollover for short sale restricted. So all that means is you can't go short by simply hitting the bid. But that's going to be a moot point because it doesn't matter. If you want to go short, you could just take the ask. And I mean, as long as the market is like this with this much volume, I feel like you can get any price you want, bid or ask. So you want to go long now 03, you can get it. You want to go short now 04, you can get it. So my concern would be the pay for short side of it, and that's what I meant. We have to pay for short. So if you want to go short on this name, you do have to pay for it. So watch out for that one. That could be a catalyst, as you guys were mentioning right there, for the Bed Bath & Beyond trade. But there it is, pretty simple break of 11, man, and my out was going to be 10. So you're already in the money $1. That's already the risk to reward of the 1-to-1. Next stop, $13.50 for my order.
Let's talk about some crypto stocks. Big move downside overnight, as we saw on the chart for Bitcoin and Ethereum, both 8 and 9% to the downside. So all the usual suspects here under pressure as well. Mara, Riot, Hut on here, BT, SI. Take your pick. They're all downside big time.
Yeah, and well, a couple of them looking at, we already talked about Coinbase and that 80 level, so I think, that's going to be a popular one to be traded. I'm also looking at Block, I should say, because the last time this took out, a major shelf, literally yesterday, you look at it breaking this 80 area, right? So when this broke 80, that was your last big support there. It had a quick little flush. It did end up recovering off 78. So like it was a pretty clean break, recovered at 78 like everything else in the market, and then put in resistance just shy of that 80 level. Like it broke it a few times and then failed that price. And now you're getting another one here as this is going to potentially like try to take out a shelf at like 76. So 76 is that next big level. It's kind of diddling in the middle here, but if there's any strength, I'd look for that 80 level to come through on Square. So it's a little confusing, but I like both these two names that are both in the same space at more or less the same price to be shorting in front of. It's just a coincidence, but it's more or less a similar setup. And if one comes and the other doesn't, well, that's the one I'll have first to be sure. But I am looking at both Block and Coinbase to be short today off that 80 level.
Thanks. What's up there? Oh, you want the cash register, Scott H? You are welcome for that one. There it is right there. Scott H, look, thank you for supporting the channel. I know we had a couple free memberships flying around, but you've been a member for a while. Kudos to Sean for nailing that call long on BBY. We brought us cash register first thing in the morning. Hey, that's what we're all about. I mean, sometimes we make the calls and they work, and other times not. So glad you were able to get something out there. And just as an update, I took another piece out on Bed Bath & Beyond there when we broke back down through 12. So there it is, the other out right there, 1193 on a break back down through 12. I let it settle down, and like I said, I thought you could get any price, and you could. So it was just dancing there a little bit, and on that break, we took out one more piece. So we're only into 40% left on this name. We're not one of those guys that's going to like pump this stock to go to the moon or anything like that. We're still going to trade it, have our ins and have our outs. When you're talking about crypto, obviously the name, we've talked about Hut 8. I mean, Hut 8 was on a monster run there. We said the out could have been near $4 for that one. Let's just check out how high did Hut 8 get there, because we did talk about that level at 340. Was that as high as it got? Let me just check this out right now. Yeah, so that is as high as it got. Pretty close, man. I mean, right into this area. This is exactly what we were talking about for Hut 8. So whether or not a little psychedelic action right there, but that was a good one. Prad calls himself Pradstradamus or something. But that was a good call, man. We talked about that from this bottom up there. That's a double up in Hut 8. So hopefully some of you took that. I said to Neil that I looked at my Coinbase, and I only had $1,000 worth of coin. I was going to sell it, and I was like, you know what? I'll just keep it. Shouldn't really matter how much you have in it. For me, that's
the truth, right? Like it's.
Yeah, but to me, that's play money.
At
but
the same time,
everybody's different. I did want to hold a little bit of it just in case it goes back up. I already got, for some magic reason, I got most of my Coinbase out there at 350, 360, which I talked about live on the show, and I just wish that I would have made more money on that, like shorting it. couldn't predict this kind of a move down. I guess some people did. But anyways, Coinbase, look at 20 minutes here. I mean, it's just been getting beat down the last couple days, starting at this top of $93. We did break it a little bit to 95. So for me, it's just been a downside move. You have these bottoms at 80, 81 here. So that's something that, you know, I would look at as a short. So we've talked about that here again. I already have an offer waiting at 79.80. So if we do get bumped up here to 80 bucks, I don't know if that's going to happen today. I feel like it's not going to happen, but Coinbase up to 80 bucks is where I'm going to be shorting. This is yesterday, so it's a big move down 10%. So could it retrace back half of that? Yeah, of course. So I think we could get there. 83 was the close. You're down to 75. You take half of that back. You're into here 78, 79, 80. So let's see if Coinbase does give us that little retracement back to the upside. And Bed Bath & Beyond, by the way, is now at my third out spot, right back up to 1190 again. So if you feel like you missed that out, you could take it right here at 86, 87. Same difference. So I think that just dumped down to 1170. I'd watch out. I mean, I don't know how many traders, when we're looking at a Bed Bath & Beyond, how many traders are actually still caught in this overnight, and how many might want to be dumping at open or buying it because it's down 40%. So I feel like this is a tricky one here. I'd rather get out. Like I said, I'm out of 60% of this trade. We're still in 40% in case we get that crazy moonshot, because now you're at levels where halting is probably in the cards. I mean, this stock will probably, I don't think it halted yesterday once, but I think it will halt today.
Well,
because it was 25 bucks. Like,
I don't think it halted.
Yeah, I don't think it halted yesterday at all. So we'll see. You're at an $11 mark. It just needs to move $2 to get a halt. So I think that happens, and we'll just see which way people are caught on that halt. Is it a halt up or is it a halt down? I don't know, and if you do, please let me know, because I want to get out of my trade if it's a halt down. But let's wait to see what happens. Please hit the like button. I mean, out of everything that we're talking about today, hit the like button, hit the subscribe. It's Friday, and we're having fun.
All right, as we said, not all negative today. There was a couple of earnings reports to the upside, a big move for Foot Locker off of a smaller than expected drop in same-store sales in its latest quarter. Here's FL up 25+%, just testing $40 right now, taking out pre-market highs for Foot Locker.
Yeah, there's another name. It's going to be on earnings, so when it breaks out on the daily, you're not going to be able to take part in that break unless you simply took it on the earnings play, which is dangerous after market to do. But EPS beat as well for Foot Locker. I mean, it wasn't all perfect. They also but hired a new CEO from Ulta Beauty, which is a solid company that's done well, especially in the reopening. Look, it's broken the 200 period and gapped above that 34. It just took out 40 on, I want to say, underwhelming volume. So yeah, it was making decent moves all morning long, but decent volume that did not carry through. It's still the pre-market, relatively thin here, but look at how nice that trend has been. I'm going to love 34. You're not going to see that today. So all I care about is whether or not it wants to hold that trend off of the open. That looks like it'll be a 39 bounce play off of the open. I'd rather not be taking out the top up 25% on a name when the market is threatening to go down. I'd rather get in at a good price where I think you'd have a more reasonable risk to reward. But Foot Locker, it's going to be one that I'd rather be long today. If it does try to fill in the gap through 37.50 and the market's tanking, well, it's going to be hard to ignore a break of the low because the gap is that big. But my first look will be try to get that long on a dip at the open, because I think if something's going to go, we've seen it, that these retail names, that these earnings plays that have been super strong, that we think, yeah, it can't really go any higher, even when the market's not doing much, they've been the ones that have some follow through. So I want to make sure we give Foot Locker both its due and a little bit of a shot. Now, only because I didn't mention this, I want to go quickly back. I hate to go back to Bed Bath & Beyond, but I have to. Because there is a level to the upside it's going to stand out as obvious. $13.50. That was that support, and then there was resistance back here. Oddly enough, it's $2 from right now where it stands. That is the first level where I would look to say if it jailbreaks to the upside, that would be where I would try a short. From there, like, you're really thinking about 15, 16. So like those are big gaps, but inside of that, if it's not making turns at prices like that, then I kind of want to let it settle itself out. And of course, I mean, the $10 level to the downside, pretty significant.
Just saw a note on Dash, guys, ending their partnership with Walmart coming up next month. So DoorDash just popped up there on a volume scanner. Heads up on that. Let's talk chips. To the downside for the most part, but it's worth a note. AMAT with a better than expected forecast. They were talking pretty positively when it comes to demand and the lack of production issues to come going into next year. So AMD, NVIDIA, as we said, to the downside, but AMAT with a decent report.
Yeah, decent report. Well, last I checked, they were exactly flat on the day, which so far I guess that's pretty good. They were up at one point, 4% in the aftermarket. We always say this when AMAT reports, that this is going to give us some reason to trade. We always have a reason to trade the chips, but that's what I was more interested in. And I think it's given a little bit of relative strength, but not much. To NVIDIA is down more than the market is. I feel like that might be more extreme were it not for the good report from AMAT. You haven't broken support yet at 181. On NVIDIA, but even then, your bigger, stronger level is going to be down at 178, and you're a ways away from that. I'm looking at 186 and 188 for fades, favoring the shorts here today. If we're somehow holding above 188, I'll be a little bit surprised. Now, obviously, that will mean that we've had one heck of a bull day, and I'm probably long Apple through 173 if that happens. But I want to be looking at those two even levels for fades on NVIDIA, and in particular for AMAT. If this market gets going and is pretty strong, it does have this 108 for support. So if it bounces off that and sort of consolidates off there and this market gets going on its own, it's got a pretty good solid base that it seemed to put in the afternoon and had some support there before. So, the 108 is worth a look. It's not even done good volume. That's the only issue with it. I'd rather be fading NVIDIA at those two levels, 86 and 88, as a first look.
Yeah, I did. I have similar thoughts here. Whoa, AMD's up to 99 right now? Okay, wasn't sure this would happen, but okay. Nice. Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. The level that I wrote down, was 98 to short. So I just thought that we could break here 98 right now. This has been sort of the bottom the last couple of days. I mean, you could sort of see right there, 98 came into play, wicked down into 97. So, on a weekday, we do still like the short. This is on a daily chart here. For AMD, there's 101. We talked about that yesterday, short 100 into 101. It wasn't really super exciting yesterday on the short side of things. For AMD, you could see it was a big move up early, so we really didn't get too caught in this name because it did just break higher, so we were able to get out there at 100, which was fine. We tried to short this one, but now you're below it. So I don't know. This is a dangerous name to short. I mean, AMD, NVIDIA, all these chip names, pretty dangerous. But you have this 99.50, and I still think that now that we're below here, I like this 100. And then here's 98. So 98 is right there. There are some levels that we could break lower to 98. What I wrote down was if we break 98, then I think we do get 97 here and then have a look at that. Because if this market is that 2% down day, then AMD is going to be down 3%. So, I think you can get a 97 print here. That wick bottom. Let's just have a look to see what it's actually doing today in the pre-market. And this is really the funny thing about it is that it's not doing anything. So that 98.80 as a bottom, that could be just a great bottom take, and then you use that against what the high of the pre-market is, 99.20. So I think now that I'm seeing this, if we can get this going like it's 9.17 right now, let me just try to remember to put in a stop order to take this level out, 98.85 on the downside as we start the day, and then we'll try to get our order in almost as fast as possible to get out at this pre-market high of like 99.15 or something. So willing to risk about 50 cents here early to see if we can catch a short 98.80 into 98, then into 97. So, again, the chips have what I wrote down was just too far, right? They went far. They were down here to 75. The NASDAQ retraced back up like what? 18, 19%, or maybe even more than that. And these guys just rocketed from 75 up to 105. It's been big. Now you're barcoding. We heard Daniel Shea yesterday talk about the SMH needing a catalyst to come out. It's been motoring to the upside. NVIDIA's next week. AMAT came out. I thought AMAT was a pretty good report. I mean, guiding was better. They didn't have any supply chain issues, but it's only up 0.21. So I thought when I was hearing these numbers on my way home yesterday in the car, I thought okay, AMAT's going to be up 4, 5, 6%. We've seen these retail names go up. We've seen tech names. We saw CIS go up 6% yesterday. I thought AMAT had a chance to do that, and especially break this 111. So we'll see if that can happen. If that does, we will get that rally in AMD. So let's watch out to see if that does come through, but you're still down that 1%. And for now, my eyes are going to be on AMD, and I think I like a short around this 100 mark, and then we'll see what happens from there.
All right, a few people discussing these barbecue stocks, if you want to call them that. We saw this one pop up yesterday in the afternoon, ends up near day highs, right around this $10 area. We're holding that currently. Little changed for Weber here. There was a tweet that was circulating late in the day yesterday comparing from a fundamental basis Weber with Bed Bath & Beyond on the short side, on the float side of things as well. Wondering if this could be the next to go. But Weber trying to break 10 right now, back to the downside.
Well, if it holds 10, and this is the short float, I see like two that say it's 40%, and I see 57 at TD Ameritrade and FinViz as 23. It's big enough. That's a big answer. 10 is also the 200 period. In the afternoon show, I think we even said at that point we wanted to see 10 hold. Nice little breakout from 9. If it breaks 10, I kind of feel like 9 is like, it's an obvious round number, but also on the chart there, it looks pretty solid. I'm looking at the channel it's been holding. Every time it breaks 10, it gets like 975 and then manages to hold up. I'm looking at a clean break there of those quarters into 1030 to try to get to the upside. So it's flat, the volume only okay right now, but it's flat. Like some of the other squeeze names are down a heck of a lot more than that, and this is trying to hold a bit of a bid. So I do like the breakout on Weber. And also it gives me a clean out at that low of the day at 975 in the event that we get the break here. That's the one I'm watching. I know there's a couple of others that you can look at, but we were watching Weber in the afternoon and like this 10 area.
Yeah, I mean, the barbecue names are getting barbecued a little bit here because it's been a nice... Where's my little barbecue thing here? I have a barbecue thing somewhere. I am not finding it. Where is it? We'll find it after. Let's go over to Cook. I mean, that was Traeger. Neil just looked at Weber there. Cook is, I guess, a New York stock. This went yesterday. We talked about its high near that $4 mark. Come on, Cook. Let's go. There it is. $4 on the daily chart came into play again. That's right where the 50 period is. This is not as wild as the others. I mean, for some reason, the minute that Weber starts going, and this is the pre-market, so it's nothing, but there it is right there. All of a sudden, yesterday at 2 o'clock, it was doing nothing, like almost like it doesn't even exist. And then boom, up to $4 and right back down. So this would be the name, just because there's no volume on this, like 48,000 shares. If you want to think about a name that might possibly be weaker than even Weber today, you know, if they start to fall down, this name's not going to have anybody to come in to buy it, right? So I would think that this Traeger is right here at that $4, and a downside move is what I'm expecting here for this name. So we'll watch it. It's bouncing off that $4, but for me, I think this is one that's more interesting than the others. And then Neil just went over that Weber. I guess I'm going to say New York. Yes, there it is. So $10, obviously pretty key on this name as well. All right, let's go. I got to wait a second here for these charts to load up. There it is. So a drop back down into 8,850 seems like that's going to be a good take. But again, this is a daily chart, so you've just ran into $12, and this is like a real $12, right? Like when the stock wasn't being sort of jacked up as much as it is now on volume. So you're going to see that right there, that these are real prices, I feel like, $11.50, $12. So if you can get to that again and you're long at 10, I think that's a decent spot to sell. As Bed Bath & Beyond, I mean, I don't know why you'd look at really at anything else until Brendan comes with news. Like when Brendan says to us, okay, Weber's starting to move, then you can get over there. But for right now, Bed Bath & Beyond, look what it just did. It just bounced off the 50 period at 11.50, almost as clean as you're going to see anything bounce. So that comes down to 11.50, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 or so candles straight to the upside here. So Bed Bath & Beyond still has that bid underneath it.
All right, one from a couple days ago. If you remember this, Blue was up on individual news going back 2 days ago. Had a pretty epic decline yesterday. Relatively weak here in the pre-market once again today. This support about 565, 570. Top end's going to be $6 from the end of the day yesterday. We're trying to hold 520. This doesn't have a lot of room. 480 to 460 to the downside for support if we can get through this 525, 520. But 565, 570 is pre-market, and this support from yesterday, and then $6 on Blue.
You're my boy, Blue. I feel like I say that line every single time he brings up that stock, which is fair.
Correct.
Because it's a great movie. Apple's at 173, so that's been like the one long I think I've consistently had this week and been like, okay, this is the long I want today. It's generally been Apple, and 173 has been a pretty good level the last couple of sessions. I'll try to zoom in here. It's hard to see with this crazy wick that I have to clean up for you guys, but it's just about to break that. It will support the last couple of days. If it gets taken out at the open, it's at least tight enough to that low, which sits just above 172. That I can't remember the last time I even thought about a break on Apple, but that's my price, 173, so I'm going to have it if it gets there, and it looks like it is definitely going to get there. I just want to come back to AMC.
Been a market ripping.
Yeah, market's ripping a bit. That's why I say this could actually happen where I get a breakout on Apple at 9:30 or before. I'm pretty sure I've never even done that before. To be honest with you, it's pretty much never happened. But whatever, I'm going to have it. I'm going to take it. We jettisoned AMC at 18 when it broke. But 1850 is a pretty big level for this, and I favored shorting this on relative weakness compared to Bed Bath & Beyond. Bed Bath & Beyond's making a good move to the upside. AMC did bounce off of its lows at 17. Going to have to think about that price as a level. I didn't even get that, Phil. Okay, I'm going to try to get it manually. I don't know what just happened to my stop. That did not trigger. Oh, I used an Edge A stop. That's why. We can't use those in the pre-market. It's the other. Yeah, you have to use the other one. Oh, I always make that mistake. I'll try to get into Apple here around like that 10, 11 area. But certainly, we have two different types of stops we can use. One of them doesn't work in the pre, the other does. So AMC 1850, I think, can be that resistance level, at least at the open, and then watch out for 17 if it gets back down there again. Anytime I see a wick off bottom, I'm going to anticipate that that's going to turn into support a little bit later on. But if we do the pop and fade, I want it on AMC at that pre-market high at 1850.
Yeah, talking about popping and fading right now. Meta is all the way up to 172 right now. So I'm going to just take a smaller. I changed my shares at 172. We're going to wait for a little bit higher than that right now because maybe this market does want to do something today. I mean, it's a straight shot to the upside right now here. So I'm actually going to change this back to a 1-minute chart on the NASDAQ. Just better to look at that for me. There it is. So we're going to wait out for that one and see if this can get going here as this market is taking off right here to that upside. So we'll watch out for Meta. That's the only name that I'm looking for the short early on into that 172 area. So we'll take a little bit if that happens. Then again, more at 173. I just want to see it test that 174 if we do get going. Coinbase is another short that we're looking at 80. That's not there yet. Bed Bath & Beyond, we're already in. And then AMD, if this market wants to go, like I said, then it's going to go. So AMD back up here near that 100 mark, $100.50 or so, a good little short spot. I'm going to start shorting this one at 100. And then I did talk about possibly taking this break down right there of 98.80. So I think I could put that order in right now. I don't think that will trigger by the time we open, but I like that against whatever the high is there. So let's do that. Let's take a short here on AMD if we break down below that 98.80 mark. I like it. It's not a great trade. Like I would rather get short up here at 100 if it goes. But again, just to see what this market wants to do today, I'm so bearish on it that like my bias is definitely like
do the imbalances.
Comes in there. The imbalances, yeah, we can look at those really quick. So right now the Apple is a buy. I mean, this is what's rallying the market a little bit. Apple with a buy, Microsoft with a buy, Bed Bath & Beyond with a sell. Google with a buy. So all big cap tech. Look at this. It's a big cap tech buy rally happening right here off the open. So that's why you see the NASDAQ starting to go. Big time move to the upside. We have a special bell ringer coming through today, Justin. Yeah, make sure you're going to sign up for the watch list and opening bell. And, again, I guess that's been pretty successful. The opening, what's it called? The opening bell? The opening bell newsletter has been pretty successful. Make sure you sign up for that. But here we go. With only 2 minutes to go, man, the market's starting to rally. But guess what's falling down? Bed Bath & Beyond breaks that 1150, and now you're back down to 1135. So we are out of 40% of that trade. We talked about that. We're going to wait to see if it breaks back down through 10, and if it does, it's a losing trade. Well, it won't be a losing trade, but it'll still be sucky to have that happen. But we'll see if that does come into play right now with only a minute and a half left.
Yeah, someone just said in the chat, who advertises that they're buying? I'm like, that's why sometimes you might have heard under my breath, I'm like, oh, it's a trap. I didn't love the fact that I saw that on Apple. Sometimes I'd rather it not be that way because I feel it can come down. I actually took some off at 173.50 just to bank something. And watch Tesla 900 here. This is the kind of morning where you get some buy imbalances, the market's trying to rally after everything felt bad on a potential free fall Friday, gapping down 1%. Like this is the kind of level where if you take out 900, trap some breakout longs, because everyone likes the 900 break, and then suddenly you're jamming back below, that's how some extreme moves sometimes get started, right? So I'd rather, if I'm playing Tesla today, it needs to be holding 900. And it needs to be doing that after the first 5 minutes of the session. I don't want to be diddling, trying to catch a breakout on Tesla, too volatile. I feel like Apple's been pretty stable at this level, so we'll get into some of it. And then even as we just spoke, like NVIDIA broke, got to 185, right back down into 184. So a lot of those tech names did come to the upside. I'm going to have my eyeballs on obviously on Apple. I don't know if we'll get Coinbase or Square. They might not pop enough. AMC, I want to be fading off of that pre-market high, as long as nothing too crazy is happening over there in Bed Bath & Beyond. You already spilled the beans. We've got Justin, the marketing guy.
Yes, sir.
Ringing the bell here today. Tony, once again, a little bit under the weather. We want you to get well, Tony, so you can come back with that energy. But we got you covered. Great side shot there. There is Justin on the bell. Great shirt. True North. That's Canada. 4, 3, 2, and let's end the week well. Oh, he does like a Randy one, man.
All right, here we go. Yeah, so there it is. Oh, shoot, we don't have that AMD short. We meant to have that, so let's put that on right now. I forgot to put that order in, so we got 98 74s right now on AMD. We missed that Meta short as well, but our Bed Bath & Beyond falling back down near to 11. We're going to see what happens now on the downside. We are short now into AMD as it try to make a move down. So we'll see. Early short position. Don't know if the market's going to go up or down. Remember, we did have those big buy imbalances, so let's just continue to watch. Bed Bath & Beyond at 1140 right now.
So, yeah, I mean, obviously there's crazy movement in some of these stocks. Like, look at what this is insane what's going on in AMC. Like, I'm seeing prints go off. It went as high as 1860, but I got the fill underneath 50, then took out that high. So I'll be in and I'll be out. The market does seem to want to go to the upside there. So The only thing you're going to see me in right now is Apple, which is starting to churn. There we go. It's still a NASDAQ stock. I got some more shares in front of 173. That's the price we like. It's already up to 173.50 and rejecting. For now, it's putting in this range where it gets up to 173.50 and then pulls back in. So I think I want to pay myself out every time it goes there and then play off of those reloads. The shorts that I wanted haven't come in, obviously. That's not obvious because the market is trying to go up. But NVIDIA already starting to come back down. So, I mean, I'm seeing Apple strong. I'm not seeing the chips very strong, and I wanted 86s on NVIDIA. So we're not in that one just yet.
No, we're already in right now, 172. I mean, I'm thinking here that we're going to go Meta. I mean, we're short Meta right now, and we're short at 172. It's 70 cents in the money, but we got to take profit first, right? So I'm going to wait for lower, man, 171. But let's just wait to see what happens here on Meta as that hopefully comes back down in. I'm not going to play it much past this 172.50. If we're going to break above 172.50, then we'll get out and then reassess on the upside where we want a better position for that trade. Bed Bath & Beyond reaching to 12 again, so we'll see how that goes. Our AMD trade, this is the one that, like I said, if this market starts to rip up, man, we don't need to be in this name. I mean, it doesn't have any action until about 100 for me here on AMD. So I feel like that's really what we're going to wait for. It's just a small trade that we sort of pushed early on this name. Where's my 1 minute chart? We'll find that for you in a second. But there it is. We wanted that break of the bottom, so we took it. It did go in the money about 40 cents or so. Here it comes back in. Let's see if it wants to cash out for us. But these stocks starting to come in. We just missed that Meta reload, man. 172.12 it went to. We were at 172.25. So maybe we get that eventually, but maybe this market does want to fall back today.
Yeah, a bit of a wick off top there. On a 3 minute, you're going to be able to see this. On a 1, I suppose it would show you in 2 different spots, but it'll look like it's exactly in the same moment. But a bit of a wick off top there in AMC, taking out the high and then making a lower high immediately. So when we get a wick off at the open, I generally jump back in the trade, give it to that high of the day. But some other names making some moves here. Oh, goodness.
There goes Meta.
Vinco Ventures going absolutely you-know-what to the upside. It just took out the pre-market high. So it looks like this one is trending toward the upside. I'll check back in on MindMed as well to see if that's going. But Vinco already on the move.
Okay, so just to update, I got out of Bed Bath & Beyond there when it broke back down below. I just want to, preserve some of the profits there. It broke back down 11, right where we got in. So we're out of Bed Bath & Beyond now. And we are cashing in right now pretty nicely on Meta. We just took a bid at 171, right there at the 50 period, 171.17. So that's a 90-cent win there for that. And then, 83 cents. AMD is 40 cents in the money and starting to come back in as well. So I feel like for that one, we might might as well take a little piece here. We've already been down here. If we can get a 40 bid, we'll take that on AMD. It just took down that bottom of 50, so, oh man, that's too bad. We just put a 42 bid out. We'll see if we can get that on the move back down. So far, so good. We're holding on to some of these shorts here as we go, but yeah. Good moves down. Lucid making a move down. We can check out Tesla. Give it to me. There it is. Yes, sir. We got that right there.
Tesla wick off top.
Beating up on some of these right now.
Yeah, Tesla with a bit of a wick off top. So I got the wick off top in, it was AMC, and then we got that short. I've taken a little bit of it out there, but look at, there's that Tesla. Like it breaks 900, gets to 901, and then an instant reversal there. So if you believe in a red day, this one does set up. I mean, a stop clean at like 902 on any short. I'd like to get 96s to 98s, somewhere in that range to be able to play it short into that 2 range. To be sure, Apple is still holding 173. It's like the only thing that doesn't suck. Well, that's not true. It's not the only thing that doesn't suck because I talked about Big Vinco Ventures making a move. But MindMed, and only because I'm on the bid here, starting to come back down, testing that $1 level. So I do want to be on the bid in front of a buck here on MindMed. We'll see if it does get down there. If it breaks a buck, I want to get out. But up 7% and doing pretty decently, but starting to come into that dollar level.
We're just, now we're 55 cents in the money as the NASDAQ is starting to come back down. We don't want to get out of any of these. Hopefully this can break even lower here on AMD, and we'll take a 98 break to the downside. I mean, it's just really cranking lower here. Let's just see if this is, the trade that we want it to be. We'll take a 98 break. We're already in the, let's just get out some at 05 here if we can. It's bounced down to 98. I mean, I didn't think we'd get a 99 trade there, but as the market did rally, let's take advantage. There it is. Yes, another 70-cent win right there for AMD. Same trade, but we did take some out. We are going to go shorter now when we break 98. I mean, that's kind of the trade that we were looking at. And if we can get that 97 fill, we'll take that as well. So right there down to 97. It didn't wick down there. Hopefully when it does break, we can get that fill. But good so far, man. Good little trading day here that we're having. Meta on the short side, that doesn't seem to be working. It's AMD short that is working. So yeah, the market, maybe it's just going to find its way here. Move down, stopped. I mean, this is pretty choppy. Move up, gave us that short. Now you're starting to come back in a little bit. So there it is again, another take on AMD down there, another out. So good trading so far on Advanced Micro. We had the short rate on the list. Also good trading on Meta. What's up, Brendan?
Monkeypox name. Blue Water Vaccines popping up, guys. Pretty strong here. 8.25% already. Just took out 450 there on a volume spike.
GCT halted to the upside right at like 29.50, indicated open just slightly above that price. It looks like it's going to test that 30 level rather quickly. If it somehow opens up with a 30 break in line, I'll like that 30 break. It should be a volatility halt, obviously. If we do get it, fair enough. AMC is now taking out that high, so that I'm going to get out of that one. Looks like it's a little bit stronger. So initially, pretty solid on AMC to those shorts, but it's looking like it's showing some strength. Vinco Ventures, like we said, was breaking to the upside. I'm going to take a 125, give it down to this higher low that it put in there. MindMed testing toward $1. We definitely want to get a piece of that one if it does hit that dollar mark. I don't want to chase Tesla down here. I want to get the short off of 902, the recent high that it make on that wick off. If it breaks 2s, then I'm willing to get out of that trade altogether. Apple looking for a reload, and you probably can guess where we want to catch. What is that wick? Where we want to catch this one. It's got to be that 173 area. Showing some, I don't know, chinks in the armor, whatever you want to call it. Kinks in the armor. 173. It's been good, but there's no challenge of 174, despite the market looking like it wants to start off relatively strong here, guys. Come on, Tesla, get me in.
Yeah, I'm going to take a bid out here. I mean, I'm sitting at 35. Hopefully, it can print us there as the spread. There it is. Okay, so nice little trade. Yes, we're rocking right now as this market pulls back in. Finally, Meta trying to give it up right now, breaking back lower. So, out at 135. We'll see if it wants to continue to make that move to the downside right now for Meta. So nat gas and oil, going back up. Oil now positive on the day on that big move. Let's go Meta. Here comes Meta back down in, man. This is going to be a good trade for me. We're now 70 cents in the money on this name. So, hey, it's finally giving it up. So Meta down to 170.50. Some of these lows would be pretty nice. We'll put a bid down here, 170.50. If we can get that, then we'll gladly take it. So I'm going to go to 170.60 there. See if we get it. So here it comes, screaming back down. Meta looks like it wants to take some of these levels out. So far so good here as Meta takes it down. Yes, sir. The money's spitting out today. Back-to-back jacks here on the short. So finally, this short starting to pay off here today on Trader TV Live.
We just got in a break of NVIDIA. It just took out, it looks like it took 183, but there was a little bit of a wash back and forth. So I ended up getting a price above 183. A lot of times you get that bit of a spread when it takes out that level. Apple's now challenging that 173 area on its own. Looks like it might want to give that one up. Tesla's now beneath that 895. Was that Brendo?
GM back to highs, guys. Just took out $40 once again in the pre-market high. Coming off that note, they have reinstated their dividend and also their share repurchase program. GM, nice and strong.
Well,
all right, we new position alert right now for us as we get more short. We are now short into Amazon right now, 140.25s. It's right here. You can grab it with me if you want. I'm going to try to take this one short against that 141 up there for Amazon. So that's going to be a level that we're going to look at if it does come in. We're going to average into that short. There goes Meta again, 170.80. Pretty low here. I'm going to take a bid on it. There it is. We'll take that out for that dollar on Meta clean. Oh, we should have waited for 60, Sean. 60 just came through there. So nice little trade on that. And then here comes AMD again, trying to break. I'm going to take another piece at 15. Yes, sir. There it is, man. We are just going on one today. Bed Bath & Beyond is at that 11. It did make a move back to 1150 or so on that one as well. So Bed Bath & Beyond, bad outs there because it did scream back. But I'm happy not looking at it right now because I have so much more on my mind. AMD trying to crack lower there. Bed Bath & Beyond,
let's
Amazon,
go.
Meta right now. GCT in a halt state again.
GCT opened up the 30 break. I got 30.80. Wow, that's not, yeah. Anyways, 30.80, we got long on the 30 break on GCT. It just halted at 32.73, so got a couple of bucks there. We'll hold on to the last little piece. We'll see what happens. This stock, obviously, this is just a low float IPO type of play here. We all know how this usually ends. So I'm very unlikely to hold this past like the first reopen and then a press higher. But if it opens higher, I mean 35 is the psychological level. I'm just going to throw it out there because this opened, I think, at like about 20 bucks or 19, 20. I know that's where we traded it. If it gets to 40, that's a double up from there. And then this low at 12, a triple up from the bottom is 36. So those could be some levels to the upside. Brendan?
23andMe, big time weakness here. I'll show you the chart in a second, but they're losing their CFO. He resigned as of today, guys. So just taking out the lows here for ME down 10%.
All right, we are now out of all of our AMD, but looking to get more into AMD. So we take that short. We're now out. We're going to re-engage this on a 98 break to the downside there. Meta is now just absolutely cranking to the downside, man. We're short 172. I mean, this is exactly, literally and figuratively, the same price we wrote down on our sticky note. We said short 172, came out, there's the 172 short. Glad we have that now, $2 in the money for Meta. And we believe in our short that we pushed it a little bit more here on Amazon. Amazon just went to 139.60. I didn't see that, but that would have been a great little play there for Amazon to get out. So let's put a bid if it comes back down into the 80s and then again into those 60s one more time in case Amazon does do that dip down. We are now short this name. We hit it again at 140. So our first short was 25s. Our next short is 40, giving us that average price of 09. So there it is. Yes, sir. It comes back into the 80s. Yeah, buddy. Good day so far for us. AMD just broke 9. So there it is, the break on that as well. We'll put an 83 bid. There it is, another profit spot there for AMD as all these shorts starting to print out.
Yeah, short's definitely coming in. I forgot about Microsoft. We'll get to that one in a quick second there. It looks like it's holding up relatively strong for now. If it holds 288, this can be what Apple was for the market, which is like the lone thing not breaking out of that low. I still do favor the shorts off the pre-market highs, but the longer we hold, at some point, you got to at least consider that long. NVIDIA obviously going to come to the downside. These wicks. The 183 break, it just took 182.50. Next leg down, 182. 181 is major support for NVIDIA, so I'll play this back to catch any pop and then try to short it. I do have a couple of small caps. One of them is at MindMed in front of that $1. It just touched the pre-market low, bouncing a little bit here. If it goes below $1, I want to give this one up. Only going to give it to that. We'll be open in 2 minutes. on GCT, where it looks like it says $35 where it's going to open. If it opens there, I'll probably get out on that first push. And then Apple, which has been the only thing that's managed to hold up. The market now breaking the low of the day. It's trying to do what Microsoft is doing. Those are the only two names I see any kind of relative strength in. Once they go, like if Apple breaks the low of the day, I've said this every single day, but today, if it breaks the low today, there's nothing stopping us from going down that 2%. That's what's holding the market up. It's why we're not down further. It's Apple and Softy at this point.
Need screen space.
What's that?
Okay, no, just mentioning that. I'm running out of screen
What
space
we need
here.
is, I have an idea about that.
Yeah. Okay, so Meta right now, yeah, well, let's talk about that. 170 downside. We're ticking a little bit low here. I may get this out, but the thing is the NASDAQ is really starting to break lower now. So this is like why we're holding these big cap tech names to the short side, right? I mean, Amazon's been really cruising to that downside, man, and still going. It broke that 140 level here that we were trying to respect over the last couple of days. So, some of those bottoms, 136, I mean, I don't think that comes into play, but 138 maybe for Amazon on the downside. So there we go. We are making that move back in. I mean, look at the profits on board. $1.50 here, 50 cents here. And then AMD, we started the short early, on AMD, right up here, 98.80. We re-engaged it, which is why it's showing us short 98. But so far, so good on this trade as well. AMD's a little spicy though, right? So I'm going to put a bid out at 75. Get that if we can. There it is. So yes. Another one there for DJ Khaled as it comes down to the downside right now. Meta 170 is key. So I think it's a little silly to hold this through as we keep on bouncing around 170. But the thing is, if we break it, then where do we go? So that's kind of why I'm trying to hold on to this. We're now pretty good for our day here already. It's only 9:45. There has to be more to come, right? So let's wait to see if this gets going. Unfortunately, MindMed, let's hit this one because again, psychedelic here. Down to 105. So we added on our sticky note. It almost got there too. A break of 130 we wanted. That's not happening right now. But if you want to do that dollar trade, you could make that play as well. MindMed coming back into a dollar. I guess we never really got to that 130. No. That's a wick. Yeah, I see that now on the minute chart. But I know Neil likes to play these dollar moves. So I will go over to Neil after he's done GCT.
No, you know what?
Just to let you know, it's there for MindMed. I know it's one of your trades.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt on GCT. I was obviously going to be prepared once it opened back up. But if it's not a 5-minute halt, then it's a 10-minute halt. At least that's a good thing about the market is it's not ambiguous what that's going to be there. I'm watching NVIDIA, obviously, as it gets to that 182 level. It just bounced off 182. If there's any pop, I want to be able to fade it. Did forget to go over one name, which I always like to the short side, which is about to go SSR. That's a firm. A lot of times you catch a bounce off of SSR. That could potentially get me in. If this bounces off that short sell restriction at about 32 even, I'm looking for anything in front of 33 on a firm. Brendo?
APDN on a halt here, guys. On this note, they've applied to New York State for approval for a monkeypox virus test.
All right,
okay.
Monkeypox. It's all about that monkeypox, isn't it? Nowadays. So APDN, another name that you could look at. I mean, obviously the name that I always think about is SIGA 2350. So beautiful move again for that name. Like, wow. I mean, monkeypox be damned for SIGA. APDN, the name. Okay, yeah, so halted now, yeah, so that's what that news was. I was going to say 60 cents, no, that's not right, but 364 on the halt for APDN right now, so watch out. I mean, we've already been up here a couple times. Up here is $6. So we'll see. It's hard to judge, just like Neil's in that GCT. You don't really know what's going to happen on open. So I would say if you are in a name, that 440 has been pretty good. So let's see where it's opening. Right now it's tapping 395. So that's probably something to look out for on a reopen tap right now. All right, we did get something out on Amazon at 50. Oh man, now we have that bad wick there too. There's an out, 139.50. So some nice shorts in. And again, I want to try to hold these all day pretty much. So let's not keep on getting out. Let's just keep on watching these fall down. The one name that's not falling, though, is AMD. So maybe this one.
Sure?
Yeah, I mean, it's falling. I'm 30 cents in the money.
Yeah, it's going
but not as much as it should be, in my opinion. But hey, when you're short, you always want more. When you're long, you always want more. So let's just wait to see. Is your Apple going to the downside?
No.
Oh, you're long Apple.
So
right,
Apple
yeah.
keeps holding this 173, and it just got back up, made another bounce off that level. So it's holding for now. I mean, everything is for now because this market's so weak. And NVIDIA is about to break 182. I hate taking bottom breaks with these lows. I just tried to get a bit of a bounce to get more shares of NVIDIA, and it looks like it wants to take out that 182. I hate bottom breaks, especially at this time in the morning, but it's going to be hard not to want to take some of these at those lows. I can't even bother to look at Coinbase and Square because there's pretty much no chance it's anywhere near those prices. And we'll be open in like 2 minutes or 1.5 over there on GCT. I keep looking up to see whether that's going to be the case. And no bounce on a firm at all at 32. Like, there's just absolutely nothing happening at SSR. It's gone short sell restricted, not made a bounce. I'm still going to short it to 33 if we get there. Now, but it looks like a firm's a bit of a nothing burger. Watch out for that Vinco getting close to that pre-market low. So the higher low, sorry, at that 115. If it breaks that, I want to be out. For now, it's trying to hold fort on Vinco Ventures. Outside of Apple long and maybe a softie later, it's only these small caps that are trying to run. The market is way too weak for any of the other big caps that I can find.
All right. Yeah, look, big time movements happening here in the marketplace. I just wanted to show you, I'm going to start these race conditions right now. So this is from Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. And what he does is, you know, he puts in the NASDAQ 100, and then you can, once these races start, which they're doing right now, it'll show you relative strength versus relative weakness. So thanks to Michael Noss for coming on the show here today. So if I see anything that is strong versus weak, obviously we'll come out and try to show that to you, strength versus weakness. But for today, and again, a big shout out to Michael Noss. There it goes, man. I mean, let's go. This market turns red. I just tweeted something out very, very simple. And, you know, this is sometimes what happens on days like today. We printing today, baby. So this short side is come in, and there it is. Finally, whether or not this is a free fall Friday or not, the moves are here, and we have them. We have short AMD, short Amazon, short. I mean, Meta is now $1.80 in the money and took down. Yes, just realizing that right now. Don't cry, Zuck. This stock is going to the downside. You still have your $100 billion, whatever you have. Nice little move to the downside here for Meta, breaking that 170. I'm an investor in this company, so yeah, not great for the long-term portfolio here, but is great.
Oh, no.
Oh, there goes GCT. You got out and it ripped.
Oh, it did. Oh, it did it, man. So basically, GCT there on the reopen. I had the long on the 30 break. We hold through the open for the rest of the shares. It gets above 35. It's testing 36. And the second it's up at 36, 36 and a half, I throw a trailing stop in there. And as soon as I hit enter on the trailing stop, boom, I'm out. It ran those stops below 35 and is halting to the upside. However, these types of plays always get yourself. Who cares if you get out too early, man? As long as you make on the trade, I would much rather be positive than holding a bag and then this thing comes back down to $17, which at some point, whether it's today or next week, it is likely to do so. But wow, this one not done just yet, but I'll take it and run. Now halted at 38 and indicating a 45 open. This could get really interesting. I wonder how expensive shorts are.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I also wonder how expensive shorts are for that name as well. Yeah, check it out as well. There it is. I mean, this is just what we're doing today. Like, it's just, we're going to try to hold on to these shorts, take advantage when we get these moves to the downside. So we just got a 17 fill there on Amazon. The low of the day, of course, is 04. Whether or not it keeps on going or not, we'll wait. There's a, wow, 169.60. There for Meta. Like, how low can we go? What's up, Rendo?
LIZI, little Chinese stock, we mentioned it yesterday late in the day, popping up here again, still down on the day, but big time volume back to the upside along with some other squeeze type names. Got to 190 yesterday.
Wow, there's too many of these, right? And I just said I don't like taking bottom breaks. But that NVIDIA 182 bottom break, it's already like 50 pennies in the money. If anybody was still bullish, Apple is now taking out that level. It looks like that 173 is no longer holding. I'm now out of Apple. You can pretty much stick a pin in that one. And if you're looking for something that looks interesting, it's still at some highs. Yeah, GM, that $40 level, what I call that is a failed break. That's what it looks like to me. Failed break in a consolidation lower, which means in the market going down, up 2% for now. I'm going to favor a short to the 40 level on General Motors. The day it holds above that price, fine, all over it. My alert triggered successfully, but there was no bid above that price. Looks like it's going to fail with the rest of the market.
Yeah, I'm just looking here as well at some of these failed trades here coming through. Like for right now, I mean, we just took out another level here on AMD, so it bounced off 50, right? And so that was the level that we were looking at. Sorry, I said take it out. It held 97.50, so we'll take another piece out. This is the name, sure, we're $1 in the money off our short, right? 98.80 there. We did short it again at 98, which is why you're only seeing it 40 cents in the money, but this name's not really making the same kind of moves as our friend Meta did down here, from 172 down to 170. Although as a percentage-wise, it probably is the same, $2 versus $1. I mean, it's double the price, so it probably is exactly the same. But Meta right there does bounce off 170, so yeah, maybe we should take a piece out here in case the market does find a bottom at some point, but that's 13,300 now on the NASDAQ. I think we can go a little bit lower than that before we run into some problems. I mean, here it is on a longer time frame. Pull this chart down. So this is a 30-minute chart on the NASDAQ. You're running right into some support down here at 13.3. So, maybe there is a little bit of support down there. So, if you're looking at that, this could be a bouncing spot, but it could also be a spot that we take out, right? Because it wants to just continue to go down. So you can't have a 3% down day if you're going to stop at 1.5. So let's see what happens here. We're still going to maintain the shorts. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. I mean, Amazon was a great short through 140. That's printing lower now as well. Meta's back below that 170 right now. So I think we're going to hold on to these shorts and not really look at too much else. I'll look through the chat in a minute just to see if there's any names that everyone wants us to cover. But for right now, this is a good one. I'll maybe look at Tesla.
Whoa,
yes,
no way.
The market is starting to get unplugged right now. So there it is, a nice little move to the downside. And yeah, we've been calling it short for a while. It's finally nice to print out a little bit here today.
Yeah, the answer to how much it costs is $1 per share.
Oh, okay.
Which I kind of feel like when it's over $1 per share, I generally want the thing above 50 for it to be worthwhile to pay for it. But what typically happens if it gets to 50, it'll be more expensive than that $1. But I'm going to stick to that and not get into it. I got into GM here, but Tesla, oh goodness. Yeah, sometimes if you chase and break a rule, it's going to work out for you. They got the wick off top. I didn't really get the entry because I was looking elsewhere, but now it's just breaking that pre-market low, and I think there's a lot of room. If we go here, there we go. There's a lot of room if it can't hold 885. So this is just the pre-market bottom. There is that chance that it tries to hold out a little bit longer and then make a little bit of a bounce. So there could be a chance that I still get a fade play. If it starts holding below 885 or so, then we can look for another re-entry down there. But I'd much rather get GM, which is in a range that makes some sense to me. MindMed's now really close to that $1 level. It's at 103. I'll probably add one time at ones, or maybe a couple times at 1 and 2, but the stop is going to be at that clean $1 level. No obvious reversal, and I'm about to get out of NVIDIA. 181 was a support level. It just bounced off 181.16. So I'm not saying the market can't go any further than this, but I'm going to be out of NVIDIA at this level and be looking for a bounce, just try to pay myself out there. Didn't even get exactly what we wanted on those shorts because there's like 2 or 3 of them that just didn't come in. Like I couldn't get Tesla. It happens. That's just at 9:30. You're only going to get so much. And there was never a shot at any of the crypto ones, right? Like that's.
Oh yeah.
Actually, you know what? Actually, I'm going to cancel. I got to cancel the orders because there's no point having orders out in the market that are way away. I'm not going to get those fills, so I can cancel Coinbase. I can cancel Square. If there's a pop, yeah, then sure. I like the short. Forget about 77. I might just even take it. 76.5 on Square. I'll short any pop.
All right, so AMD downside, we're going to look at a 97 level here for AMD right here. So we touched 96.80 yesterday, but this 97, we just bounced off 97.30. So I'm going to put a bid around 97.20 or so for AMD to cash that out. I mean, again, that's $1.60 from that spot right there. And if you were here at 8.30 or 9 or 9.20 or whatever, I mentioned taking that AMD break underneath that low of the pre-market. So that's 98.80, man. And I marketed in, like I just crossed it because I forgot to put the order in myself. So we crossed that. Anybody could have had that trade. It did go a little bit against us back up here into 99, but that was a good one. Now we got to pay ourselves, right? Because as this market starts to move around, I'm just going to not even look at the charts. I'm just going to take a bid right Oh man, this stupid wick. I even fixed that and it came back. Amazon, I'm gonna take one out. Now that I see that, it's probably a good out spot right there, 40, because we are bouncing back and around on this name. So Amazon out right there at 40. Good take for me on the downside. We have given a little bit back. Meta's coming back upside a little bit. It was at its best down here at 169.80. I still think the market wants to come back in now, but we are at a bouncing spot. So maybe we should take a little bit more out. AMD has really retraced back upside, and Meta's starting to go again. So let's put a bid at 170 for Meta. I mean, we got a little bit greedy there. If it continues to fall down, fine. But there are reload spots here, so we don't need to make our whole day with 3 trades. Maybe we can get back in if the market does bump up. So let's take a little bit more advantage of this move down and maximize these out. So it's not going to be maximized now, but back down to 170. Here it comes. Let's put a bid out and just take Meta for $2. And if it continues to crank, that's fine. We also have Amazon.
Yeah, just going to look to get into that block around that 76. Not going to wait too long, but I can pick the lower high. I will point out to you guys, we're not going to ignore Megal. It is up 6%, so you're finding strength in GCT and Megal to be sure. So those two look pretty good, but it's about where it's come from. It hasn't made that much of a move today. I always try to give it a little bit of a perspective. The big level is going to be if it gets to like 15 first. That's a big one. And then 16 was sort of like that granddaddy for MEGL. Below that, it's still actually making a bit of a downward trend. You guys are going to the big screen. It is time for Happening Now.
10 o'clock already. Let's get you caught up here. We are still in negative territory. It is the NASDAQ here, 1.6, 1.65 to the downside for the composite and the 100. There was initially a little bit of relative strength from some of the small cap stocks, those runners starting to run as we've seen. But 1.45 there for the Russell 2000 over the past couple of days. It has led the Dow and the S&P 0.75 or 1.07 for the S&P, also still kind of chopping around near session lows. Remember, we were talking about AMAT, chip stocks overall to the downside. AMAT was basically flat here right up until the open, then flushed 108 down to 103 despite the decent report from them. Foot Locker still kind of teetering here, 38 and a half after a decent report for Foot Locker, still holding 20% to the upside.
Yeah, it doesn't really want to fill the gap, does it? Like I kept saying, if it wants to take out the pre-market low, this thing can go down and try to fill the gap. But it's
market.
Yeah, I mean the market's tanking and Foot Locker is holding up.
Yeah,
I don't want to stick a bid in there, man. If it breaks 38 on Foot Locker, then I want to be short it. But if it's not going to make that break, then it's relatively strong, and then we're just not going to get involved to it, guys. So I got my order out there, locked and loaded and ready to go. Right, but if it doesn't want to make the break, then there's nothing we can do. I want to add to GM as it starts to curl again. And then, wow, there goes
check the sticky
181 note, done in NVIDIA there. So I'm going to look to get back in on that break. That was the only support I liked, was that 181 on NVIDIA.
I'm going back and forth here with Brad because he's like, damn, how are you short 172? And I'm just like, there's a thing called Twitter. There's a thing called Sticky Note. If you check it out, you could also be short 172 as well. But it doesn't matter. We'll see how far it goes down, man. We just covered at 170. I mean, we don't have the best covers here, but we're still into 20% of this, so we're trying to hold things a little bit longer. And there goes Amazon as well. It just touched down to 139, so we did take that out. AMD again, like, we just got a 97. So right now, I mean, we're just on one more time on the short side. So let's just continue to watch this and just see. People want to look at Shopify. Good idea. Let's look at Shopify. I mean, some of these names just went way too far here, man. Like, Shopify didn't correct their business all of a sudden. Like, why it ran to, what was it, 44? Wow, darn it. Our daily chart was messed up, of course, because we have that split. Yeah, 44, 45. Like, yeah, that's, that was messed up. Since then, it's just straight to the downside. So, yeah, watch it. Ooh, what is this level on the daily? 34.80. What's up, Maggie? 34.80 there on the downside here for Shopify, something to look at as well. So thanks for bringing that to our attention. You are pointing down on everything, man. Every single line you're going to look on here, as long as you're looking at a tech stock, probably keeping that trend to the short side. So I'm just cashing out, man. I'm starting to cash out now. It's been a big move down. We already talked about the NASDAQ possibly hitting some kind of resistance levels down here. This is the 30-minute NASDAQ chart. So you're running into some bids that already happened on the 11th and 12th down here at 13,300. So a break of that sets these stocks even lower. But first things first, the break has to happen.
Yeah, exactly. And there was a failed break on MindMed. For now, it's back above $1. I got out when it took out 99 because I'm always going to put my stop just a little bit below, but not too far because I want to make sure if it flushes that I'm out. So in at 3 average, out at 99 even. But Apple never broke the pre-market low, oddly enough. So out of all of that, Apple's still managing to hold up rather nicely. Relatively speaking, it's down almost a full percent. The longer it holds this, the more I'm going to be inclined to want to go back to only that well to the long side. And the only other one was Microsoft. It's made like 1, 2, 3 breaks of the pre-market low here. Not really any follow-through, however. So there's at least a chance here that Microsoft is going to be included in the bucket of strength. It's not there yet, but it's getting pretty darn close to wanting to hold out on that. And by the way, GCT, halt down and indicated open after holding down 37, 31. You're never going to be able to pick when the top is on these things. Forget about it. It's not going to happen to you. So it's impossible to predict where it would be. If it ends up being $42, then fair enough. It could be down at 23 or 17. I couldn't even predict where it's going to go at this particular point. But you got to pay yourself out. That's why. Get into Square, looking at it, challenge VWAP here. If it fails VWAP, and then curls back in, I'll look to add on a failure, add VWAP. For block, Coinbase, we'll see what happens. I kind of feel like Square is a little bit weaker. Coinbase never broke its low. It actually feels like it wants to break out. And never forget, Coinbase has a big short interest. So this is squeeze potential if it takes out this high. I'm surprised that Coinbase never took out the low. And there's a saying I like, which is if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. And that whenever something is gapped down 10%, like Coinbase was, there's your defense of the low of the day. Potential high breakout would be at $78 right now. I never thought I'd be saying I'd be long Coinbase today, but if it never breaks this low of the day and we recover, got to do it.
Yeah, I'm going to stay away. I mean, I'm waiting for 80, so it's a little different than going long 78. We'll wait to see if 80 comes through.
It's still a short at 80.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I still have my offer there. So if it does go back up, I'll get filled, and then we'll deal with that problem when it comes in. All right, so we just got out to some more AMD there. Just bounced around a little bit, 97.30. We also got some more out. I mean, I'm seeing my net like rip up and down a little bit here as we start to get emptied out on our position. We still have 30% of Amazon. Amazon definitely maybe. If you know what album that is, you can put that in the chat. There, definitely maybe. Okay, so. Maybe we do make another leg down here as the future's starting to bounce off that 13,320 right there. So maybe that is something right there, 13,320 on that level. So we'll check out where that goes. But Oasis, you are right, trade trigger there. Great band. Anyways, in my opinion, Oasis. All right, Amazon. I don't know. This is the one name that, if it bumps up, I don't know if I will re-short this. I mean, you're only down 1.84. It's had a really strong move off that bottom, so hopefully that's a name that we'll re-look at. Bed Bath & Beyond bouncing off. I mean, Bed Bath & Beyond's been pretty uneventful. We had a great $1 or so win on that, then got out for flat when it broke 11, and it's just been holding that 1060, so maybe that's something. I haven't really looked at AMC yet today. Apple now goes red, obviously down that 0.7, so that's a name to look at. Here goes Bed Bath & Beyond looking to test 11 again. And then what a lot of people are talking about on the chat is Tesla. And that name, I got out of this and I've been calling the short for a while. It's been wrong. So today it's not. Straight move to the downside. Any retracement up to 890 for Tesla, which could happen very soon, I would say is a short. But right now we'll wait to see what is happening. Meta, yikes, continuing its move down 169.50. Let's see if that prints as well.
No, I definitely think Tesla, I'm looking to get into the Tesla short. I just didn't want to chase it earlier. If we do get a bounce to view up, kind of like what I'm looking at for Square here, or Block, I should say, that's what I want to see happen. But it doesn't even want to give you that move, I'm not going to chase it. I'm not going to compromise what we're looking for over there in Tesla. GM's going to head back up to 40. I think after a failed break at 40, I can't see it breaking that level. Stranger things have happened, to be sure. MindMed, by the way, I'll show you. I didn't show you the chart. There's the stop out at 1. It actually ends up being that low. Now it's holding $1. So wick off top, I would get back into the short. Wick off bottom, I will get back into the long with the same stop. It's just slightly lower at the low of the day, which is 98.91. It's essentially still 99. We are going to one of our favorite segments, a little bit of movement. let's get that crypto update.
Hey guys, yeah, that was the headline we came into this morning. Pretty clear trend break back to the downside here for Bitcoin after this consolidation. Takes us all the way back to the middle of July. So we've been in this channel kind of bear flagging, as we were saying in the pre-market a little bit before the break, back to the downside today. 21,000 gone, trying to hold at least. For the time being. But that was the note from this morning. Shout out to our friends at Binance. You get a look at the entire board here. BTC, ETH, 8.9, 8.5% currently to the downside. You go further down the board here. ADA, 13%. Solana, Dogecoin, it goes on and on. 10%, 13%, 10%, 14%. One of those kind of days, guys, right across the crypto board. Back over to you.
Oh, I mean, look, a tiny little bit of movement there. I wish we were involved in coin. It's just, and by the way, it's not making that breakout. I just said if it took out that 78, which, by the way, it's not a prediction. Like if we say, I like the breakout at this price, I'm not saying it's going to that price. I'm just saying if it breaks it, I'm going to be taking that long. I'm back into MindMed. The only difference is my stop will be beneath the 98.91 stop level that it does have on it right now. So, sorry, low of the day that it has on it right now. So VWAP did fail on Square. I keep wanting to say, yeah, block. If it gets back down in about 75, 70, 75, I should say, like that 3/4 mark, it'll take some out. On the way to the low of the day, it held 75 even pretty well. So I have to respect 75 even on this. It does look like that's going to be a big level. And then while I can simultaneously do this, here is a second look. This is GM. It's creeping back up to that 40 level. If it fails 40, then I want some more on the way back in, but I don't want to be doing anything with it until it tests that 40 level. So General Motors, it's up 3%. It's relatively strong. I just see a fail break at that 44 now, but if it gets back above,
should have his own
obviously
login.
that's going to be strong for that.
Message
And then Tesla,
Maggie.
we keep
Yeah,
looking for
there's
this thing to
supposed to be
bounce.
Yeah, but
No,
it's not
Tesla
whatever.
doesn't
You
want to
should have
bounce
one.
at all. Tesla still holding, consolidating at those bottoms. Incredibly weak over there. And I have not looked at NEO a single time this morning, which, if you were watching the last couple of days, whoops, I thought it, come on, load up there. It's showing, give it to me. Watching the last couple of days, there's something called that 20 level on NIO. Yeah, this is it, trying to go through 20 right at the opens, like 1970, tries to go up in the pre-market a couple times, and already at 19 even. So NEO dying a rather slow death. Back into MindMed, I'll play that to 5, then 10.
Yeah, we're printing more and more here because the market just keeps on coming down. So, not great outs on Amazon. I was nervous about that stock because it just seemed like it wanted to bounce off this 139 pretty strong. It did hold up to the 50 period and did not break that. So that was 139.80 or so, did not break. We're going to put another bid. I mean, we are bidding right now down here at 12. So I don't know why 12. It was just kind of was right there. Maybe 15. I mean, what is really the difference between 12 and 15? 3 cents, someone might say. Yes, there it is. Nice little move to the downside as we're getting accelerated now. And again, if you're joining for the first time, please hit the like button because, the kind of content that I feel like we're spitting out for you is just monstrous here. Look at this trade right here off of the sticky note, right? So this was the Meta short. We wrote it down right here. Meta short sell 172. We talked about it right here. Meta short sell. Weak chart last few days. 172 pop, fade it back in. If it goes to 174, we'll continue it. But that never happened. And look what's happening right now. $3 in the money. I put the trade down and we take the trade. So there it is right there, 172. Hopefully you guys like that one. New trade alert. So we hit this for the new trades alert. I had to go in there and pay for this. Let's go AMD as AMD taking down 97. We're short 99. How did you know short 99 or 98 on AMD? Oh yeah, I can go back to that sticky note again for you. And part of it is just picking the direction on the day and then getting the names right. I mean, it's not really rocket science. When the market tanks, the market tanks. And if you're short, you're short. I mean, nothing else to say. But there goes Lucid. Nice trade on this one, man. 10 cents in the money. That just touched 17.11. We take that on the day's low break there through 20. I missed it by about 2 pennies because I had to pay for short. But Lucid coming back in. And again, the Tesla move down. I just went over to Lucid. If this market wants to get to the downside, let's just short some of these big names. Meta, wow. Meta now $2.50 in the money. Amazon $1 in the money. And these are all on reloads. So we've even had much better prices. So let's go back over to Brendan.
Tech definitely weak. This one definitely not. Party City, guys. Wow. Barely a red candle here, up 10% on the day. Another one of the highly shorted names that popped up over the past couple of days.
You already got it. Yeah. Sick. Okay, good. Getting ready for Sharif. He's going to be on the midday show again. He's very popular. So he is back for you today.
You guys love him.
Yeah, everyone loves him, man. Everyone loves all the hosts, which is great. I mean, that's why I keep saying hit the like button. Okay, there goes Meta. $3 in the money. We stamp a fail on that stock and just move forward, man. Today is definitely a good day on all these shorts. We're just sitting back on our hands right now. We need to get this lucid fill, though. It's dancing around pretty good. I don't know why. This was just down to 11 again, and we missed that bid. So I'm going to change the gateway. I'm trying to use ARCA to get paid. So let's see if I sit on something free, maybe it'll hit me.
Yeah, I'm just going to get my bids out there on Square. Got it. You don't get paid unless you take something out, but I'm going to go right back over to Apple. If there's one thing that's holding up strength, it's been 3 days in a row that it's been relatively strong. It's holding that pre-market bottom. I did not take it the last time. It went right up into that 73 at VWAP. I'll look to make the same play with a stop out at that low. GCT, it's halted again. The stock is dying very quickly. It's halted at 30. There's just nothing standing in the way. There's no bids on the way back in. So if you held on to that 30 break, it's now 10.14, and it's already back at that price and likely to head even lower than that. NEO just took 19 to that downside. The curl happened on GM, so I added to that position. Tesla's at 880, so you do have to watch out. And then MindMed, which gave us one fill, right up here, got it to 05s, now right back to that $1 level. The longer it consolidates, holding a higher low at $1, the more I'm going to like this. So if it holds a consolidation here after that wick off bottom, I'll look to start adding to this one to be sure. Square continuing to fall, like I said. Coinbase, if it takes out the low on Coin, that's 75 even. There's few levels I will take breaks at the low of the day. Yeah, Coinbase 75. That's an even dollar break. I'll take that one to be sure. We're not going to get that 80, obviously, but at this point, Coinbase, if it breaks 75, that's also 10% to the downside.
All right, Meta just continues to crank lower, man. I mean, this stock is now down 3.25%, 3.33 right now. So we'll stamp, like I said, a fail on this chart. We shorted this at 172, and it is still making moves down. We only have 20%. We did take some out at 170 there, but now you're at 169 and continuing to move lower. So on the daily chart here, really, you have some stops there at 167 here. I don't know if we get that low today, but that's 167.50. I'll take it out if we get there on Meta, but that name continuing to work. AMD, again, off our sticky note, another one. Look at this, 99. We talked about it on the pre-market. Please join us live every day, Trader TV Live. We go at 8:30. I said hit that pre-market short. So that's what happened. The market opened up. We hit it. We had to hold this about 30 or 40 cents against us at 98.80, but you can see what's happening now. You're down to 97 flat. So this is a $2 winner right now. And we did. There's another tick in here where we went short again. So 98.80, then we went short again at 98. So double your fun, man. That's $2 in the money there and $1 right there. So AMD continues to work. And then the last major cap tech name that we have short side here was the same kind of trade. There's Amazon breaking through 140. We take it at 140.25, which is that pre-market bottom. And then we hit it again once it breaks through 140 and starting to go back down to the downside. So today we hit the sirens as the market continues to go down here on tradertv.live.
Yes, sir. Hit those sirens, and I guess there are a few names you can hit the sirens for the upside, right? Like there's some strength out there. Party happens to be one of them. This is in that squeeze group, so just sort of take that with a grain of salt because the rest of that group is not exactly doing very well today. If you've been paying attention, since the Ryan Cohen, the RC sell, it's been under pressure, but you always talk about resistance turning into support. That's exactly what happened here today on Party. So that's a good base to work off of. This 175 turning into support. Now it's breaking upside. Look at this gorgeous lower high. Lower high there at $2. That's where I'm looking for a bounce back. If we bounce off $2, I want to try to get into this trend to the upside. Not a heck of a lot you can long. Even Apple keeps on failing that low of the day. Ooh, Tesla getting off the schneid a little bit. But I want to get on the bid in front of 2 on Party because there aren't many parties to the upside today. If you can find one, then you want to make sure you can join. It's not that it's not that you have to find things to the long side. But it's nice to find things. If you're going to trade names today, you want to make sure they're moving. You want to make sure they're in play. Party has a nice trend. I want to be able to follow that trend if I can. Tesla off of 880 just made a nice little move. I want to be fading this one if it gets, oh, I can't use that chart. I want to get, if it gets into VWAP, I want to be looking at that 888 to 890. Look for the curl off of VWAP if it can continue this bounce. And as I say that, like the second I start talking about it potentially bouncing, it makes a little bit of a reversal. So Tesla is like determined not to let me into this one. And Coinbase bouncing off that 75, not getting very far. This seems inevitable, 75 break.
Whoops. Oh, I tried to go short more shares and I realized I didn't pay for more. So damn it. Lucid. Okay, so maybe the Lucid short is not good. I was trying to put something up here near this 173.40 level or sorry, 173, 1730 level there on Lucid. Was thinking about putting an offer there. So we'll have to readjust our share size because we just got some out, man. We got some out at 14, then again at 13 on the downside. So not a great trade. I mean, 6 cents. Whatever, it's adding to the net, but it's not like these other ones that we have on board there. Yeah, Square down 5%. I know Neil's talking about that, and PayPal as well, all hitting to the downside as crypto continues its march. It's 21.4 now on BTC, which reminds me, let's go over to Coinbase quickly. Yeah, whatever. I mean, Coinbase not doing anything. I don't wish. I mean, we could have shorted that. I was still waiting for a little bit higher. That's funny that got to 78.20 there. If I would have noticed that, like I was shorting everything else, that might have been a short. I was waiting for 79.80, which of course was that play due to crypto getting down and an 80 level there. So we'll wait on that. Meta, whatever, man. I only have 20% left. If I have to take this out at 170, I can give back the $10. I mean, that $10, the $1, like. The problem is, when you look at Lucid and it's 17.20, then you look at Meta, it's 170. You're looking at Apple, 170. Then Bed Bath & Beyond, 11. Like, there's all these crazy prices coming through here. Yeah. But anyways, I still like to short up to 170. So if that comes back in, I think that's something that we'll look at here for that. Short Meta back to 170 if it does come. I'm just looking, I always look upside here because I have more charts that I'm looking at on here, including daily charts, 5 minutes, 20 minutes, things like that. Just making sure that it lines up, because if you're going to hold something, you got to look at a little bit of a larger time frame, which I'm trying to do better on. But before we go to the screen, I noticed any key levels there for Tesla?
Well, it's going to be that VWAP, but I did want to point, Pets is up big time. It's up like 30-something%. We'll get to that when we come back, but it is small cap recap time. Let's go to Brennan at the big screen.
Brought to you by Crazino. Free to play slot games, guys, available on Amazon Fire and Roku. Check out the QR code on screen right now. A ton of small caps moving around, including this one. VLCN. Go to the daily chart. There's a wall up here at 320 that's popped up to a number of times and failed. However, a bit of a boring trade so far. It's sitting here not really doing much, up 52%. So we'll see versus 320. But patience paying so far on that one. This blue we talked about just before the open, bottom end of this range, I mean, call it 565, 575. There's wicks down here that got through it. But the bottom end, then the top end of the range from throughout the day yesterday after the move down again. Volume, bit of an issue on that one. AXSM. Number of people messaging me about this one. Yeah, it's a small cap, actually. About 1.8 billion market cap on this. I tried it a couple of times at the open. Got stopped out, unfortunately, but ends up going. Gives you a nice move from, what was that, $50 at the bottom there, all the way up through $58 for that one, guys, off positive news.
The NASDAQ started to turn around a little bit here. Yeah, thanks for that. AXSM. I mean, and that's the other thing, right? You got to hit the like button, man, because, like, small caps, you've already traded that GCT. We're in AMD, Amazon, Bed Bath & Beyond, Lucid, Meta. Like, everything is popping off. Neil, I mean, you can see the positions he has on the board, right? Actually, you only have, you have 3.
Watch out for Microsoft. Sorry. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, like, we're just shorting different, like, we're trading different names here. MindMed, GM, Square, and you're looking at that Microsoft short.
And, well, no, actually...
Or is it the long?
No, it's the long in Microsoft.
Okay,
because Microsoft has a little bit of a failed break at the low of the day. So it got down to like 86, 86.20 or so, jams right back above that, making some higher lows, and then takes out what was resistance in the pre-market, 287.50. So when you get in on Microsoft at that 287.50, give it this consolidation here and go to the upside. Remember Party? I was just talking about Party in front of $2. Yeah, well, okay, well, that's gone. So we can pretty much forget about trying to get that little bit of dip. And then as it bounced off 6, I'm like, I'm trying to get 6. It goes through 10. I'm trying to get 11. And then it just continues to run. So Party looking incredibly strong, now breaking out. It's got a 225 that it could break here, those quarters. I'd much rather buy the dip. So I'll get back at like 213, or if it does like a bit of a rug pull here, like 212 or 13, something along those lines for a bit of a dip buy. I do prefer dip buying than taking those breaks. And Tesla, it came a little bit close to that VWAP, but not quite there yet. Square, however, did get back into 76, so I got myself a reload there on block, but nothing here in Tesla off of VWAP. It can't even get to like 889 is VWAP here on my 3-minute. Can't even get there. It gets to 888 in turns. I guess that should have been close enough.
Oh, man. Yeah, close is...
Only counts in horseshoes and grenades, right?
Exactly. But, all right. Oh, man, maybe a little bit too many shares here. All right, let me lower this share size here for Apple. If Apple does break lower here, I think we want this. So Apple right now at that pre-market bottom one more time. That wick down there probably happened to 25. I'm not there. It is. So now we're in it. I'm not super worried about. I was going to say, like, as I analyze this, I just get punched right in. So, all right. And again, we use stop orders on the show. So, I already had that stop order, and I did resize it down a little bit there, just because Apple's only down that 1%. But it's breaking that pre-market bottom, which it hadn't done yet. Probably the only name not to do that. So we will take that short. Shout out to Mark. I mean, Mark and Randy building a crazy great desk. I mean, I was even explaining to me the angles and everything like that. Like,
but this is almost cool.
The thing about Mark is like, and he's right here, so it's not like I'm speaking anything, behind his back. But like, what can't this guy do?
We had this
I think I may have to ask his wife for this. Probably.
Actually, we had this conversation outside the other day.
Right.
I was like, he's a professional in everything.
It's just like, we have a problem with the CPUs. He's running right over. We have a problem with Twitter. He's right over here. We need new camera lenses. The guy's there. I could message him right now, like, hey, what about our new monitors? Bang. It's just like the guy's everywhere. So shout out to Mark. Thanks for working so hard. And I had no idea that he was also a carpenter. So
apparently,
hey, that is great. Just don't take too many lessons from Randy, I guess. But
there's a reno I want to do in my basement. There's this little foundation concrete thing.
Yeah,
maybe I'll show you that, Mark. You can figure that.
He ain't coming to your house. For that, but he gets paid to do this, which is definitely not that you wouldn't pay him.
Of course I would.
Pay him in
Remember that time that Rob wired our office and
Rob and Randy. Probably Mark was probably there too. I mean,
and then he alleges we never paid him anything. I thought we got him a
what?
case.
No.
We got him a case of beer.
I feel like I paid too much to have Randy wire our
I think we gave him a case of beer, to be honest with you. They were just nice guys.
No, there was some cash. But
Rob said it was just a case of beer. So is he lying?
Oh, Randy probably just gave Rob the case of beer, and then Rob put the hundreds and hundreds of dollars, or Randy did in his pocket there. But
he said we did not pay him any money. That's all I'm saying.
That is completely not the truth, but whatever.
I felt bad about
it. We'll go on there. Did we get a call for Brendan there? I mean, I don't know. Apple's starting to go to the downside right here, nicely in the money now. We'll see. I got it, Fahad. Down to 172 flat right now for Apple. Chill, Winston. What's up, Brendan?
Deer, back to the upside here. A couple people noticing that Mark's building a half pipe over there on the stage. Deer up after earnings. Tractors sold out into the second quarter. Yeah. John Deere sold out of tractors into the second quarter, so back higher here, but numbers actually missed for DE.
Say they were down like 5%. Oh goodness, they're going to go green. It does look. I mean, I'm telling you, it is like a mini half pipe. Like it's a half pipe.
I brought my skateboard and everything today.
Look, it's a half pipe for a hamster, but. And he's also told us that don't do any tricks on it because it doesn't actually support any weight. My med's going to get back to VWAP here. So like this, if you have longs and small caps, they're working. If you have them in big caps, they're not. That's the easy way to think about what's going on in the market. So I'm going to get some more out in front of 110. If it breaks 110, I think it's got a little more pep in its step up to that 120. But Microsoft, which looked strong a minute ago, I mean, it's not actually. Okay, fine. I'm probably overstating this a little bit here. So it was breaking out. It's still within that channel, but I do not need to fight this too long. We get back below that 87. I do want to take that out. It does feel like if this goes and breaks the lows, I don't want to be trapped. But if it holds, then it can make a bit of a breakout here. The shorts had been favored, obviously, today. And that PRTY, I finally get into it. I keep typing NASDAQ for this stock, like every single time. I finally get into it on that 225 break. It hits like 30, 34, it looks like, so not even 35. Hits 34, and then you can see it like slams back down. So I really love that 210. I wish I'd gotten it. I did not get it. That's where it has to bounce here, right? Like if you look at what's going on in party, it's definitely got some room, but when this broke the last time to the downside, that same area that broke, that's when you got that flush. So I'm looking for that to now hold on this breakout, and then if it consolidates, I can add to it on some strength, throw my stop beneath 210, and then allow it to make that move up to 250, where, you know, this is where I think it runs into some trouble. It's got to be that 250 area.
Quarter pipe. Okay, so Apple. Huh? No, quarter, like not a half pipe. It's like
because you need the other
quarter.
side.
Yeah, no, it's so small. Right, I'm just talking about what people are talking about in the chat there. There it is, man. I mean, Apple. We just took this trade, right? And so there it is. There, yes. Wow, this day is just accelerated right now to that downside, man. I mean, I was talking with traders in the pre-market, like, I'm going to be going short. The only thing we have on the sticky note are shorts right there. And here it is, paying dividends today. And by dividends, I mean definitely hitting my long-term account. But we have the shorts now as a day trade. So here we go, man. We just took this Apple trade on that break, lower on that pre-market break. I mean, you're not going to find easier trades than pre-market breaks when the market does this because, again, does it want to hold? If it does, it would have. It didn't, so we take some profit on that name, Apple, to that downside. AMD, $2 in the money off that pre-market break, and another $1 in the money off of our reload. But it just held that 96.80. So we have light shares in many of these now because we've already cashed them out, right? So we're just waiting to see if there is a little bit more of a free fall coming. Lucid is the only stock really that I'm somewhat concerned with here because
it's the EVs, man, because it's GM's fault.
Yeah, so let me just look. Yeah, it's probably GM's fault. We're going to wait. I am bidding 15s. Like, it sucks because I'm short 19. The real short was like when this level broke, but basically at 30, I just didn't have the pay for shorts. And then I was like, I don't have them. And then I looked back at it, and then we were taking down this new level of 20. And at that time, I was like, okay, let's just pay for those shorts. So we did that. Did we get out of some more Apple? No, we did not. Apple back down to 10 is where my next out is because it just ran back to 25s there. Maybe Apple is the name that's going to be strong if the market does retrace back up.
Softy,
or it might be Softy.
No, I don't know. Softy's looking weak now too.
I don't know. I like that. I mean, both of us looking at these major cap names, but also, of course, Neil's on to Square already today. We have MindMed on the board. We've already traded our Bed Bath & Beyonds of the world here, and we will look for some more names. What does help us? Thumbs up on Brendan if we're ready. Yeah, okay. So what does help us with some of those names, like we just talked about, is what's happening in the world of social media. Exactly. So we're going to go over to the screen right now. This is one of our new segments over the last month or so. Social sentiment with Brendan. Let's see what's ticking.
Something different there.
Hey guys, yeah, an update and some changes on this board. GigaCloud has since gone green, obviously a monster move to the upside. GCT back higher after it being basically gray at this point when we talked about it in the pre-market. Bed Bath & Beyond, the big mover. Here's the chart. Yeah, a bit of a trend, obviously, to the downside. Unfortunate. AMC as well, back to the downside as far as mentions are concerned. Vinco Ventures on here, Tesla on here, the market. Red now as well, Apple and GME also. Endo, ENDP, one that's been popping up from now for time to time over the past couple of days, back on the green side of the board as well. But a ton of red on this board, including, yeah, there's barbecue maker Weber back to the downside on the mentions. Back over to you guys.
So if there's a short that's not going to work, it could be this 40 level getting taken out on GM here. It's a monster of a level. Like you can see it on the 15-minute chart. You know, if it fails here, fine. I think it had some real downside to get down into like 38. But if there's one stock that looks like it could take a bit of a moonshot, it's that 40 breaking out. The new high, the high of the day is 40.28. So that I don't know that I want to be long this thing unless it gets above 40.30. I'll definitely be out of the short when it breaks 40 even. But if it holds that channel at 40 to 40.30, I'd look for long entries above that price and then see if it can't trend. If the market catches a bounce, I think that can happen. So I want to be open to it. Not many things are up, well, outside of some small caps. Like, right, there's not many names that are going to be up today. And GM definitely has some relative strength. Maybe that's why Lucid is looking like it's okay right now. And speaking of, like I said, like not many longs. I already talked about Party there, but I got to get back over to Mr. Psychedelic, well, it's a psychedelic name, MindMed. I'll go to the 3-minute chart for you. It just ticked that VWAP. So unfortunately, I mean, the long initially off $1, it wicked below. Second, it's a wick off. We get right back into it, but it plays to VWAP, gets to 110, and is trending back down. This could be that point in the day where it can hold a lower high, and then really I'm just in this trade for the rest of the session, maybe holding at $1 and then looking for a later afternoon push. If it breaks VWAP early, fantastic. A lot of times you can make that run during lunchtime, but a lot of times if it doesn't go now, it could just go sideways, which is fine. Going sideways means it's not losing, but it might start to slow down on me, it looks like. And even square or block, this is now barcoding off the low of the day. Doesn't seem to want to break that bottom, but I'm going to stay working the short here. If it gets up to VWAP, short it, take some out at the low of the day. Clearly, it's not showing too many signs of strength, but there is a bit of a bid here at that 75 level. So as long as that holds, then I'm going to be in this trade, but holding out for that low break. And speaking of 75, I can't say 75 without going to Coinbase. Coinbase's low of the day, $75.00. So the second that is no longer true and there is a lower low, I will have triggered a short trade. However, it is SSR, so hopefully we get some liquidity down there. We will. Yeah. I mean, like, SSR just means that you can't hit the bid, but there'll be an uptick in there somewhere when that level breaks. It's just a matter of catching it. But 75 did bounce. Like, you'd see it went lower, did not make a break of that 75 even. That's why I didn't want a break of the low of the day, because then you're running right into 75 even. That level goes. It might be a crowded trade, but I'm going to be part of it.
So cash me outside here, Lucid. As I don't even remember, that's a Dr. Phil. What was that girl's name? Oh, Bad Baby or something like that.
She's cash me outside girl. She has a name. Well,
Yeah,
I mean, obviously,
she
she has a name.
Yeah, she made like
but
millions
she's
of dollars
known,
on OnlyFans.
But she's known as cash me outside, isn't she?
I think so.
Okay.
Bad Baby or something like that, I think is more
Really?
appropriate. But I guess I don't know, but I know. Look at Lucid. That's why we talk about this here. Lucid, finally, man, I wanted to re-engage that at 30, at the 50 period. We didn't have to, though. It just came down. Look, it's only 10 cents, but it's finally starting to go. Apple as well. That's short on that pre-market break. That's been working. We're getting some out at 172 off of this 40 print, but hopefully it can come in even more than that and go. And then, really the name that just keeps on ticking lower off our sticky note in our pre-market trade, and then we don't even have it in the pre-market. This is right when it opened. We are looking at 172 for Meta. It's down to 168.50 right now. So some big time moves coming into the downside in this market, and there really is no stopping. I mean, AMD is short 890 here. Sorry, 98.80. That's printing lower. Everything now at the low. But remember what we talked about as far as the NASDAQ is concerned, and that is that you're running into a little bit of problems here. If we zoom this back out, these lows of 13,300, now we're starting to break lower, so we can sort of gap fill this. I don't think we go down to 13.1 today, but it's not out of the cards here for the NASDAQ as we continue to go lower. The shorts today definitely printing as we'll slap a fail on this market here today.
I'll give you one it's not up on the day, but it is strong on the day, and that's AMC. It's down 3%. It now has a double top. These prints in the pre-market never really got to 19, but it got to 1860 or so. But a double top, 19, that's an obvious potential breakout at 19 even. Like, you've got a wick capitulation bottom right there in the pre-market. It slid down. There was a monster seller at 1780, and it got down to 17 even. Bounce, it's been putting in higher lows. It's consolidating. It's got a breakout looming at 19. It just feels like if you're looking for longs today, like outside of, if GM gets back through 40, fair enough. That looks like it'll be strong. But some of these smaller caps might be where it is, or the squeeze name showing some strength. 19 for a break on AMC seems almost too obvious at this point. I haven't even looked at Bed Bath & Beyond in a while, but just checking back in, yeah, it hasn't broken the low. I mean, the old adage goes, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place it can go, and it has not broken the low of the day. I'm going to favor AMC because the breakout setup just looks cleaner on that particular name. It's maybe a distinction without a difference. Tesla kept on trying to get to VWAP there, and ooh, that chart. Kept trying to get to VWAP. It just can't seem to do it. It's bottom channeling it, not going to compromise on price. It either gets to VWAP and touches for those fills, or it does not at all, and then we'll have to walk away from it. I do see Megal. I see it, and I see it flush. That's about as. This is the other side of a double top, right? Like, this put in a double top, couldn't break 15, and then it flushes. That's why I only want AMC if it breaks 19. I'm not going to get long in front of it. I'm only going to get long above it and then look for that clean breakout trade. Megal does not break the high. Does not break 15. Now it's back at $13. So sometimes if you try to get too cute with it, you end up getting burned. And there was decreasing volume. That's another important sign. If you guys can see there, there was decreasing volume. The first test of that 15, when it tried to get there, big volume spike. It tried to get there the second time on less volume and failed. If I was watching this, I probably would have shorted it. Maybe it can find a bid a little bit later, but that's running out of steam as well. So you're running out of things that have strength. Hopefully AMC can be one of them through that 19.
Oh, man. Yeah, for sure here. All right, just looking, typing some messages here. All right. Wow. I don't know. I mean, we're short. We're looking at some. Is there any other names you guys want us to look at? Bed Bath & Beyond, we can look at that again if you want to. But honestly, today, it's not doing anything. I think you got to wait for one of those blowout days one more time here. I'm just focused on the shares that I currently have, but they're not huge positions, so I can't look at something else. You want to look at Walmart? Let's look at Walmart. We've traded Walmart the last couple days as well. I don't know if there's any names that are moving, like outsized moves one way. Ooh, I like it when Maggie hits us up in our ear. What's up, Maggie?
Another one moving downside in a hurry here, guys. We mentioned the note on DoorDash in the pre-market. They were ending their arrangement with Walmart. So another one making a day low here. Dash down about 5%.
Ah, man, that stock.
There's also Bill.
Yeah. Oh,
Bill's making.
Roblox.
Bill made a huge move here. Like if you look, it's gapped
What
up
is that
obviously.
anyways?
Bill.com off its earnings.
Right.
It gapped up, but look at the capitulation candle. So when we talk about this, I was just talking about it on AMC. We had that monster flush through the low, makes a big time bottom on a huge volume, and then recovers higher. So you look at this is about 172. That higher low, so that's the 15-minute chart. You pull it up, it's like, okay, riding VWAP on the 3-minute, 172. It just put that little fail in, but you give that to about 71, and you've got a stock with a positive catalyst that's probably already washed out some longs along the way, which means less resistance to the upside. Yeah, this can be a long that can be worked with. The caveat, of course, being we make another fresh low, make sure you have it out. I look at that 171 as a reasonable out on a 72 long. I mean, if you take this, you're not looking to gain 30 or 50, 40 cents. Like you'd want 72s to give you like 74.5 into like 76, so risking a buck would make some sense on Bill. By the way, the spread, I mean, anywhere from 30 cents to 80 cents on this stock. So you might want to factor in some slippage as well.
Slippage. Yeah, exactly.
Spread.
I like Roblox. I just said I'd like to find a new name. It's too bad about this because, look at Roblox, just bouncing around here between 43 and 43.20. 50 period obviously making the move downside, and then there's the break of 43 right there. So, that was a great break to the downside. If you have Roblox short, that's a great one. Glad you found that because that was a good trade to the downside there for Roblox. 20-minute chart. I looked at this yesterday and was like, man, why? Someone put in the chat, like, why are you ignoring Roblox? Like, it used to always be on your mind, and it was, and now it is again, thanks to you guys. But nice move to the downside there for Roblox as it just continues to, like, I don't know. I mean, $40. I think all these names get there. I don't think this move down is temporary. I think we're going back to the downside. I was speaking with my father the other day, and we're trying to put some capital back into this market. I'm like, no. I definitely think the S&P can get back down to like 3,800, something like that. It's at 42 right now, so that's around 10% lower, I think, at least. And then on some of these other names, including in the NASDAQ, I mean, you could get lower lows. I don't think lower lows, I shouldn't say that, but back down to, I don't know, 12, I don't want, maybe 12,000 on the NASDAQ. I mean, but anyways, 36, 37, 38. I know that's a little bit of a wide range there on the S&P, but I think that's where I want to start to buy again. You've seen names like AMD rip upside there like a lot, up to that 105 again and come back in right now. Ooh, AMD even looking better at 96.50. I mean, some of these trades are just getting accelerated to that upside. Lucid, we're going to go to Brendan in a second. There's Lucid right now taking down that 17. This is the level that we're looking for. So down to 17.11 right now. Short Lucid today is what we've been doing and paying off so far off that 20 short. But let's see if it can get even lower now. Just always wish you had more shares when moves are happening like this. But what can you do other than sort of hold on to some of these until they hit your key levels?
Speaking of key levels, Peloton's a popular one on the board today, and it's bouncing right now at a key level. Watch for this 1170. I'd give it 1170 to about 1150. It's about to enter like a pretty interesting channel here. When stocks like this are down 7% or 10% or whatever it is, and you're looking for places it can bounce, I'm always looking at a channel like this obvious one on the 15-minute. It dips in, and I'd want to look for a bounce anywhere in front of that 1150. Or just a dip in and then a break back out of it with a stop at that low. So Peloton looks interesting. I don't know that I want to short it down here, but certainly if there's any bounce in the market, this gives you a nice little channel. Brendo and Sector Watch is up. It's not all red.
I mean, it's pretty close. There is a little bit of strength here coming from healthcare stocks over there. DVA on positive news. It's worth noting, this is, I know it's tough to see, but this is Pfizer, J&J, Bristol Myers, and Eli Lilly. So that AXSM that got FDA approval, all of those have a competitor or a competitive drug with the one that they got approval for. So dragging Pfizer, J&J, Eli Lilly, Bristol Myers all to the upside. With it is AXSM. Warner Brothers positive here in the communication services group. The rest, however, very much not to the downside for Netflix, Meta, Match, Dish as well, 3% to the downside. It is tech stocks over here that is leading the market lower. The entire thing, the entire sector in negative territory. There was one here, CDW, that was trying to go green, but has since failed. Consumer discretionary names also all in the red. These are the cruise lines. 5.75, 5.5, and 5.5 for RCL, CCL, NCLH. Hotels and casinos over here as well, very red. The one green name, GM, on that note we mentioned this morning, they're reinstating their dividend share buyback. Banks are weak, industrial stocks are weak. Yeah, it's a 1% kind of day, guys, for the S&P.
1.6 for the NASDAQ, headed towards 2,
Yes,
it
sir.
looks like. I was just talking to Sean, it's like, I just realized on my chart, like I drew that line on my 15-minute for Peloton, and that's showing up on my 3-minute. That's nice. The less work for me. Now I can see that sort of draw in there.
Feature, not a feature.
Well, it's not on my daily, so.
Yeah, exactly.
But I wouldn't want it on the daily, which is fantastic. I don't know why it's not on the daily, but it's not there, and I don't want it there because I'm looking at those levels. There's a bit of a bounce happening in the market. That's why I go back to this. So, if it doesn't want to enter that channel or wants to reject that channel, then I'll take 2 shots at this, which would be the first one at the actual low, which is at that channel at 70, which it looks like it's going to test now. Otherwise, I think the better trade is when it enters and then sort of rejects the other bottom there. Tesla making a bit of a bounce, by the way, so I have to go over and look at Tesla. Got really close in the VWAP there. So Tesla getting right up to 888. Ooh, 888s. It's the 5/8. It's a 5/8 account you got to watch out for, though.
I just want to come over here to my screen quickly, Fahad, if you can. Look at this on Lucid right now. Fahad, yeah, there it is, thanks. There's some stacked bids here on Lucid, so look at this. This is like tape readings, so you're going to see this all get hit. I mean, I don't know. If it keeps coming up, then I know the plan of action, right? When it starts getting hit, I'm going to smack it down. But you do see some size there at 10, which is the bottom of the day there for the NASDAQ. Sorry, not for the NASDAQ. For Lucid right there. So watch out. We did take some out. We are getting lighter on Lucid now. We only have half of that trade left. And then to finally end our day, not end our day, we'll hit a slap shot there. Shout out to Nazim Kadri, finally got signed. I mean, I feel pretty good about that guy.
Who signed him?
Calgary, 749.
Nice.
Yeah,
Good for
so
him,
7
man.
for 7. They're 49. So 7's all around for Nazim. So that's good. I think he was waiting for a little bit more, but that kind of came and gone. Are we getting Ian on the midday show for a little bit? Okay, so Trader Ian back there. Is he retired? No, he's pretty young.
No,
Nazim.
Prad just said that.
Yeah, I know, but that's Brad. So we'll Nazim Kadri. Okay, Meta. So anyways, what I was getting at here is at some point you got to give it up, and we did. I said to myself, remember when we had this trade, I was like, I'll probably wind up giving up the dollar back. We only give up 80 cents, but it does come out there at 169.20. Look, it didn't break this 50 period the whole time. So if I'm going to have an out, it has to be about now. You know, we would have liked to get some more out there at the bottom. We still had 20%. We could have done that. We didn't, but there it is coming back up to the upside. So we're going to respect the same thing on all of these trades. If AMD comes back up above this 97.11, we're going to get out of that as well. Apple's a little different story. 97.40 might be a reload spot rather than an out because it really hasn't fallen back in, so we're looking at that. And then Lucid, man, off that 10 bid, I might just put another bid right now at 12 just to make sure we get something out because, again, I want to respect that 10 level right here that's starting to get stacked a little bit there. So we'll respect that, get a little bit out, and I think we got to go back over to Brendo, did I hear?
Yep. Another little one, guys, making moves despite the market here. Intercept Pharmaceuticals rising on plans to reduce their debt. So ICPT having quite the day. Just took out the highs there. $21 now for that one.
Ooh, ICPT. We'll add that one to our list for sure. Always want to make sure I have... At all times, I'm always updating my quote board that I go to just so I don't have to dig too far for the names that are going to be in play. That'll be a new one. I'll notice that pretty easily. AMC again, testing toward this 19 even. I'm still looking for that long break. I'm going to take this when it goes through 19 to the long side. We'll see if we can't get that break. If it happens, the market bouncing, so obviously that coin at 75 for now has held. I'm going to leave that one in. If it gets above VWAP, I'll probably walk away and I'll cancel that and then revisit it a little bit later on in the session. But for now, we still have that to the downside for a breakdown anyways. If it happens, it happens. Parties started to slow down, and it's the same thing with MyMed. I think we're going to get into this range where at this time of day, you are looking for a consolidation and then a breakout. So it is consolidating. This is the target area. You want to break this high and then get into like 250. If it breaks 250, this could really jailbreak. And then beneath that 210 level is where I'll be giving it up. Last time it failed 210, you can see it ended up at that 180 low. So it's at 210 where I want to stop that one out. I did take that Peloton trade sort of off of that. Oh, my lines are gone. What happened? Oh, well, whatever. The channel was 1150 to 1170. It dipped down, rejected that bottom, got to 69. I went long here at 71. If it breaks, fair enough. Well, obviously we know where to get out. But this could play back into 12 even. I wouldn't be long this thing if it wasn't for that area of support I was able to find. So looking for a little bit of a bounce. As the market tries coming up, I want something that's bouncing off a significant level. Peloton just gave us that, and the viewers made me look at that name. So thank you very much.
Okay, so shout out to Liz, who's going to be paying attention to the chat right now with only 10 minutes to go. So I'm going to go on the streets again here. Stalking the streets, it's going to happen again. We got Halim, my barber, here. We talked about that. There's some funny stuff happening. Also, more investing here, more talking about all this kind of stuff for Stock on the Streets. So we're going to do that again. So I need to get some material. So if you guys have any sort of topics or anything like that that could be pretty funny that you want me to ask people on the street, let me know what that is. We did the symbols before. We've done Have You Invested in Bitcoin? We did electric cars before as well. So come in, see if there's anything on the chat there, because looking for some more ideas. You guys have wanted some more original content like that. So we had our meeting and I'm like, why don't I do this? And so that's what we went with. So let's see if we can get some Stock on the Street ideas right now into the chat. So let's see if we can do that. Quickly, Amazon, I thought I was sitting here, man. I am. I'm sitting at 80. So that ticked up to 79 there. It's okay. It's only 10 cents away. Hopefully this will come back into us and give us that. But Amazon right now on a little bit of a reload. That's kind of the spot that I'm looking at right now. 139.80 for Amazon. So, you know, if it comes back in, we'll take that against 140. If 140 breaks, then we're out. So that's what we're going to do right now on that play. So 140 will get out of Amazon, but we got to get more shares short first if that does come into play. So that's a level that we're looking at. Good thing we didn't tap out. I mean, it's a bad thing we tapped out, it looks like anyways, although this is only 30 cents difference right now, 20 cents difference, so I'm okay with that. But Apple, remember I said Apple's not going to be the one that we're going to tap out of? And here it comes right back in again as Apple continuing its move down to the lowest spot it's been at all day. So I think we're going to try to hold on to this one. AMD also at its day low, looking to take that out right now as well. So if you really want to roll the dice right now, you can go short 96.50 here on AMD against this 97. 50 cents worth of risk here on an AMD short. Looks like it's going to print again. Down goes AMD.
Yeah, down. Oh, man, the market just turned on a dime again. I'm getting asked about a lot of symbols. I'll go back to GCT only to tell you the stock can't stay open. So it's halted now. I mean, I'm not even going to bother counting it. This is the longest it's been open since the first halt, which is the only trade I've made on it, and it might be the only one unless it goes to 50 bucks. Yeah, so it's open for about 4 or 5 candles, so like 10 to 15 minutes, and then another up halt. Looks like it's got a bit of a second life. If you manage to catch that bounce off of support at 24, like I always say, pay yourself on this. It could be, like if it fails the high again, you're coming back into VWAP and you might not stay there this time. But the stock, understand that you are likely to be playing off of halts and into halts for the rest of the day on this. There's simply no way around it. The stock is incredibly volatile. I always say trade with caution, but that goes double with this name.
Bang again. Oh, we haven't hit the bang. We haven't hit the money. So we're going to go, we'll just go with the money thing here. Because look what just happened to Lucid. Lucid just broke that 10. It's so funny because I was just looking at it and I was like, I want to hit this if it breaks the 10 mark. But unfortunately, it didn't get it in time, and it just cranked lower down there. So there goes Lucid, man. Another one. As our net, it's going to be awesome because we're going to be at the highest spot we've been at all day. Obviously, holding some of these for these huge moves would have been a little bit better, but there goes Lucid. Lucid knocking on the door of 17 right now. And yeah, there it is. Big time short that we had on LCID. Great trading today, man. No losing stocks. Apple win, AMD win, Amazon win, Bed Bath & Beyond win, Lucid win, Meta, Monster win. So, I mean, so far so good here. We're going to go 6 for 6. Woo! As Trader Prad getting excited over there. We like that one a lot. But over there at the big screen, let's see what the Dixie's doing here. The US dollar, very exciting. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. You want to say something? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, if stocks go down,
oh, you're saying that? Oh, I thought you're like raising your hand. You know,
well, stocks go up, then let's see what's going on with Money Talks.
Yeah, big move, guys, for the dollar. 5-week high, in fact, for the DXY right now. 108.12. We just took out that last high there, 108.05 over the past couple of days. That's an hourly chart, by the way. So 0.6% here, 108.10, as I mentioned. Everything else pretty much in the red outside of the Russian ruble, up 1.7 as well, back to 1.6 cents. Euro 0.5%, Canadian dollar back to 76.9. We got up to 77.5, remember, over the past couple of days on a bounce in the CAD. British pound, a full percent. Downside today, back below 118 once again. Japanese yen, similar story, full percent. There's New Zealand, 1.3, Australia, 0.7%. Rough week for both of those, off some economic data over in Australia. So weakness right across the board as the dollar, rallying, guys, too. A fresh 5-week high after the Fed minutes showed, they're still going to be pretty aggressive with their rate hikes.
Yeah, I saw that's a good one. Yeah.
So I just noted something here because Square Block just made another leg to the downside, so it broke about $1.20 in the money, and it's testing 75 even. But Coinbase, oddly enough, is holding a higher low, which that's a little bit confusing to me. I would have thought these move a little bit together. The market makes or tests that low of the day again. I would expect to see Coinbase testing that 75 low. I still like the 75 break. But the longer this goes on, I might change my mind and ask myself, if this isn't going down with the market making another fresh bottom, why don't I just want the 75 break on Block, which is already working? I'm already in Block, obviously, so that's part of the reason why. But I got to stick a fork in Party. Oh wow, I should have used a lot. Damn it. The Party done? I don't know. My stop was at 210. You'll look at it and say, okay, yeah, well, VWAP is right there. When I'm structuring the trade off of the higher time frame, which is the 15-minute, I was simply watching this lower high, and I did not want this to get taken out. So I'm at a Party. I think it can test a little bit lower. There'd be consolidation levels that I think you could find off $2 that I would sooner play into than where it currently sits. So, and the volume has absolutely died on this thing. That's the other problem going on that I see with Party here. So Party's over for me. And as I say with some of these moves back in, well, that breakout in AMC is going to have to wait again. This is why I'm not fading into the move. I'm not joining the Party. The only trade I want long in AMC is if it breaks 19. If it doesn't break 19, I want no part of the long.
Yeah, we're going to end the show, like I said, man, just banking out again. It sucks that we missed that by literally a penny. You know, we'd be really doing backflips if we had that, but I don't know why. I waited at 80. Just wait at 75, and then we'd really be hitting that Amazon short. All right, I covered Apple there a little bit at 93. It's only at 87 now, but this is a good trade. Apple's not going to go down like $2 or $3 like Meta is or AMD or anything like that. So we'll just cover that. We have a little small piece left on Apple. And then, of course, Lucid. I mean, this has been a big trade just because it broke that level. You know, could have reloaded it there, was waiting for a little bit more. This is a good reload spot again if it comes back to 20 right now, but there it is, just hovering around 17 flat. So that's going to be a good trade to end the day. And then, of course, off the sticky note is Meta, off the sticky note is AMD, and there it is there, 99 all the way down to 96.25 right now, and still going lower, man. AMD is not, I mean, I'm trying to find spots where we could stop here. Like the fact that we blew through 97 like that and really didn't care about it, I mean, that's telling something. Next level, I mean, this is 96 flat. We're there now. I also mentioned right before we went back over there to Brendan that you could also, if you want to live dangerously, take that 96.50 break, and then that's working as well right now as the market.
I forgot something.
The market just continuing to extend out there. Yeah, what was that?
Well, first of all, I'll do this one. We'll do the party.
Yep.
Thank you guys so much for getting us across the 2,000 likes. We actually didn't mention this, but it's Friday, and if we hit 2,000 in the main show, which we already have, actually we'll call it 3 because you got to get more for these boys when they come in. And if we get to 15 in the afternoon show, Fahad, and I won't tell you guys what it is, but Fahad has made a suggestion for me to drop something, some bars after the show at 4 o'clock. So it's Fahad's suggestion. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, he suggested a song.
He's picked something, and we're gonna go for what song I'm going to drop at 4 o'clock. But I can't tell you what it is. But all we got to do is get 1,500 likes on the close show. Another K for these bad boys who are about to drop it here. That looks like it's Ian and Trader Pratt, who he's ditched his Tim Hortons fruit drink for a drink box. Apparently enough. So we'll see what happens there. But thank you guys.
Things not going well.
Thank you guys for that 2,000 likes. It's been a fantastic morning show. The market is breaking those lows. So hold on to your shorts. Maybe add a few. I mean, if coin breaks 75, I definitely want to add that one if it can get there. And obviously, you're seeing pretty much everything head down. The only long that's left for me is MindMed at 102. And I guess it's at 102, so I should put that one up. If MindMed goes back below 99 or 98.5 cents, then I will have no longs left. Because even this rejected VWAP, for now, it looks like it's pretty solid, but I might have to give this one up eventually as well. Flat on the day, but there isn't much that can say it's at least flat up on the day. MindMed's one of the few.
All right. Yeah, some of those. I mean, there's a few other names. I mean, that GCT is going crazy. Obviously, you talked about that. MindMed.
There's Bill.
Yeah. Energy names. XOM is up today as well. GM is up. You're trading that. Some of the weed names are up. But, yeah, other than that, man, there's not
weed names are up today?
A little bit. A little bit. Some of them, anyways.
Really?
Let me double check. That TrueLeave is up, which is one that I'm looking at. Let me go over here.
Sundial can't be up today. That's for damn sure.
Hold on a second. Let me just call it up right here.
I
don't know why I'm looking at my other screen.
Really?
Tilray today could be up, could not be. Yeah, weed is up. Canopy is up. Barely, though. Tilray's down 5%, though, but it's CGC is the name that's up a little bit today. As far as I saw, just barely, though. Yeah, barely flat now. But anyways, okay, so some of those weed names starting to go upside. All right, just for a trade idea, heading into 11 o'clock, which is right now, by the way. I didn't even realize that. Lucid right there bouncing off 17. So, hey, if you think that there's a long in this name, you have some protection down here at 17. For me, I'm short 17.20, so I'm going to wait to see what happens at 17 flat. But there it is right there, 17. Some size on the bid for Lucid. So, yeah, good show. Thanks for the 2,000 likes. And I hope you guys printed like we did here on these shorts. I mean, it's been a monster day, and I'm just going to continue to hold them. I've already given you some of my target outs. Hopefully they hit, or hopefully they don't hit, and we keep going down. But if they do, we will take some profits on these names. I mean, can this name, we talked about the NASDAQ being down 2 to 3% today. So that's when it was down 1. It's down almost 2 right now. So, Free Fall Friday started early and kind of continuing a little bit. Let's see what happens in the afternoon.
Exactly, but it should be still a good lunchtime with the market at those lows. Going to be plenty of movement to be had. We got Trader Pratt, we got Ian. They're locked and loaded, ready to go. Let's throw it to the midday boys.
We indeed do have Trader Prad. It's Free Fall Friday. Come on, there would be no Free Fall Friday without Trader Prad. You know it. And also, we got your boy Trader Ian back in the house. What's up, Ian? How you been?
What's going on, guys? It's been a while. Happy to be back and happy to share some trades with you guys on the show today. Today's been exciting for sure. A good solid end to the week. What have you been trading, Brad?
Oh, baby, you know, I've been having way too much fun today. But I want to ask a question to Neil first about the rap. Neil, if I make you a beat, will you rap on it? We'll go to a studio, we'll record it. You know, I'll produce the beat. It'll be producer Prad on the beat. What's that? Who's writing the lyrics? We'll hire a ghostwriter. It's okay. We just won't tell the chat about it. Chat, there will be no ghostwriter, okay, period. But we'll make a beat. We'll get Neil to rap on it. We'll go to the studio. We'll have a good time. You down? Hey, he said it's down. That's it, chat.
It was actually a local hip hop.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna hit up the studio session with Neil and producer Prad. So it's gonna be a great time. But let's get to the market. I'm gonna start off with a couple stocks that I've been trading. As you can see on the board right under my name or under my face, there's a lot of stocks that I've been going off on today. A couple positions that I'm very proud of. It's actually Square, my number one stock on the board. Square took that short off the pre-market low break, somewhat like a pre-market low break. Realistically, it was around VWAP 76.50. Scalp. Add back at 76. Scalp. And just now on the back through of 75, when Square came back through 75, my stop got triggered. My trailing stop got triggered and I'm out of that trade completely. All my other positions that I have on the board right now are in the money and not a single loser on the board, with net being the most highest of that PNL over here, coming down 83 cents on net, Roblox 80 cents, 45 cents on Twilio, and I also smashed this short from, sorry, not on this side, but on this side, smashed the short on the futures. Was very happy with getting out near 13,300. Was talking to our moderator in Discord, Bears versus Bull, about a little bit about this trade. He had somewhat of a similar executions on there, so you know, very happy with it. We both were happy with covering at 3,300. Obviously, it did push a little bit more than that, so we can't capture all of it. Something that I told him: F the dream, capture the move, capture the money. As long as we capture the money, the dream is still being offered on the other side on the stock market. Up 2 times my shutdown on the futures market, up 1 times my shutdown on equities. Today's obviously an amazing day to be trading.
Yeah, no, today's a great day. I've had a few trades here. I just got stopped out of coin. I tried it twice off this 75 here, just a front run. There was not much size there, but it was holding the level quite nicely there on the bids. And this just seemed like there were some buyers closer to 75. So I tried it twice, scalped out both trades pretty nicely for about 70, 80 cents, my best fills. I did have 2 other trades here on coin earlier today. You know, I thought I was going to squeeze, and it did right off the open. And this was pretty unlucky. Like, I took that 77 break and just got kind of wicked out. As now it's reclaiming the 75 area. This 75 is very, very interesting on coin, I think. It was reserving there for a second and then broke, and now it's reclaiming it kind of. So going to watch this closely, maybe getting long in front of it again. But yeah, no, I tried the 77 breakout long here, and I got wicked out. That was unlucky because it did squeeze almost all the way to 80. You know, coin has been known to squeeze after it's gapping down quite a bit, especially when it's SSR. Yeah, missed that trade. Tried to short there. That was kind of dumb, and that was nothing. But the 2 good trades here, and now I'm positive on coin, so that's nice. I also traded BBBY, and BBBY is easily like my most traded name this week. You know, you guys, I don't have to remind you guys, but it's been obviously going off quite a bit. I had a couple trades in pre-market here. I tried longing here, 1150 breakout. That didn't really work. Again, smaller size in pre-market. Then there was kind of size stacking up in the bid in the 80s here, and I scalped that out. And this looks nice. It was like a top tick of the day exit, so that's pretty cool. And then I had a front run off 11 twice there, and you know, got a good exit there. Overall, BBBY is my best name on the day, just because I've been working on my sizing and taking a little bit more size on these front run trades. But yeah, solid trading for me today on BBBY.
Yeah, I'm actually closing a couple more positions over here as I capture some of my move. You know, it's no longer about the dream anymore for me. It's just about capturing the move that I'm looking for and just take that money, take that profit. It's making that money, keeping that money, and drinking the beers. That's the saying on the floor that we've been going around with recently. So that's what I'm following. You know, making my money, keeping my money, and at 4 o'clock, hopefully we'll get some beers in. Today is a buddy's birthday. Not sure if the buddy wants his name to be said out, but you know who I'm talking about. Happy birthday to our head algo team lead of our floor over here, and hopefully we get to see him later on. I'm 100% sure he's not watching this, but still, just gonna put that out there. Good energy out for my friend. Let's go to a couple stocks. Wow, I actually forgot about the stock. Did you by any chance today look at Foot Locker?
I actually did look at Foot Locker, and it was quite interesting around this, that's the wrong market there, around the 40 level. So I was actually trying to take this 40 breakout to the top side here. Unfortunately, it broke out in pre-market, and I don't know if you were watching a pre-market, but I was, and man, this was so illiquid in pre-market. It just seemed like it wasn't moving at all. And then in lit market, there was some size there, so I was, trying to take that break. It never broke out. The high is 40.20, but that was in pre-market, and then it just kind of faded this entire move. Today, pushing 15 mil volume, but really not, really not that exciting. Like you could have had a couple shorts here, but again, pretty illiquid. Time of sales is moving pretty slowly. Not that exciting for Foot Locker today.
Dan O'Hara in chat calls it Put Locker instead. I love that. I love that.
Well, it's an underdog for a short float. It's about 15% short float. I didn't know that before today. So I was expecting maybe like a squeeze play off the open at 40, but it never happened. So it is what it is.
My opinions about Foot Locker, you guys already know it. Like I have good memories about going to Foot Lockers and so on with my family to like buy shoes back in the day when you used to work, walk into malls and whatnot. But these days, who really walks into malls? I just buy my shoes online. So Foot Locker kind of a dead store for me in that side. But I know a lot of people still do that at the end of the day.
It kind of got washed out like with all those like those resale stores too, like StockX and
100%.
Like I don't remember the last time I've been in a Foot Locker. I'll be honest.
Exactly. And now we have those Nike House of Hoops stores all over the place, and those stores are like way better than the Foot Locker stores, even though they're part of it at some point. Some stores are connected to the Nike House of Hoops. Anyways, the point is Foot Locker, good earnings report came out, surged 17% in pre-market, and another catalyst for it was the Ulta Beauty's previous CEO, Mary something, her name was, Mary Dillon. Mary Dillon is now going to be the CEO of Foot Locker starting September 1st. Yep, September 1st, replacing the old CEO, obviously. And Foot Locker trying to take advantage of that move. People are buying up the company as the market has been absolutely destroyed to the downside. S&P 500 down 1.36% today, heading towards that 4,200 marker. I wish I was here a little bit earlier. I got held up by the TTC today. The doors wouldn't open on my car. I was stuck at St. George for like a good 15 minutes, and my car's doors wouldn't open. Yeah. So if it wasn't for that, I think I would have been able to capitalize this 4250 move on the S&P 500, which was this break right here at 945. Missed out on that move, didn't get to capitalize on the MES contracts, but I did do so on the MNQ, on the break a low a day, which was at 13,360. Now we're pushing to 13,250. So I would have had 100 points per contract on this trade. Instead, I was happy with 60 points. Check Lucid. I actually wanted to short Lucid today, but I had to pay for shorts. So I said, nope, forget it, not going to do it. Instead, I paid for shorts on Rivian, and I shorted Rivian. So here's my trade on Rivian and Lucid. Pretty similar moves on both of them, EV stocks. I know this guy knows a lot about Lucid, and he has a lot of stories about Lucid. So we'll send it to you.
Yeah, no, I was looking at Tesla today. Because, if Tesla cracked below this 900 and it gapped down below, I thought, it could fade the move, and it did, right? It tested 900 at the beginning of the day and just faded the whole move. So I was more interested in shorting Tesla. But then I heard Sean on the show say, Tesla's grinding lower. I'm just going to jump in short Lucid here because it's just moving in sympathy. And look at Lucid here, down 7.5%. And I wish I could have focused on this one as well because it probably would have been easier to trade. I took a couple breakdowns on Tesla and just got kind of wicked out just because, it moves so much. between like, and you get wicked in and you're instantly out of the money, like 50 cents sometimes on Tesla, right? So it could be tough to trade, but it seems like the trade here on Lucid, you could have just kind of got short at any moment here, but in the first half-hour market, lit market, and you could have just been riding the short to the downside here. But yeah, definitely the EV sector getting hit kind of hard here. That 17, there was size there, and I was watching it. I was thinking, okay, is it going to finally turn around here? I was watching Tesla at the same time, but that 17 size just got taken out like it wasn't even there, and now we just continue to grind lower on Lucid here. So definitely some weakness there. I am long Apple as well. I was thinking like if, and I should be wicked out here, but let me just make sure I stop out there because it's past my stop. Yeah, so I was long here Apple. I got long here 172 breakout, and I was thinking, okay, if Apple's going to make a base here at the 170, 170 area, that's what I was risking off of. And it came down here, and there was actually a lot of bidders there, surprisingly. It was kind of giving some bounces, eventually just kind of broke down, and that's why I'm stopping out here. But it just seems like the market just wants to continue to grind lower here towards this 4,200. It's been trading this channel between like 4,260 and 4,300 for the past couple days now, pretty much all week. And now that we cracked lower, it continues to grind lower, and it's not a surprise that we're down almost 1.5% on it.
Yeah, not only am I short Rivian, I just realized I'm also short Li Auto. Man, I've traded so many positions today. I have 18 positions traded, I think, out of which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are negative. Sorry, not 18. Did I say 18? I think I have 12, out of which 7 are negative. And those negatives, once again, man, I've been pretty good with my risk management for the past week. And those 7 losers are barely even losers, and the winners are way bigger. So somehow something in my head clicked, and I started cutting my losers quick, and I started holding my winners a little bit more, allowing me to have these type of days currently. So here's Li Auto. It's kind of having a sympathy play on that Tesla, Rivian, and Lucid that Ian was talking about, but not really moving as much as I wanted to. End of the day, though, it's not going to trigger my stop until it does so. I'm going to continue trading it. Li Auto pushing back down to days low, so I'm going to take some more out here just to capitalize some profit so I don't give it back. Only 7 cents in the money, so nothing too big to really be proud of at the moment. CCL is a stock that I'm currently the most in the money besides Rivian and Twilio. So CCL, actually no, I'm not. Even Snapchat's even more in the money. But here's CCL anyways. Pushing to the downside, taking advantage of the weakness in that stock. Got short around $10, gave it the risk of 10 to the high side, never came into play. So just riding it to the downside now. Cruise liner down to almost 7% on the day. NASDAQ market and S&P 500 trying to form a bounce action around the 13,250 area. That was the level that I also mentioned to Blind Jedi, our Discord moderator, as a possibility for the market to not go too much further down from. So if that holds, I absolutely gonna beat myself up for not holding my contracts to that level.
Yeah, we were just talking about it before we came on the show, and Pratt was like asking me like, oh, should I just hold on to this position? I was like, if you're holding on to like a small piece, like let's say like 10% or whatever, why not just hold that piece, put your stop in. If your stop triggers, it triggers and you're out of the trade, right? But if not, just keep holding it and just see where it goes, right? Like it's just your small pieces. It's not like you're gonna take like a big loser on it or anything like that. You still gotta manage the risk on it for sure. As I get stopped out of coin, I thought I'd give it one more try there off this 75. This 75 area was super interesting. It was kind of bouncing around there, but it looks like now it's just going to fail past there. It looked like it was reserving earlier, but I guess that's gone now. So stop out there low a day, and it looks like coin's just going to continue to grind lower. And I'm pretty much flat on it now, so it's not going to hurt me or anything like that, but it is what it is. Probably just going to walk away from this. It's so much harder to short SSR names, I feel, just because you have to wait to get run over, right? So especially with something like coin where it can squeeze up very aggressively like you had it here in the morning, right? Imagine just sitting here short in front of 77, and all of a sudden it triggers you in, squeezes you out like $2 or $1.50 out of the money. That'd be pretty bad, right? So it's a lot harder to kind of sit there passively. So maybe you have to take a little bit smaller share size and risk a little bit more. Sense-wise to the upside there, but yeah, I was looking more so for the front runs, but it seems like that trade is done, gone and done now. So I'll leave that one alone for now.
SQM just popped up on my scanner. I call this one the Kentucky Derby scanner. So it just popped up on here. We're watching it. I got stopped out instantly. I only gave it a couple pennies. I don't want to hold it. The lower day break at this time of the day. Wait, why am I acting like it's 12 o'clock? It's only 11:16. So I guess you could still take breakouts, but I don't want to hold it too much longer because, I believe in the market, bounce from 13,250. I'm taking a lower day break over here. So all of those factors combined, didn't want to hold it too much. I'm happy that I got stopped out on it and taken only 3, 4, 5 pennies lost on that. Let us see if it wants to rip back up and then we can get back into it. At the moment, just going to be a little hands off on SQM. SQM yesterday also shook me out. It popped up on the scanner. Why isn't my trade showing up now? What? It showed up earlier. That's weird. Nope, that's not today. Anyways, I had an execution right here on SQ where I went short yesterday, and then it didn't work out. So I instantly stopped myself out on that trade too. So I'm pretty happy doing that right now on this one also, as it's about to push back from the 88 level. It broke 88 by only 30 cents, not 30, sorry. Only 30 cents and didn't really push too much further to the downside. Now coming back through that level. So be a little careful if you're trying to short stocks like that, right? And I think I'm going to most likely just get rid of my Li Auto position. Li Auto not really doing a whole lot today. LI/NQ, there we go. Not really doing a whole lot today. Doesn't want to break the lower ranges, and it's going back to VWAP at the moment. Going to take this flat trade on this position. We're out. More happy with holding Rivian and maybe getting into a Lucid at some point because Li Auto is not fun.
Man, coin fell off a cliff here as soon as the 75 really started to fail. Now testing the lows here, 74.38. Just kind of interesting. I was watching Bitcoin as like kind of the futures for coin here, but coin just continues to slip. A couple people mentioning Beyond Meat as well, and I quickly brought it up, and I don't know what happened to Beyond today, but it's down 10%. Continue their SSR as well, testing the lows of this channel here and continues to break down to the lower side. I don't know of the catalyst on Beyond. It wasn't really on my radar today, but that one getting hammered, and a couple people saying their puts are paying off nicely. So congratulations if you caught that one there. Keep calling out what you guys want to trade or what you guys have traded today. Let's take a look at it. Coin, I've already been talking about coin a lot.
Snapchat broke the lower days, extending the losses on Snapchat. 40 cents in the money now as we're taking out the lows. Let's see if Snapchat can push even more. Obviously, Snapchat had a pretty big green day yesterday, if I remember correctly. Here's a Snapchat chart yesterday. Pretty strong move. I guess the whole market was pretty strong yesterday overall, but now opening up below this range bottom where we found support on the pullback on Snapchat, opening up below that, taking out yesterday's range low. I took that short right here around yesterday's pre-market break, got in around VWAP / yesterday's pre-market break, took my profits at 11.80, 20 cents in the money, took some more at 11.70, and now we're seeing 40 cents come into play for Snapchat. Absolutely loving it. Anything you touch today on the short side basically paid your dividends on the downside, right? But how do you find stocks that are strong for those of you who are looking to go long? So a couple catalysts on that side may be BILL. Trying to see right here, BILL, Bill.com. Surge 18.5% in pre-market trading. Office service software provider reported better than expected. So you look for stocks that have a catalyst to the long side, and then you just look for levels off of that. I personally did not want to touch a single stock to the long side. I think I had one long trade today. It was PETZ. PETZ, took the high day breakout, instantly lost on that, lost about 20 cents on that trade. I think the most I've lost on a stock today is around 20 cents. And it happens to be on a $4 stock. I didn't lose 40 cents on like a $30 stock, a $100 stock. I lose 20 cents on a $4 stock. where your risk could be more easily handled. So I lose it on this. So I said, nope, no longer on my trading pets today. I'm going to forget about this stock as it pushes back to the downside under VWAP. And now it's just trading below VWAP. Coming back to that Bill.com though, here's Bill.com on New York. It came up on my scanner multiple times. And each time it just kept bouncing off the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Just sadly though, rejecting pre-market areas. It's the nature of the market. Even though the stock has a strong catalyst behind it, the market is weighing down on it pretty much. But see how the negative weight from the market doesn't really have too much of an impact on Bill, because big investors, hedge funds are buying up the stock. There's more buyers in Bill than there are sellers in the Bill, as it's the opposite in the market. So clearly, these are the type of stocks with the catalyst in it that will help you go long for traders who are only looking to go long. Twilio now $1 in the money. Let's go, baby. I actually keystroked onto Twilio today. Took 10x the size that I wanted at one point. So right here, I took 10x the size that I wanted. Instantly got out of that trade for a little bit of a loser that I was upset about. So instead of doing anything too irrational, I went for a walk, came back, found the stock at a higher price than where I originally was. And I've got in, and I'm making that money back. And whatever money I lost on Twilio, I'm up on it. Twilio is about to be my #2 stock of the day, right next to Square.
Nice, Pred. Someone asked, is ChargePoint SSR? So I just wanted to quickly show that. It is SSR today. It must have triggered there. Well, it's down 10% right there. You see it there on the screen.
$50?
But it triggered down there, SSR. So just be careful. You can't hit the bid if you're trying to short that one. I want to talk about one comment here. Someone said this is a bear trap, selling off on low volume. I just want to bring up the SPY here, and let me put it on the daily, because that's the chart I'm most interested here. We've rejected 4,300 on the ES and 430 on the SPY here. This is the start of a pullback, I'd say. 4,300 on the ES. So what better place to kind of reject there in the overall market? And it looks like it's kind of done that now. I think the market was kind of waiting for these Fed minutes to come out the other day and try to gauge or try to get some hints on what direction we're going to go in, in the coming months into September and into the fall season, right? I think just yesterday, a couple people had more hawkish tones as well, so that's why we're kind of selling off today a little bit. I wouldn't say like selling off aggressively, but kind of grinding lower and definitely rejecting this 430 area. So just be careful. If you are sitting in the money from way down here, this long, uptrend here, it might be a good time to start taking some profits, I think. People are saying GNS. What's GNS? Let's take a look here. Do you know what GNS is? It's in the ARCA market here. I'm not too sure.
GNS is Genius Group Limited on ARCA. What do they do? Technology services, packaged software. That's all I can get you. Recent IPO on the 12th of April. IPO'd around $13. Let me quickly scroll in over here. The opening of this candle was, it doesn't even tell me that number, so you gotta love that. But looks like it opened around $15.12. Popped up to 36 on that same day, nosedived right back to $6, $3. What's this low? 340, and now right back into this range. So we have this resistance around 1104, 1150, and we have the support range around 564, and then another support range around 363. So as it's pulling back towards $5.69, I think we can look for a possible support area over there. I'm just getting ready to capitalize on some of these stocks where I don't care about a more extended move on these positions. I have my profits. I'm taking my profits, and I'm riding off in the sunset with these. Now the only position I'm holding on to will be CCL. Let me close my Twitter over here. That was just me gloating about all my positions on Twitter. Trying to get some followers, trying to compete with Sean's 30,000 followers over there. I only got 3K, so I got a long way to go. If you haven't if you haven't followed me, Sean, Neil, Brendo, use our names in the chat. Do exclamation mark our names, and you'll be able to find it. People in the chat are talking about GCT, and I understand why. This stock was at, $11 yesterday, and now we're watching this position at $50. HKD Part 3 on GCT, apparently.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up one comment here because someone said, GCT is the play. obviously today. But look at the spread. Like, I think, Neil, were you in a trade on GCT earlier? One time, yeah. But like, look at the spread. It just opened up to $1, $2 there, guys. The bid is 52. Showing on our level 1 here, and the offer is 54. I don't know how to trade that. I'm going to go in position, and I'm going to be instantly out of the money a lot, right? So I'm probably just going to stay away from this. If you get lucky taking one of these halts or something like that, and it prints up, then it works out for you. But I think there's more risk to lose on this one than there is to gain. So probably just going to stay away from this one for now. I am a day trader, but if I lose, I turn into an investor. That's funny. There's a good saying that Greg likes to say. You can go big or you can bag hold, but you can't do both, right? So if you're gonna bag hold, make sure your position sizing is correct. Make sure your risk management is good for that position size. But if you're buying at the top and going big, make sure you're not bag holding that position because you're just gonna get hurt.
I'm just trying to post some pictures, but I can do that later. Let's move over to a couple other stocks with the catalyst behind it. Home Depot. Home Depot currently coming in with the 15 billion share repurchase program, so jumping down a little bit with the market move overall, but should be up with the share repurchase program, right? So kind of a mixed move over here. Very flat though. We saw how earnings report came out for HD. That helped them out. Walmart earnings report also was to the green side. I think the only company to the downside was Target a little bit off their earnings report. I'm not sure if Costco has reported theirs yet. Let me go check. No, they have not. Their report will be on the 22nd. Oh, they did. Never mind. Wait, is this third quarter, second quarter? Yeah, I think they did actually. I'm confused a little bit. But either way, Costco, Walmart, Home Depot, all these companies still holding up to the north side, not really pulling back too much. Let's go check out what Walmart is doing. Pretty flat on Walmart too. The move's not really replicated. I mean, they're not supposed to be. Home Depot is a little bit of a different company than Walmart. But overall, the basket of stocks over there. I'm not sure if you talked about Coinbase. I think you did.
Yeah, but I've been talking about Coinbase. What do you want to say about it?
Did you show the Bitcoin prices?
No, I didn't, so you could bring that up.
So Bitcoin nosedived right back to 21K last night for no reason. Not sure what happened over there, but kind of broke the trend line. We had this trend line over here on Bitcoin. It was trying to go towards that 25K area, finally breaking that trend line, also breaking a previous support/resistance line around 21,200. Is that the right number that I'm thinking? Yeah, 22,000, there you go, sorry, 22,000 area, breaking that too, and now pulling back into this range. Kind of scary. So obviously stocks such as Coinbase, MARA, RIA, MicroStrategy, all of them getting affected, getting smacked down to the downside. The bears are back into play on a Friday, baby. And that's just the nature of the market. Coinbase is going to move around with cryptocurrency moves a lot more than you wanted to. I want to address real quick the absolute blunder that happened yesterday to Bed Bath & Beyond.
Oh man, that's bad, and it's sad to see, but man, we all kind of saw it coming. I think Bed Bath & Beyond is squeezed so hard to the upside. And the key thing is that those 2 days was it like Tuesday and Wednesday, it rejected 28 and 30 like super hard, and it didn't close above 28 that first day, and then it tested it, couldn't really get above it the next day, and it was a fade move off of that, I think, afterwards. So we all kind of saw it coming. I've been playing some bounces because it has these squeeze potentials, but I just noticed the first day, Bed Bath & Beyond was going crazy. That was my best day on it. I think it was Tuesday, and then I've been up on it the rest of the week. It's by far my best name this week, but yeah, it's been a tough trade now that it's coming down to the downside, and obviously now if you bought at 25, your position is 75% down now. It's pretty bad.
I like how though everyone's just blaming RC and not the CFO. The CFO punched out too. The CFO punched out right after RC punched out.
That's more than just one dude punching out.
That's more than one guy punching out.
That's more than just one guy punching out. That's pretty bad. It was down 40% in after hours alone.
Yeah. Well, enough about RC over there. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But let's go to the big screen for social sentiment.
Broken one at that. Here we go. Yeah, there it is. BBBY still dominating on the red side of this board, although AMC catching up a little bit as far as social sentiment is concerned. Again, if you're seeing this for the first time, it's just a visual representation of comments over here being made on individual stocks. So the size of the actual box you're seeing represents the frequency as to which comments are being made. And then directionally, pretty self-explanatory here. GigaCloud, great name, GCT, the biggest one on the green side so far today. AMC, obviously, BBBY to the downside of the market. Tesla, Vinco Ventures here also in negative territory. Quite a bit of red right across the entire board here. MEGL, GME, Apple, and the Qs leading to the downside, obviously, are tech shares. So both Apple and the Qs being mentioned to the downside. AXSM popped up here about mid-morning. Mullen, Weber back in the red as well. But overall, yeah, it's a negative day on the market. So sentiment rightfully so following suit. Guys.
Yeah, watching Lululemon right now, but guess who's back? Shady's back, baby. He's back in the seat.
That gives me an idea, by the way. But anyways, moving on from that. Yeah, I'm going to fill in for a little bit here. You guys know Tony. Not feeling well, so we're trying to patchwork it a little bit here. Prad, so glad to join you again a couple times this week. We've had some fun doing it. I'm watching pretty much the same things. We'll probably get that position board fixed. I am in a few things that we can go back to, like Coinbase and General Motors and Block from this morning. And oddly enough, MindMed, which I haven't heard you guys talk about. But one of the few stocks that's not getting crushed today, Prad. MindMed looking pretty... It was looking decent. I want to start with this because it looks like it's the first thing that might test something. I got wicked out on a dollar break, defended a buck again. It played to VWAP 110, and now we're right back barcoding. So what I left the morning show saying was, as long as it goes sideways from here, which it's starting to do, it bounced off 101. Now I'm just looking to see, like, higher low is what I want. I want to get on this bid so I can start adding it 2s and 1s and then go back to the well. Like, if one breaks, you can pretty much forget it. But it's done the first part of the job, which is make that higher low, make that consolidation. So, now is going to be that time where I want to get on that bid. As long as we can hold out through lunchtime, I think it should be okay on MindMed. And play it into VWAP, like rinse and repeat. And oddly enough, I started going back because I used to do that strategy a lot when I was back in the day, years and years ago. And then I got back to just playing off that dollar when, Prad, you were mentioning Mullen the last couple of weeks, or maybe it was a month ago when Mullen was making those moves off a dollar. So I usually like to see that dollar defense on a relatively strong name. It is up on an interesting catalyst yesterday. The guy that made a bunch of money on Bed Bath & Beyond, the kid and his dad, disclosed the stake they had in MindMed. And that was enough of a catalyst for it to do this. That's the market we're in, apparently. But I just look at it technically, holding that dollar. That's all I really care about. It's almost psychological level. Yes, you can even draw a trend line if you want to show that it's having some decent support. Fair enough. I think that works as well. But it's a pretty simple out. If it breaks a fresh low by a penny, I'm out of that bad boy. And yes, I am watching GCT as well.
I'm looking at AMAT right now. AMAT currently also having a catalyst behind it. I believe it was the earnings. Yes, earnings catalyst. They did good on that earnings report. They also forecasted positive for the future. Overall, though, they got destroyed to the downside because I believe JP Morgan cut their price from 150 to 140. Everything in this report does look good to me. Quarterly profit, maker of semiconductors even saw revenue top forecast, also gave an upbeat current quarter revenue forecast as chip makers increase production. So everything in this report looks good to me, but JP Morgan just coming in and just poking their stick, disrupting the market for the chip makers, and bringing my baby AMD down to the ground with it once again. AMD was at 100 yesterday, now once again at $96. Looks like the whole chip sector getting affected by AMAT's downgrade that coming in. Also, we have that Qualcomm news, rumor, I believe. Rumor, right, Brendan? The Qualcomm Amazon data center chip, was that a rumor? Yeah, rumor. So it wasn't actually a guaranteed thing, but if Qualcomm is coming out and wants to partner with Amazon, or Amazon wants to partner with Qualcomm, looks like chips are kind of coming back into play in that side, even though we have that fear of shortages and so on. But for some reason, JP Morgan disrupting the space. Let's actually go check out JP Morgan. Are you up on the day or are you down on the day? This is probably why. Their analysts are losing money, so they figured, hey, let's also destroy other stocks with it.
Why not, right? I mean, I don't know. You like the tin hat stuff a heck of a lot more than I do there, Prad. So I feel you. But look, I understand that's certainly a possibility. If you're watching GCT, not chuckling about that, the fact that this is now halted down, but we've been talking about how you always have to pay yourself out. I don't know where this is going to go. I don't know how high it's going to reach. I have no idea how many days it's going to last, but it was mentioned in the chat that this stock is going to create some bag holders, and that's absolutely true. There's almost no other path. It's not going to be sustainable when you get these new issues that don't have a lot of float. You soak up the float, and then they get running, and there's enough behind it. Liquidity problem, and then you just get a squeeze to the upside. And eventually they all unwind. You saw HKD, you've seen many in the past. They're all similar. I think someone's asked me, like, is this one like that one? Yeah, the principle of them is all pretty much the same. So, understandably, show me one that actually held up for a long period of time where you didn't create bag holders. So I just think that's the case. Don't mind looking at a few names here. I see VLCN. I don't know. I feel like we didn't look at VLCN at any point today on the morning show. So, if you're, it's another one of these gappers, right? It's a little bit sideways right now, but if I'm telling you that MindMed looks interesting off that dollar level, well, then I can hardly sort of crap on VLCN as well, which if you want to take a quick look, like there's your recent 280 top, and then you have a nice channel, 280 to about 310. That's a nice 10% channel. So it's trying to get back above that 280, which does give you a potential breakout. But like I said with MindMed, it's the kind of thing where you're probably either just sitting in it in front of current support and just looking for that big breakout, like maybe it gives you 10%, you don't need much, but you got a tight stop beneath, or you wait for it to actually break VWAP and get involved. So get it back above that 280 level, wait for volume to come back in there, and then deal with it on that level. It does set up similarly. I just find that the dollar defense is so much easier to do, and there's a lot of people that usually are on that bid. Like I look over at MindMed, is I don't know, how many shares is that? This monster, it was already 100,000 shares. No, sorry, 1 million shares on the bid at $1 on MindMed. There's always something like that in a stock like this. So that's why I prefer doing it over in MindMed, but it's basically the same kind of thing when I look at VLCN.
Currently looking at Palantir, because someone in chat mentioned Palantir. Sean apparently called out the $8.50 level yesterday or a couple days ago. Coming to that level right now is Palantir. It literally pinged 850, bounced off of 850. Now we're trading at 856. Let's see if Palantir can catch some traction off of this bounce, as the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are holding up at those lows. The S&P 500 not going too much further than 42.25 today. That's not S&P 500, sorry. Here's S&P 500, not going much lower than 42.25. And NASDAQ holding that 13,250 level as I was expecting it should. So now pushing to the north side is the NASDAQ market and the S&P 500, most likely taking some of your shorts to the opposite side. So be careful on your shorts. I'm actually going to capitalize my CCL trade now. No trades left on the board for me. And looks like this trade that I just jumped into also got stopped out. That was TTD. I had the trade desk short, didn't give it too much wiggle room because obviously I'm punching the lower day. And if the market is not really breaking the lower days, I don't want to give it that extra wiggle room to know that I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong because the market's going against me. So I'll stay away from it. Once the market goes back to the VWAP area, which is at 13,350 for NASDAQ and 42.50 areas or 42.45 areas for the S&P 500, I'll gladly watch these positions retrace a little bit, give me a better risk to reward area as they pop up, and then get back into the short side. That's my plan right now. Capitalizing on my shorts, no more shorts left. Up my shutdown on the equity side, up 2 times my shutdown on the future side. So clearly I have three units of reward today already banked, so I don't have to worry about it anymore.
3 units? I don't know. That's all I got there. I like the units of reward. Like it's like points, man. It's like points when you're playing poker. You got to think of it that way because it's all just making decisions, and then everything comes off making quality decisions. A lot of chatter, of course, about Tesla breaking down. I bungled this one, and the problem, and I think the problem is like every single day this week, I've been looking at sort of like the squeeze type names like AMC and Bed Bath right at the open. So I always have a couple level 2s and some of my bandwidth or mental bandwidth attuned to those stocks. So when the pop and fade and the false break at 900 happened that I was looking for in Tesla, I wasn't able to get it because I wasn't focused enough on that one. But a similar thing happened to the downside here. I'm looking over at the NASDAQ. Yeah, just holding the low of the day on the NASDAQ. ES bouncing off the low still. And then Tesla on volume broke 880 here, got all the way down to 877 and is now working back upside. So what I'd look for is if it can hold 880 and then the NASDAQ and the ES break out of the bottom channel, then suddenly you have a bit of a recovery potential for Tesla. Now, I would probably still favor the short. So looking at like maybe it gets back to VWAP. Like if I was short this, what I'm getting at is I'd want to have a trail on this at like 82 or 83 just to be sure. Like I think when you see a wick like that and the market's starting to base out a little bit, you can expect that if it breaks this channel and you've been riding that short all the way to the downside, maybe not a bad time to get out of it. I'll check into that other one. I don't know, like MindMed just popped up a little bit. I got some shares at 2. And didn't even get on the offer at 5, and then I'll get on the offer at 07. But I didn't check back in on that VLCN, I believe it is, VLCN. Just curious to see, yeah, it did, well, barely. Got above 280, which is the better level when you looked at it in the higher time frame on the daily chart, but not above VWAP there in my 3. Probably needs to do a little bit more work before it breaks out of this channel. And the volume, meh, like very meh for sure, guys. So we'll definitely see what's up with that one. It's interesting enough. Like it's got my attention after you brought it up, but I don't want to jump in too fast to that. Like he needs to show me volume or breaking a significant level, or I'll just have to stay away from it. One that I did not stay away from this morning, I just mentioned some of those meme names. AMC just bounced back toward 18 even. I still like this 19 level. So I'm rooting for it to bounce here just so it can make a run at a 19 break, which I think is setting up like really gorgeous. So when you look at it, it's probably better in the 15-minute, but it looks pretty solid here even on the 3-minute. This is exactly where we sort of hung out and broke down in the aftermarket when, of course, you had the news from Mr. Cohen himself tanking everything. But it's held a wick bottom. It's now holding a higher low. I might talk myself into going long off of 1775 or so, but really it's that 19 break, which I think could be gold. Got to go up first for it to get there. And I am talking myself into a 1775, but it's all about finding out where I'd throw my stop. 75 is almost too obvious. I hate having obvious stops. Someone just said Apple, please. I don't know. I just had my Apple, and then after this I'll have my lunch. But Apple, I tried the long on Apple. And I like that 73 level. It was good at the open. It was trying to break out there. It couldn't really get to 74. And then one reload in front of the pre-market consolidation. Once that broke, no mas, right? Like you have to be able to give it up, understand where the trend is going to be. Like every single day this week, hanging on to Apple long in the face of any weakness in the morning got you paid off. Today, if you just hung on to it once the market was clearly headed down and there was no stopping it, well, then you're just essentially screwed. So you always have to be able to say kaputs, no matter how much you think the stock has been relatively strong or whatnot. There has to be, there's got to be an out. There's got to be, this is the level which I stopped going into the long in this stock. So thankfully, I was able to do that here on Apple there, Bradley.
Currently watching Best Buy, so punching into a Best Buy short as it's trying to take out or go back towards the lower day after having its initial pop. But the question from the chat is, what do you think about AMC? Will AMC go back? I think this is just a bunch of theories that I've been forming off of whatever Bed Bath & Beyond did recently. The AMC just piggybacked off of Bed Bath & Beyond over there. So because whatever happened to Bed Bath & Beyond, I think AMC is going to take a little bit longer to recoup from that damage on Bed Bath & Beyond. And by AMC, I'm talking about in generally the apes, right? Whoever got bag held and got destroyed by RC and the CFO over there, sadly, they might not be thinking about putting their money back into AMC or GME so quickly. So AMC might have a chance to go back to those 26s, 30s, and so on, but it might take a little time for it. It could even have a deeper pullback before it goes back to those ranges. So you know, it needs more sympathy play behind it. Maybe GME starts popping off, and then AMC will start popping off with it. Maybe there'll be some crazy movie coming out. I'm not sure how Thor did, but maybe there'll be another Superman movie or superhero movie of some sort that will come out and absolutely take AMC to the north side once again. But I think some of those the moves will now be dying down because of the recent rug pull on it. That's just my opinion. I could be 100% wrong on this because you know the apes on Bed Bath & Beyond could have been in trouble, but the apes on AMC are probably not in trouble. They're still hanging out, chilling because they're in at $10 or whatever it is. But that's my opinion on it. I think the stock will now start to cool off a little bit. It might not be that volatile and that crazy, but it could easily go that crazy and that volatile if something wild happens on the squeeze stock and the meme stock basket. So we'll just have to wait and see. Only time will tell for that question. As soon as I punched into my best buy position, already 7 cents in the money. I know 7 cents is nothing to be too happy about, but here's the move coming into play for my position. As the market's going up, I'm in a stock that's going down, so that means there's more sellers on Best Buy than there are buyers. And another stock that's popping up on that same scanner is DT. I want to see if I can find how much volume the stock is doing today. What is DT? Oh, Dollar Tree. That's right. Oh, no, it's not Dollar Tree. What is Dollar Tree's ticker? I thought DT was Dollar Tree. This is Dynatrace. DLTR, that's Dollar Tree. Got it. Dynatrace with only 0.71 relative volume, so I'm not sure I'm really going to be touching the stock at the moment. Going to leave this one alone. Just going to manage my Bed Bath & Beyond as the market is pushing towards 13,300. Let's see if the NASDAQ market, NQ, rejects 13,300 or actually has the move all the way back to 13,340, 13,350. Am I thinking about 360, sorry, 13,360, or does it reject at 13,300 and push back to the low a day?
Hey again for the super chat there. I'll read it out for you guys, for everyone that can't see it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, GTC, or you mean GCT? Yeah, GCT. Wow, that guy yesterday with the super chat at us 50 was right. It'll go to 100. CEO will decline shares like HKD. Remember, they are both on DD. Same manipulation. These guys are ashamed. Yep, I'm jealous. I think everybody, when you see a move like this, like you know, whether it's like you get jealous, you get FOMO, whatever it might be, it's going to happen to you because charts don't look like this all the time. It just halted to the upside after a down halt. So halted down at 46, opens up at 43. Holds the previous halt high at 42, and then now it's into an up halt here. So, I mean, I don't know what trade you're making off of that. Like, are you really, I suppose you could have just, I don't know. I guess like the trade you could be making is taking a halt up and then giving it to like the 42, but it just opened back above 50. This one, I don't know when it's going to end, but even in those other cases like HKD, there is an end to the game, right? There is an end game, and understand that at some point it is going to happen. But I don't want to live there. I want to talk about what's happening in the market. Coinbase just broke the trend, breaking back above that 75 and finally holding a consolidation at 75. I got to zoom in a little bit more for you guys. Holding a consolidation above 75 even, and then breaking out. So I gave it one more shot, and now it's breaking toward VWAP. There may be a chance at 76 holds, but that's a pretty bullish move back into that upside. And so I do think there's a chance that we're going to get a nice little bounce here. Like we're showing signs that the market wants to put in a bit of a reversal. So look out for some of those longs. I did like AMC just because of what I was looking at on the chart there, but it's not really going with the market yet. So what I can do is sort of say to myself, okay, well, that 1775 is still valid. We're getting a little bit of a bounce. This one does make some sense to me. There's some size at 1975, but I like that 1775 out. And the other one, which I think should have a good chance to go, Foot Locker's up 22%. They had a good quarter. Foot Locker has a decent short interest as well. That's always been a bit of a factor for it. It ultimately never took out support on the gap up overnight. 38 is still in place. Even that lower high in the aftermarket, obviously 37.50, that's still firmly in place as well. So you're seeing a lot of strength in Foot Locker. It holds in front of VWAP. I'm probably going to try and work in at like somewhere around 39. If it pushes back down, I'll even try some 38s. And then there's this chance that you get like a 39.50 break. So there's lots of ways this can play out. Not a ton of volume right now, but if we continue this move up, you don't always have to bottom pick, let's just say. Like when you're looking for the market to bounce in the afternoon, you can go to something that is strong and then just try to get into that. So Foot Locker is definitely in that column for me. Not many things up 22% today, but throw in the short interest, and I could see this one flying. It never really held that 40 break. So I think any long, you have to understand you want to pay yourself in front of 40. It had some trouble with that this morning, but that doesn't mean it can't at least run to that 40 price. I'll look to be on the bid in front of 38, and if we can hold a consolidation at 39, try to grab the long there as well.
Looking at AR. AR showed up on the board over here, trying to take out the high day, 1.4% up on the day. And I like the daily chart a lot. Look at the 42 level. We cleared the 42 level not too long ago. A little low on the volume end, if you ask me. I think the relative volume for AR is 0.75, so a little low on the volume end, but still pretty close to 1. I'm giving it a little bit of a wiggle room to the bottom of this candle right here. Happens to be 42.90. Let's see if we can capitalize on this stock to the north side. Best Buy is out of the money by 7 cents. Woo, who cares? Not worried about that position either. Now pulling back to the downside is Best Buy for me as the NASDAQ market rejects off that 13,300. Did not believe in the market's rejection at 13,300. I guess part of that is because of my PTSD on the market, rebounding the last few days after being down. So, a little PTSD on my shorts over there. I would be in the money deep, and then the market would complete V-shaped recovery on me. Thankfully, I ended green on those 2 days, however. But I didn't want that to happen on this time, so I didn't get in over 13,300, nor did I want to hold my shorts and watch them come back up. People talking about Best Buy right now, not Best Buy, sorry, Bed Bath & Beyond at the moment. So let's head over to Bed Bath & Beyond to see what this stock is doing on this day. Down 38%, obviously. Someone on this floor had the puts on Bed Bath & Beyond for November, $13. And they are smoking it right now. So congratulations to that trader. Absolutely loving their trade. Hopefully they closed it though. Not sure if that trader closed their position. But look at Bed Bath & Beyond, man. Now trying to form a base though at this area. That's actually a good thing. If we're able to hold ourselves above the 50-period EMA on the daily chart, you can't even see it. Let me bring the chart up. Can you like make the chart sideways, Fahad? So this one right here, if we can hold up above the 50-period EMA, which is around $8, $9, I think that's still a decent spot for Bed Bath & Beyond after all of this craziness that happened not too long ago. It is sad, though, that what has happened, and we'll just leave it at that. Coming back to, I'm not sure if we're sending it back to Neil?
You can.
Okay.
I'm still here, bro. Look, man, until Sharif is ready to go, I'm be with you, bro. I know lunch is here, so I'm definitely eager to eat that. But hey, man, why not? Like HSTO, I see this one in the chat. Anytime, if you're looking at a runner, never just look at your 3-minute or 5-minute. Just make sure you understand where the stock has come from. Not too difficult here because you only have to go back 2 days to see what happened. The last time it broke out, got up to 250, failed 250 up to this 260, is doing the same thing now. So if you're looking for a secondary break here, you don't have to look too far than that 260 level. Like actually ends up being the 50 period as well on the daily, but it's an obvious channel. Like it's trying to break it, it's failed each time, it's got good support at 180, but it's got to chew through 260 or just nothing is going to happen here. And look at the harsh rejection. That is a candle. Like if you took a 250 break, it's because you didn't look at the overhead resistance like 2 days ago on the same stock, and it told you that there was probably bag holders up at that price and resistance up there. Now, if it ends up holding 225, nice little trend, it probably wiped out some longs there. So there's maybe less resistance if it goes up the second time. Then you can play the trend. It's always easier on these to try and buy these little dips here and then have reasonable stops than take out that high. And I say that because I look at when I trade these things, and it's like every time I'm taking a break, unless it's just ridiculous like breakout volume that's insane, every time I take a break it sucks, and every time you get a consolidation the win rate is just better. And your risk to reward is always more reasonable because it's easier to place your stop when you're taking that dip buy. So HSTO definitely falls into that bucket for me. I'm into AMC, like I mentioned to you guys, just kind of like that consolidation down there. And I got some out of MindMed, which means I'm going to jump back on the bid here in front of 102. Going to continue to play that as long as I can. Bed Bath & Beyond, it's like everyone only wants to talk about Bed Bath & Beyond. It ain't dead yet, obviously, and it's getting off the you-know-what here. This is the other reason, I should have said this, like the other reason I do kind of like being an AMC on that consolidation is it kind of gives me a free roll that if Bed Bath & Beyond takes out this high, well, I'm sitting in something which might get dragged along with it. So instead of waiting for that 19 break, you can look at this 12.25 here and say, okay, well, that can break out. If that happens and it's a fail break, it gets through that 12.25. Let me pop over to the 3-minute here. It was that wick that I don't like. There we go. That looks way better. If it gets through that high of the day and puts a fail break on, then wherever AMC is, if it fails a high day break on Bed Bath & Beyond, I'm going to cover some AMC. Because the fail break is likely to cause AMC to go down. One thing is for sure. In the last week, AMC has been slow to follow Bed Bath & Beyond. But when Bed Bath & Beyond drops, AMC has been falling like an absolute rock. So as this goes up and AMC does this, literally nothing, that makes me a little bit cautious here. Like I wouldn't be adding to AMC. As a matter of fact, the way I'm kind of thinking of it now, like if we continue that move to the upside and you break consolidation, there's every reason why I should just be breaking down and shorting AMC, which is what I've been doing the last couple of days. And when I say that, if you look at AMC in the last couple of days, it didn't matter. Like look at the trend in the stock. Every single time Bed Bath & Beyond went crazy, it was just selling off in AMC anyways. Like it just did not matter to this thing. And you can like a direction all you want, but sometimes you'll just be ending up fighting a trend here. So I like the higher low, I like the wipeout bottom, but there's every reason why this should have already gone by now. And if it doesn't soon, then I'll be looking to think about that reversal. But for now, Bed Bath & Beyond is cruising, so I'm not terribly worried about it. Like we're still cruising toward that high. It's a rejection of that high that has me fearful.
I need to take execution for position board, but I'm about to start going through super chats from the morning. But before I do that, I just want to give a quick disclaimer out to people who did send super chats to us in the morning. The morning show is really busy and packed because of the opening drive so intense and all that. So it is very easy for them to miss out on the super chats. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to cover all the super chats that were missed out in the morning. Thanks to Bears versus Bull, who's able to send it to me right now on Twitter DMs and so on. So first super chat, Edgar Lopez, $2 super chat. Sean Neal, my cat turns 2 today. His name is Gizmo. So happy birthday to Gizmo over there. I'm sure Sean and Neil and Brendo feel the same way. Rob's coming in with €2, I believe. SAVA long. Obviously, it's a little late now for us to talk about the Sava long or short. But let me look at the stock real quick, as you did send the super chat to us. Oh, you sent another one super chat right after that, asking for the same question again. So I apologize for missing out. But SAVA, I don't know, man. It's down 3% on the day. The market's weak. Everything's weak across the board. I don't know if you really want to be thinking about longs today. And if you are thinking about longs, maybe you want to look for longs that actually have relative strength behind it, such as apparently BKR, Oxy, DVN, EQ2. These stocks over here, that's my watch list for the long side. Bill, AR, Lilly, Oxy. So these stocks are my watch list for the long side. These stocks are my watch list for the downside. If the stock that you're talking about, SAVA, is not on this list for me, then I'm probably not looking at it for the upside, probably not even looking at it in general, because we're stuck in yesterday's range. We're stuck in the whole week's range to begin with, and the range itself is so volatile just by looking at it. It's more than $3, $4, $5 in that range. So I think the stock is now going to cool off. If you're looking for longs or shorts, you're not getting too much of a move on this stock. So no real trade for me to make out of this one. That would be my opinion about SAVA. The next super chat, David Seguin. Hopefully I said that right. Canadian, $2. Let's go, Canadian viewer. Let's short squeeze like the button. Oh, let's short squeeze the like button. I screwed that one up. I don't know how. Let me check. Neil just asked, did we get 2,500 yet? I'm going to check. We did. We're at 2.5K with 5.4 million viewers in the arena right now watching us. Let's get this number elevated to the north side. Whoa, Mark over there, don't be killing my half pipe, man. That's my half pipe. He's building me a half pipe in that corner. I'm not sure if you can put a camera angle over there to show the half pipe. Maybe not. He's working. I don't. But listen, that's a nice little half pipe for me to start skateboarding, you know? It's something to start with. Never had a half pipe before. Now I have one to start skateboarding on. Anyways, 2.5K likes. Let's get that number through the roof. I think it's 3K and Neil wraps.
I said 2,500 and then 15 on the close show.
15 on the close show and 2,500 here, and that equals to Neil rapping Friday with Neil.
And Fahad has picked out what it's going to be, too.
And Fahad has picked out a track, too, so can't wait to hear what track that one's going to be. Let's short squeeze this like button, ladies and gentlemen.
Legit. Don't worry about it. Legit.
Sharif's in the house, or is it Neil's in the house now?
I don't know.
I think
it's
Neil's
noon.
still in the house, so let's send it to Neil.
It's noon, man. I'll get you my lunch. Anyways, I was about to say AMC tried to go there. That's it trying to go. 805, and then right back down. So it's still in consolidation, but this was kind of my fear. I know everyone, it looks good. I showed the wick bottom. It looks good on a higher time frame. It looks good as well to consolidate and maybe break up and do another squeeze. But I can't ignore the fact that, you know, like I said, that correlation that I've been successfully trading the last couple of days has been if we turn around here on Bed Bath & Beyond and AMC has not broken out, then I'm not saying I'm going to short AMC for sure, but I'm definitely getting out. If we get a hard turn here and AMC hasn't gone, I'm going to be getting out of that one. It is time for Happening Now. I get to say that twice in one day. Let's go to Brennan at the big screen.
Hey guys, it's lunchtime. Let's get check on how things are shaping up on a Friday here. The NASDAQ still in charge outside of small caps. We'll talk about that in a second here. But NASDAQ 100 approaching 2%, 1.07 there for the composite. The Russell already cleared that 2% mark for the 2,000. The 1,000, 3,000 about 1.3%. S&P Dow 1.25 and 0.8. So the grind to the downside continues. This one, however, AXSM, which I held a little bit more of this because, wow, this thing is strong. About to take out that high once again. Back through 60 for Axum Therapeutics on that FDA nod this morning. So big time relative strength for that one. It's worth noting Pfizer, J&J, Eli Lilly, Bristol Myers, all still positive on the day because of the move in this one so far. Guys, back over to you.
Is it turned on, though? You're not even turned on. Open this box. I have to show everything to this guy. Open this box. You click this on button that turns on the receiver.
Very funny.
But the people, I'm going to go back to Super Chats over here. Obviously, we have Sharif back in the house.
What's up, guys?
He just came back running from the gym. How's the gym, bud?
Yeah, you know, body's like a human heat pump, so I'm a little hot. So if I'm sweating on the show, I apologize. I got a couple of water bottles here to keep me cool. But yeah, you know what? I should be sweating because I didn't really have a good morning. Kind of got a little bit caught off guard by Foot Locker. Got chopped up trying to chase it. So it was a bit of a tough morning. But traded GCT on a couple of times. That was a couple of good trades. Now it's halted, so we'll keep an eye on that for you guys. It's halted on the downward. It's been a crazy morning. Look at this. So what time did we open up here? We opened up at let's look over here. So we had an opening print of around 25. We had a halt right at that almost 30 level. Another upward halt at 32. Another upward halt at 38. And it's been a concoction of upward and downward halts here. So yeah, definitely an exciting stock. One that I'll definitely be watching. But other than that, it's been an okay morning. And yeah.
I like it, man. Okay, morning is better than having a horrible morning. And, you know, the day is not done yet. Still lots of time left on the market. It is officially lunch o'clock on the eastern board of the market, I guess. You know, the North America east side, 12 o'clock, people getting ready to leave their desk with their millions they've made, also leave their desk with the millions they've lost, go eat some lunch. This means you'll see some volume disappearing from the market. Be ready to not make a trade. Even though I'm in positions right now, I don't have real size on these trades. During lunchtime, I cut down my size drastically. I take way lower size. I don't take breakouts. I look for reversal trades. So really know what you want to do at the time that the market is providing you positions with. The breakouts are better earlier in the morning. Breakouts are better later on in the day, just not in between. You know, what do we always say? Don't diddle.
In the middle.
So what are we going to do in the middle? Stay away. Hands off, keep your you know, just sit on your hands over there. But there will be some positions that you might be able to take advantage on. That being said, I'm not talking about Wells Fargo to take advantage on. Wells Fargo is a stock that I'm going to talk about because Sergio Campos sent a super chat in the morning. Wells Fargo calls and VLCN calls and GCT. Obviously, he covered GCT. We'll leave GCT for him again when he comes back, maybe most likely because he's been trading it all day. But here's Wells Fargo on the day, down 2%. We already saw what JP Morgan looked like. JP Morgan was down a little bit. That means the XLF ETF, which is a financial ETF on a whole, should be down on the day, down 2%. Currently trying to see if it can get above 35, but is failing to stay above 35 for the financial sector. Another stock that you called out in that super chat was VLCN on NASDAQ, a $2.80 stock, up 56% from pre-market. What's this, 930? That's 915. Yeah, so pre-market bumped up to about 50-60% and has been hanging around there ever since, not really doing a whole lot, but giving you a decent range. Support at 260, resistance at 320, allowing you to scalp it every time it goes down, get long, and get out some over here, unless you're thinking short for some reason on a stock that's up 57%. Not sure why you're thinking short on a stock that's up 57%. But if you are, then you're still able to do something similar, which is get short under 3, scalp it on the way down at 260, and then if 3 breaks, you can get out for a tiny loss.
Can you load up your level 2 on GCT? Because I think mine is malfunctioning here. I'm not sure if I'm getting the right reads.
I just have inverse gateways on there for some reason.
Yeah, so I'm getting a really wide buy-ask spread here, which I'm not getting on my own platform, so it's a little tricky. So I definitely won't be getting in this because I don't think I don't have the correct information. But GCT is open back up now. It's at that 48.25 level. Let me pull it up on a different platform here. Yeah, right at that 47.50. So, you know, it kind of looks like a little bit of a bull flag here if you kind of look away from this huge red candle.
My stop didn't trigger?
No, so Prad's having some issues there with his stop. We'll let him take care of that. But yeah, GCT, I won't be getting in on this one here because I don't have, as I said, the correct information. Let's load up. Yeah, let's load up. Let's have a look at Foot Locker, what Foot Locker is up to. Last time I looked, it was a kind of a consolidation pattern. I wonder if that's changed. So here we go. We're loading up Foot Locker. Yeah, okay. A little bit of a bounce off that 38.20 level. Let's zoom out here. Let's have a bit of a look. Okay. So yeah, that huge. I got up actually this morning for the earnings. I didn't play them because there wasn't enough liquidity, but I definitely was aware of this huge move. I actually just watched it as it accelerated upward, but the liquidity at that time of the day was just way too risky to get into. The spreads were almost $1.50 apart. So, you know, you can get really chopped up getting into that kind of trade. I'm looking here for a break at that 40 level. Was an interesting short off that 40 level earlier. Some people on the floor took that 40 long. They didn't get much out of it. I think it topped up at that 40-20 level. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye for that 40 level if it comes back into the afternoon. Currently, I would say a key support level here is at that 38.20 level. So if we get anywhere near that, we may try to take a bounce long, or we won't let it go too much against us in that case. If it does continue to decline, we'll definitely switch short there because there is quite a bit downward of a move here. But before you find the next level of support, which is at that 32 level, I don't really see any other support levels. Perhaps maybe that 37.50, but that was really early on at 7:30 in the morning. Can't really rely too heavily on that one. Let's go back to GCT here, see if it's fixed itself up. Let's go into this one, GCT.NQ. No, we're still getting that huge spread, 43.73 on the bid, 54.37 on the ask. So we can't actually play that one. What else we got? Let me go into my scanner here. Okay, so HSTO. What's this one up to? HSTO. Okay, let's load that one up here. HSTO. I think it's a NASDAQ stock, and it is. So this one is on my scanner, on my platform. It's up 17% or 16.5% on the day. It's actually up 20% since open. It's in a pullback pattern here, and it's approaching the VWAP level at that $2.10 level. Big ask spread on this one, 212 and 226. I won't be touching that. I wonder if that is my platform malfunctioning, and let me pull it up here as well, because I think we're having data issues. Let's see what the spread is. No, I'm getting 216 and 217 on my platform, so I think something's going on with our data pred. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, going back to super chats while I actually have to write some message. Am I muted? Oh, I am. Okay, yeah. Coming back to super chats over here. Aaron Astronomy, I like that. $5 super chat. Party bucking bucking the trend today. Dipped to 170 and now sitting just above open. Party was on my scanner a couple times today to the north side. Looked like it did want to continue its trend north. So let's check out what it's doing at the moment. Did it come back down with the market? No, it's actually up 5% still. Let me put my earpiece back on. So clearly, yeah, go for it. Yeah. You might want to, use this. Oh. Because it's been in Tony's ear yesterday. Not yesterday, a couple days ago. But
Tony.
Party band still up 6% on the day, holding VWAP. Yeah, it dips under VWAP slightly, but it's holding $2 at the end of the day, which is around the 100-period EMA. So I think getting long in front of 2 and seeing if we get that pop again as the market, I'm going long on the market. I'm not watching this market go back like that to that number and not go long. That would be stupid of me. So I'm going long over here on the NASDAQ market. Let's see if we can capitalize on a possible move to the north side off of this bottom that the market has been trying to form at 13,250, sorry.
Yeah, I think I'm having data issues, Brad, so it's going to be hard for me to kind of look at anything here at the moment.
Are you frozen?
No, it's just there's clearly, obviously, more action than what's printing here.
I think you're frozen. So yeah, let me just shoot a message out there. I had the same issue not too long ago. Okay. So I'll cover for you. Don't worry. Let me just shoot a message out there for you though. Sharif is frozen. Can you do us a favor, log out and log back in? Because that usually fixes it. So let's see. P Pro 8 for him is frozen. Relogging. All right, now we should have some IT people coming in from the back running to help us out right away on that. But look who's running for me, baby.
Ooh, there you go.
Look at me go today. I'm on fire. Woo, baby. Already 5 points in the money on the futures here. Let's get some out. Bang, baby. Let's get that baby out real quick. And we'll hold this for another quick move to the north side. 7 points in the money now. Market, baby, has been very clean for me. Very nice for me. I'm loving today. Absolutely fire moves. If you're not enjoying these type of trades that we're providing to you on Trader TV Live, then I don't know what type of trades you'll enjoy. But smash the like button at the end of the day is what I'm trying to get down to. You know, beautiful shorts off the open. Beautiful rebound longs off the midday right here. End of the day, you'll probably see us loading in some more shorts around VWAP or wherever the market provides us opportunities to. So smash the likes, baby. Now 10 points on the NASDAQ futures. Here we go. This is the moves that we're talking about. Hopefully the market does not break 13,250 today for people who like the longs. But if you are shorts, then you're waiting for the market to not break 13,300, because if we break 13,300 on the market, we possibly have a move right back to this range over here at 13,360. Obviously, for my longs, that would be awesome to look for. Currently, just let the trade manage itself. Right back to super chats we go while we're trying to see if his system fixes itself. Good morning, gents. What are your thoughts on Apple? Rising up fast, it looks way overbought. I don't disagree with that at all. Apple has been way too strong to the north side ever since it dropped down to $125. The market has been blessing Apple recently, pushing it right back to 175. Only 183 is the 3 trillion marker, I believe, for Apple. So not that far away from that mark for Apple. Beautiful, clean moves to the long side. What do I think about Apple today to the longs? Or was that question to the long side? No, you're saying it looks overbought. So yeah, clearly overbought, down 1% today. It's just following the market. Yesterday, Apple did not follow the market. It was trading sideways when the market was down and the market went up, and Apple kind of used that momentum to go up. But today, market's down, Apple's down, Apple finally following market beta once again. Those are all from the morning. Awesome. So we're finally done with the morning super chats. I hope you guys were in here for me to cover it for you and did not run away from us. And once again, thank you for all the support and love on the super chat and on the member side. Welcome to all the brand new members. Welcome to all the members who have renewed their membership. Let's go, baby. Prad, you make me smile. Go, go, go. Yes, April, that's what I'm talking about. Edgar Lopez coming in with the super chat. Sharif is Mr. Mini Arun. You guys are the best. Let's go, baby.
Hey, that's a compliment. I'll take that, especially since I definitely look up to Arun and his style and his demeanor. Actually, he's able to keep very composed under very stressful situations, and definitely want to be able to espouse some of that ability. But yeah, I guess that comes with time and with experience, and he's been doing this a lot longer than me. Currently looking at ASXM, it's up 38, almost 39% on the day. Did a nice little move there off the bottom of 55 and almost hit 60. Now we're in a bit of a pullback pattern here. We'll look to see maybe we can take a long off that 50 EMA. I believe, yeah, that's a 50 EMA right at that 58.50 level. Quite a strong stock, a little bit more pricey, so we're going to have to watch our share size on that. We'd like to be looking at GCT, but there we go, GCT, our data is coming back properly on that. Okay, so GCT pulling back into a pullback pattern now. It's, yeah, you know, it's breaking that 50 EMA, perhaps anything off that 34 level would be interesting. Also, the halt level here in and around that 40 area, perhaps a bounce off 40 would also be an interesting play. So we'll definitely keep that on watch. This is one of those stocks, though, that can just go against you in a hurry. And you don't need me to tell you that. If you guys have been logged in since the morning, you've seen it's been an absolute halt fest. Halt over here at that 35.80 level at 10.45. Another halt upward at 11.03. Another halt upward at 11.15. So it's been a concoction of halts. Currently, you know, it's if we could draw some trend lines, let's have a look here what we got in store, so that way we have some levels to play off. So if we have that kind of trend line there, and let's draw another parallel trend line so we can kind of try to create a channel that we can work off. So if we could hit that one in and around like that. Okay, so we'll look for a break of either of those. If we have a break to the upside above 46, perhaps we'll take a long. That'll show a change in direction. Or a break, maybe if a strong break below 40, we might take a short. But if it bounces and then it bounces off 40, then it goes up again, perhaps we'll take a long. Perhaps that will be a key support level that we can play off of. But yeah, so we'll keep that one on watch. Back to AXSM. I see a nice little support level here, especially since this was the low of this particular pullback, that 58.50 level. You know, I'm thinking about taking a long here. Let's look at what the 5-minute chart looks like on this particular pattern. Yeah, you know, it's in that consolidation pullback mode on the 5-minute. 5 minutes definitely a lot more accurate than the 1 minute. So yeah, we'll keep our hands. We'll sit on our hands for now, as this one, you know, decides whether or not it's going to continue upward or downward. Prad, you looking at Apple?
I'm looking at the futures, rocking 13, 14, 15 points in the money. Can I get a 16? Can I get a 16? 16 going once, 16 going twice, 16 going thrice. No, they're not going to give me a 16, but still 14.5 points in the money. There we go. 16. Can I get a 17? Can I get an 18, 18, 18? Let me see that 18 on the NASDAQ futures, baby. 16, 17 points in the money. I gave you this trade. Absolute free trade. And there's no such thing as free money, but absolute free trade over here coming into play. play. Come on, man, smash those likes for these. Now we're getting 18 points in the money on the futures. Can I get a 20? Come on, let me see a 20 on this bad boy. Ride it all the way back to 13,300. Then let me see a 13,300 break. Our moderator from Discord, Blind Jedi, just asked me a question. What was the quote that Luca used to say that you turned it into a little bit of a Shakespeare quote? So I honestly, I don't remember exactly how it goes, but I will paraphrase it. I think it is, if the long isn't wrong, then if the long is wrong, go short. But if the short is wrong, go long. I think it's something along that words.
I'm not sure, dude. That's all.
Right?
That's all you.
That's
all
right?
you.
If the long is wrong, go short. But if the long is not wrong, I don't know. So if the short is wrong, go long. And if the long is wrong, go short. Something along like that. You know, if you want me to Shakespeareize it, I can use the Shakespeare dictionary that I used last time to do it. End of the day, man, the point is, don't fight the trend. Follow the trend. The more you fight the trend and you go against it, that's where the damage comes into play. Just play with the big money. Find out where big money is and join their side. That's where the party is. That's where the fun is.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't agree more. Mr. Luca is definitely one of the better traders on here. He's definitely got the appetite for big positions. I'll tell you guys that much. So we took a quick little long here at that 58. Let's where we get filled at 58.84. We're not going to let it break anywhere below 58.40. If it does, we're out. We're going to get out of the complete position. But we're looking for a dive back up to test that 60 level. Perhaps maybe we're getting in at the wrong time. That noon hour here, you know, the liquidity tends to dry up. People eating lunch and doing other things. So, and to be honest with you, on AXSM, the spread is a little bit wide here. We got 51. Well, now it's tightening up a little bit, but it has been wide. 12 to 15 cents on average. There we go, 16 cents, as you guys can see on the level 2 here. So yeah, it's at that 50 level. We're gonna give it to 40. If it doesn't cooperate, then maybe it's headed downwards, and we're gonna play maybe the short on that one. Let's have a look at GCTQ. Yeah, still holding within that channel. As you can see, the upper channel being held quite nicely. Oh, what do we do there? We want to extend this one, not create a new one. Come on, silly man. Yeah, so that upper channel holding, we're going to give that one time to do its thing before we take an entry on it. We're getting close to taking out our position on AXSM. Maybe we should look at the futures, what Pratt is doing, because the futures seem to have chosen a direction today. They were decidedly down earlier. Beautiful downtrend. If I could bring this chart down, I should learn how to bring this one down. But anyway, Prad, you want to have a look at the futures quickly while I figure out how to bring this one down?
Forget the futures, man. Your Bed Bath & Beyond breaking the high a day, pushing to $12.50.
Oh, yeah?
Looks like the meme stock rally's back in play, boys. Who said the rally's dead? As we're pushing towards the 100-period EMA, trying to see if we can break out past $12.50. I personally don't think we're going to go past 13, past $12.50. Honestly, we might see rejection at this 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. $12.67, $12.70 apparently is the high. But Bed Bath & Beyond once again getting active, getting ready to have some fun for its players. I guess that's the GME thing, right? Power to the players. So not a Bed Bath & Beyond thing. But at the end of the day, Bed Bath & Beyond taking out the high a day, pushing towards a 100-period EMA, where I expect rejection to come into play. So let's see if that actually ends up going out that way. I'm also going to close my futures long over here now, taking profits as it's getting ready to pull back. It does not want to push to 13,300. We have a higher low on the futures on the second run up over here to the north side. So getting out off of that move is going to be me, Pratty Daddy. No longer do I want to hold that. Erica Pinto, thanks to this channel, I am up 45%. You get my $2. So thank you for that. We appreciate it. Look, that's the point of the show, right? The point of the show is not just to sit here and scream at a mic and entertain, but also to educate so that people don't blow up their accounts as much as they would. There's other shows out there that are not doing what we do. You know, they will show you a stock that they're in and they'll use you as exit liquidity. We're not using you as exit liquidity on Apple. We're not Ryan Cohening you on Bed Bath & Beyond, right? So that's the goal over here. We're trying to educate everyone at the same time, have some fun, have a community to trade with. Not too long ago, a trader on the floor said, you know, they were trading by themselves and they felt lonely, and being over here on the floor makes them feel like a good team, a good camaraderie thing. thing. That's what we're trying to go for. Trading is a lonely thing when you're sitting at home doing it by yourself. Over here on the community, on the YouTube show, with the Sharif, myself, even Sean, Neil, Brendo, Ian today, Luca, and all of them, we're forming a great community over here to trade with and have some fun with. So we're not sitting there by ourselves in a room, bored and lonely. So thank you, Erica. I'm glad that we were helping you on that on your portfolio side. Stonk Journal, $5 super chat. I'm a software developer. I built a free tool for traders. Can I get a shout out? Oh, well, I guess that's a shout out right there in the super chat. Stonk Journal. Honestly, guys, yeah, go check out Stonk Journal. We're not affiliated with Stonk Journal at all. I created my own journal to track my trades because I don't trust third-party softwares. I'm sorry, Stonk Journal, but I do believe that you don't sell my data to other people if I use your journal, but that is my tin hat conversation in my own head. I believe that these third-party softwares will take my trading data, figure out how I'm making my millions, and then sell my data to other people, such as Citadel, and then Ken Griffin's on my other side of my trades waiting for me to punch into my position. So I'd rather you not do that for me. I track my own trades and I'll keep it in my Excel sheet, but nothing wrong with using those softwares out there because they help you track every single detail by volume, by time, by price, by setup plan and everything. So if you want to track your setups out there and you don't have the skills to make yourself an Excel sheet the way I did, go check out Stonk Journal, go check out TraderView, go check out TradeSync. No affiliation with any of them. No sales pitch off of for them either. I'm just suggesting you to track your trades.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Definitely data analysis will help you figure out what you do well, what you don't do well, what time of the day you do well, what time of the day you don't do well. You can't know all that stuff just by, playing it by ear or trying to freestyle it. You need to look at the data. You need to analyze the data to have that concrete analysis. But while Prad was talking, we got into a little long here at GCT because it did break that upper trend line that we drew. And there we go. We're a little bit in the money here. Now it's starting to make a parabolic move up. So perhaps we'll take, the spreads are really wide. The spreads are opening up large on this stock. So we got to be careful where we get out here. So let's see what we're going to do. We're going to take a little piece out right there. Okay, so there we just got a $2 move. Okay, and then we're going to flatten out completely here. Okay, so we just made $2 a share on that stock. That was a big boy for us. That's a real big boy, and I love the fact that the trend line came through there. I love technical analysis, especially when it works for me. I don't like it so much when it doesn't work, but that was a big boy move. We took that break of 44 because that was the upper trend line. We sold a little bit over 46. We actually sold at 46.62 for our second one. So GCT doing it again, been doing it all morning. And something tells me that it'll continue to do it into the afternoon. This is one of those ones that reminds me of 2020. And again, we got out too early. And if I was a Rune, I'd probably still be holding probably into 50 or 55. Who knows, eh? But let's look at our AXSM trade. This one seems to be consolidating and holding the 50-period moving average as support. Now, we got in a little high, sadly. We got in at that 58.84 level. And that's the current price, but the spread is 10 cents. So we'll wait for this one to make a move, but I do feel good about this 50-period moving average as support. It did respect it for about maybe 15, 20 minutes or so. It seems to be making a move above 59. If it hits that 59.20, we may take a quarter out. We're waiting for that. But again, the spread on this one is, it's almost 20 cents. I hate stuff like that because then, when you use a flatten key to get off on the bid, you get the lower end of the spectrum there in terms of fills. So we'll have to maneuver around this. So let's take a little bit out here. Let's see if we can get out at a decent level. If it'll fill us, let's get a quarter out at that 59.01 level. We'll see if it fills us. Let's go back and look at GCTQ. Yes, here we go. Now it broke that 48 level. Holding that 47.5, give or take a few pennies, and there it goes right through 48. And something tells me this is going to hit 50 soon. Who knows? May halt again in and around that level. But loving that channel that we drew. The break of the channel, we trusted ourselves. We took the long, and we covered for a really good profit there, Prad. What are you looking at? Polestar? What is that?
No, Lucid. So
Lucid, okay.
Brendo in our chat just put in that Lucid Sapphire event about to start. So I'm just trying to find if I can see a link for it somewhere to see if there's a YouTube stream for them to find the Lucid Motors event or whatever. Can't really see, not sure if it's even live. I'm just trying to find it, just trying to be a little extra for the show over here, I guess. Anyways, Lucid events are starting, so be ready to expect some moves maybe on Lucid. As these algos and traders are watching this event, if it's watchable, if Lucid says any positive things, you might see a random pop-up to VWAP. And if Lucid says any negative things, you might see a random drop and break in the low D, extending the losses. Lucid has been the stock to trade today for the automotive shorts. Instead, I was shorting Li Auto, and I got out of Li Auto not too long ago, as you saw. It's just trading sideways now, not really doing anything fun. Another stock that I shorted off the morning was Rivian. Rivian also moving back to VWAP, which is where I would have reloaded, but I said, nah, I'm done with this position. Not going to worry about it anymore. But Lucid is where all the shorts were LUIC? LCID, that's what it is. Lucid LCID, struggling still, not coming back like Rivian did and not coming back like Li Auto did. Baba keeps short. Baba keeps short, so let's go check out what Baba's doing today. Baba under $90, yikes. Obviously struggling for Baba, down 1.4%. The catalysts for Baba come in so random, so you just got to be ready for those whipsaw actions at any point. I personally am not invested in Baba, and I don't think I will be, because I'm not ready to watch my positions whipsaw the way Baba does. Anyone thinks SOXL would hit 18s? It's possible, but that's just for the future to tell, man. Right now with AMD and all the other chip stocks coming to the downside, SOXL, which is your 3 times leverage ETF to the long side, needs a lot more move in it. So for it to go to 18, if AMD and all the other chip stocks keep on coming off, it is very much possible that we push towards 18. Also keep in mind that these ETFs reprice themselves. They reprice themselves, I believe, daily, right? The 3 times leverage ETF. So it could just drop down on Monday that you don't even know about.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not a big on the ETF trades, but I have a friend, a trader on the floor here named Victor. He's all about the SQQs and the TQQs. That's his cup of tea. That's what he tries to specialize in. And now we'll send it up to Brendan for Sector Watch.
Sorry. That's okay. We'll switch it over. There we go, if we can switch it over. My screen was not working, guys. Give me 2 seconds. I'll come right back and reset this. I don't know why this is not working.
Let's go. If you see Sharif looking at me and talking, he's bragging right now about his big boy long on GCT. I see you, brother. I see you. Sharif obviously killing it on GCT today. Congratulations on that stock. Listen, if I don't know the reason behind why the stock is doing what it's doing, it's going to be hard for me to capitalize on that move. So obviously, I've been hands off on GCT, even though it's been popping up on my scanner a million times. Look at that. It's won 5 races since 950, top of my scanner. Yeah. So even though I've been ignoring it, it's up there. It's up there. Let's see what's going on over here with I guess Brando's ready, so we'll send it to Brando for the big screen.
Take 2. Another look, guys, at a very red board here this afternoon. Unfortunately, still 1.2% for the overall market. Back to the downside we go. A few things of note, though, still standing out as strong. GM, one of those, 1.6% there, trying to offset the rest of the automotive group here that is still very weak. 2.6% for Tesla, Ford here as well, APTV and BWA, both in negative territory. As far as the leaders are concerned for negativity, that's the banking sector. This is the industrial sector. And then we get consumer discretionary and some of the tech stocks to the downside. So all of the travel names, once again, cruise lines, hotels, airlines, all of them in negative territory in a big way. To wrap up the week. Healthcare stocks, a little bit of positivity coming through, helping to offset as well. On that AXSM note, we still have J&J, Bristol Myers, Eli Lilly, and Pfizer. Apparently the drug that AXSM got approved by the FDA, basically every other company already has one as well in the works. So fairly competitive space. 2.7% for Warner Brothers there. The rest of the communications group, very, very red. Guys, back over to you.
Yeah, very red. I was hoping by looking at that screen, I'll be able to see how many stocks are actually in red. Maybe Brendo can put that up on the screen and not minimize it like yesterday playing games with me over there. But yeah, I want to see how many stocks out of that 10,000 or so are red. I mean, just looking at that sector watch, it's just a sea of red. So I'll probably just throw a number out there, 7,000 red stocks. 3,000 positive stocks. I hope I'm correct on that side.
That's an aggressive red. Yeah, but I guess that makes sense because we are red on the day. Yeah, absolutely. Going back to our AXSM trade, so we've got it at 3/4 there. It did break that. We took a little bit out at that 59.04 level and more at that 59.20 level. And we'll hold, we're going to hold the piece here for that high of day break in and around 59.80, maybe 59.75 because I don't have the patience, quite frankly. You know what? I'm gonna end it all over here. There we go. We're gonna finish right there. So we're all out of our AXSM trade. Good trade. Didn't take it with too much size. And as I say that, of course, it continues to go higher. But then, you know, I knew that was going to happen.
Wow, Wall Street Journal push notification to my phone. It cost $300,000 to raise a child, apparently. So,
I've heard that before.
Ooh, baby, this is part of the reason why I'm single. So obviously, just a little joke over there.
Yeah.
Man, $300,000 to raise a kid.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Thankfully,
a lot of money.
it is over like the life. I believe it's from 8 to 18 years old.
I just saw a push notification. I didn't read it, but if it's saying 300,000, I'm guessing from birth till like what, 18, 24?
That's what I'm thinking, right? Yeah,
24
given around that area.
until they're independent.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
who knows now? Millennials and Gen Z are staying with their parents for much longer because of the cost of housing, and that's not just a Canadian or a Toronto problem. From what I hear, it's a North American problem. AXSM breaking that 60 level. Now it's starting to be really aggressive. That hold off the 50 EMA was definitely the right call. Now breaking 625, it's moving very aggressively, up 42% on the day now. We're at high of days, so definitely keep your eye on this one. I'm beside myself for having closed out my positions early, but that's kind of what I do. And then I like to talk about it and regret it later. That's just kind of my thing. So yeah, Prad, ENTB, what's ENTB all about?
No, it's Sean, is Enbridge water or just
Enbridge.
power? Energy? How do I pull up water for Toronto? Is there hydro? Any hydro stocks?
Hydro 1 is
H. So H on TO, I want to check this one out because I think their earnings reports are going to get boosted. You know why? Because I left the sprinkler on all night. I left the sprinkler on all night. I woke up.
How much that costs? Like 75 cents.
Dude, it's like $8 a gallon. All night, it's 8,000 gallons that I spent on that.
It's not $8.
I googled, it's $8 a gallon for Toronto or Ontario. Peel region, which is Brampton, $8 a gallon. I left this thing on all night. It's $9 to $17 a gallon that it costs you.
That's really weird because we live in the
Oh no,
most...
for every minute you're spending about 9 to 10 gallons out of a hose, and
Okay.
if it's been on for 8 hours, I literally blew like enough of it.
The average shower is 2 gallons a minute.
Sean says
2
the
gallons
average
in the
shower...
shower.
Your shower is costing you like $80 every time you take it.
It's $8 a gallon. $8 a gallon, bro.
Neil is going like this.
What?
He's
I
saying
googled it in the
incorrect.
morning.
There it is.
Okay. If it's not $8 a gallon, if it's not $8 a gallon that I googled, it clearly seems to be wrong. Then no reason to be long on hydro.
A gallon is like 3 liters, bro.
Yeah, 3.5 liters. Yeah.
$50 worth of water just downing down the throat.
I gotta drink these waters, especially when I get back from the gym.
$1,000 per thousand.
That's what. Oh, did I say 100? Oh, sorry, I meant
For
1,000.
1,000 gallons?
Sorry, I meant 1,000. Sorry. $8 1,000 gallons. So I spent literally 8,000 gallons. No, dude, it just happened, man. I'm telling you, it's been up all night. My mom's gonna kill me because the bill's gonna be crazy.
$1 extra.
I hope so. You know, I helped Uber with their earnings report by taking 2 Ubers a day. Now I'm helping Hydro One with their earnings report. The next step is to help Palantir, but as long as they're with Ferrari, I'm not going to help them on
That's
that
funny.
side.
Looking back at GCT here, so now, you know, it's starting to make higher lows. Look at this. So we got the low here at that 41.50 level, and then we got a new low at 43.30, and an even higher low at 44.10. So let's go back to our trusty drawing tool here. There we go. So that we'll create that trend line, and then we'll create a parallel trend line above, right around. Come on now, you can. Why isn't it working? There we go. Right above there. So we're looking now at this particular channel, guys. That seems to be an accurate channel. We'll look for breaks of this channel for either longs or shorts. But yeah, GCT definitely on my watch for the rest of the day. I'm up huge on it at the moment. I'm loving it. We'll look back here at AXSM. It continues to make new highs, now pushing into that 61 level.
It's the FDA catalyst one?
You know, I can't tell you the truth. I tell you the truth, I really don't know what this is all about. As a technical trader, it really doesn't matter. Sometimes I'll find out in the morning what it is. But looking at the chart, it is fantastic. Holding up that 7 EMA well. The lows and the bottom wicks are touching out that 7 EMA. So if you wanted to, you could set up a buy stop order in and around that 7 EMA and try to look for bounces back long with perhaps a tight stop so that you don't get crushed. This is a fast mover, so anything could happen with this one. So Brad just handing me his phone saying, awesome therapeutics, small cap biotech sharply higher after saying the US FDA has approved its oral drug Auvelity, I guess, as a treatment for major depressive disorder. And having a father as a pharmacist, I can tell you that depression and anxiety definitely a major factor in North America, and many of the drugs that he dispensed on a daily basis were predicated around those two
Here's
ailments.
Something that you could do as a predictive test for the future. You know, start looking at what drugs are sold the most in that pharmacy and start tracking them and who makes them. And then you can really start honing in into being a biopharma and be better than Tony. Right now, Tony's the XBI god. You could start being the XBI god.
Tony's the man
taking
with
over that section.
Yeah, you know, obviously I won't be able to challenge Tony on that. He seems to have a bit of a head start. But hey, I can dabble in it. There's nothing stopping me from dabbling in it. But yeah, knowing what I know about those two particular ailments, definitely anything with respect to that will get it going, kind of like Alzheimer's or anything cancer-related, heart-related. Those always seem to get the market going. And what I love about biotech stocks is that you have so many phases that you can hit them. Right when the drug is released, the first stage trial, the second stage trial, the third stage trial, and as soon as those results come out positive or negative, you can the stock will move, and then obviously as a technical trader, you can play off that. So with these particular stocks, we may not have heard the last of AXSM. I don't know what phase trial it's in right now, but it may come up with a second phase that's not so well, and then it may sell off, or it may even do better. Who knows? That's what I love about these biotech stocks. You know, you got to keep them in the back of your mind. Maybe even create a little list so that you can remember them. I have trouble remembering tickers. I don't know about you, Brad, but
not at all.
You're good with tickers, eh? No, I can't tell you the truth. I'm not very good. AXSM pulling back here, bouncing off that 7 EMA. Is it gonna break it? It wicked below it. Let's have a look at what it's gonna do here. Is it gonna continue its upward trend, or are we gonna get a consolidation phase or a sell-off? We'll keep watching that one. Let's have a look at our GCTQ. Okay, so breaking a little bit below the channel. This may be a right time to take a short. To be honest with you, I don't want to take the short here because I'm up on it and I don't want to give back any profits. But if you were interested in getting into this position, the break of this channel may be an indication of where you want to go, and that would be short. But again, trade your own book. Brad?
Always trade your own book. Right now I'm jumping into a futures short, but because futures don't show up on our position board, I'm also jumping into a SPY short. So I'm basically 2x leveraging myself over here for the short just for you guys. Let's see if we can take advantage of this move, which moved back to VWAP, and then NASDAQ moved back to 13,300, but NASDAQ is going to see rejection at 13,300 most likely, at which point SPYs will start dumping off of VWAP, and SPYs will also dumping off of VWAP off of the future. So we're in both of these positions. Here's my MES shorts, and there are my SPY shorts. Time for a super chat. Jose Mercado saying, nice shirt with the roses, mi amigo. Mucho obrigado. How do you say thank you in Spanish? I don't know. I think I said it in Brazilian. I don't know how to say it in Spanish, but thank you very much. In GCT, 50 shares at 48. Hope it goes crazy. Good luck to all. Indeed, good luck to everyone. That stock has been absolutely bonkers today. Has been wild. So congratulations for anyone who's been able to put some damage on that stock. And for those of you who are looking for a bigger move on it, I wish you the best. Rolando Vergara coming in with a $50 super chat. Woo! Baby, let's go. Told y'all yesterday, don't miss on GCT. This guy's doing the same. Be ready once it breaks 60. It'll go crazy after hours. Holding 200 shares at $15. We'll keep till next weekend. Have a great weekend. Rolando, you're killing it, my friend. Congratulations on your entry. Absolutely. Oh, gracias. That's right. I knew how to say gracias. But yeah, congratulations on your position. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate that support for Trader TV Live. And I pray nothing but the moon for you, my friend. Actually, I pray nothing but the galaxy outside of our galaxy for you. Send this bad boy to Andromeda.
Andromeda, 2.5 million light years away, and I know that because I'm a space buff. I love space, love everything to do with space.
My guy.
Yeah. I love absolutely, and that's why I think Mr. Musk he's on my top list.
What's the one besides Andromeda then, huh?
I don't know. Milky Way, Andromeda, and I don't know any
me
closer
neither.
ones, to be honest. But I'm a big fan of the James Webb Space Telescope that just went up there, viewing everything in the infrared, able to see through dust clouds and gas, giving us a much clearer view of the universe and all that's beyond it. So really pumped to see what comes out of that telescope, especially in the near future.
If I don't see an alien, I don't care.
You know what? And that's the thing. Like, let's just get off topic for a second. How long has Earth been around for? Science tells us at 4.5 billion years. Literally, we only were recognizable either by pollution or by light emitted from Earth for the last 150, 200 years, you could make the argument. So how long does it take a civilization to actually develop where they become recognizable by another observing civilization? So it just becomes such a difficult proposition to say, you know, that there's no life on other planets. There may be, we just can't see them. And that's just what it comes down to. Different discussion for a different day. Let's have a look at the chat. What's the chat up to right now? Where's the chat up here?
BTC turning around apparently.
How do I get my chat going over here? There we go. All right. So a lot of people talking about Dogecoin, not a big runner on that. BTC turning around back south. I think we will see. Yeah, that was a really interesting catalyst this morning. I woke up and see BTC down 7%. Do you really know why it's down? Is there any?
No, I just randomly dropped
Yeah.
that. It could have been like a bear flag, bull flag that finally played out because it was forming that for a while. So Bitcoin finally broke that, nosedive to the downside, and just screwed people over.
Sadly, as we said, excellent break of the channel line here to the downward on GCT. Look at that. If you had taken the breakdown here, the break of the trend line, channel line at 45, it's now 41. That's a $4 winner. I didn't have the guts to put it on. I didn't want to give back any profits. Maybe I should have with smaller size. In hindsight, I would have loved to. It was definitely a clear mover. I love these kind of channels and playing off them when they work. Sometimes they don't work, and you should be able to recognize that pretty quickly because it'll give you a false pump or a false break, and then you'll know, I won't play it off that. In this case, we played it twice. It worked. And we're going to send it off to Prad to look at the futures for a sec.
Yeah, the NASDAQ crack has finally popped up and pushed back to the north side. So S&P 500 trying to take advantage of that move. NQ trying to get above the 13,300 level over here. Let's see if we can do so successfully. I'm already short on the SPY futures, so I'm going to be a little hesitant on shorting these futures right now. I just want to watch them carefully as they are trying to obviously whip around. You see that nice W formation coming in. We'll see if this W formation gets extended a little bit more towards that VWAP area. A triple top also coming into play if you consider this one. And if you flip it upside down, Do you see a head and shoulders? Not really. I don't really see that head and shoulders up if I flip it upside down. And this head is lower than the right shoulder and the left shoulder. So not sure if I see that pattern playing out. I think right now the only thing that's making me want to go short on this futures is the fact that the 13,300 level is acting as a barrier, and it's also at a 50-period EMA. So with all this discussion, let's just take that short, and then we can give it that risk for that for it later. Instantly a point in the money and already moving back to the downside are the NASDAQ futures. That's crazy. The NASDAQ futures. Wow! Oh, that's because I'm in the direct NASDAQ futures. I was like, wait, why is my P&L moving so drastically for only being up 8 points in the money? That's because I'm on the straight NASDAQ futures, not on the mini contracts. So I was freaking out for a second. No. I'm covering that. That was a little misclick. I just forgot to put the M, so I think I leveled up today a little bit. But time to manage this trade now as NASDAQ pulls back 10 points in the money on the NASDAQ short. Let's see if we can capitalize on the MES now. After we leveled up on the NASDAQ, time to level up on the SPYs too. Remove the M.
Oh yeah, well that's a big level up, guys, because 1 point on the MES is $5, 1 point on the ES is $50. That goes both ways, up and down. You can imagine if it goes a few points against you, a lot of people will be shut down on this trade.
No doubt.
Yeah, so it's definitely a daunting proposition to trade that way, with a tighter shutdown or a smaller account. Wouldn't definitely not recommend that. Looking at AXSM, we like that hold off the 50 EMA for our first long.
Your mic's off?
Is my mic off?
You're good.
Okay. We like that long off the 50 EMA for the first long. Right now, it's starting to touch that 50 EMA again. Now, whether or not it breaks down below that, we'll have to see. Maybe if it breaks down below that, we'll enter in short. We do have some support in the 58.50 region. That'll give us about, almost 70 cents or maybe even $1 of range into that area, depending on where we get in. But we're gonna hold off on that one. We want to see how this one plays out. I don't really see any particular patterns forming here other than plays off the moving averages, the exponential moving averages, which is what I use. By the way, guys, I use a few exponential moving averages. I use the 7, the 20, the 50, and the 200, and I also use VWAP. And a lot of people may feel that's one too many moving averages. To be honest with you, I use them for different purposes depending on what I'm trying to do. So if I'm trying to scalp something tight, I'll be looking at the 7 and the 20. 20 is the one that I use the least. I look at the 50 and the 200 for more for a long-term picture, for on a 15-minute chart or on a 10-minute chart. When VWAP, I have certain plays that I like to play off VWAP, especially if it's bounced or respected off that a number of times. So that's what I use in case you're wondering. And my 7 EMA is green. The yellow line is the 20. The red is the 50, and the blue is the 200. So just to follow along with me while I'm doing my thing here. So yeah, it seems to be holding in and around that 50 EMA. We're going to continue to watch that, looking like it's going to break down and close below it. Let's have a look at GCT. It broke below our channel line. It's continuing to hold our channel line. So a little bit of technical analysis here. Now, some of the books that we're reading were always trying to encourage the person not to delete the trend lines even after they've been broken, and that's for a reason. So when we were looking at this particular area right here, we were using this trend line as support, and when it broke support, we went short. Now, that same support line can later become a resistance line when this stock moves and go back down. So it's good to extend the lines, especially if they've proven to be fruitful for you any part in that day. You don't necessarily have to use them, and they may not be respected, but it's good to know them and to have them. Brad? What do you think about trend lines?
VLCN.
I'm not a big fan, eh? VLCN seems to be moving.
Yeah, I don't really hate them, but I don't love them either, right?
Okay.
Trend line depends on if big money is drawing the same trend lines and if they're using said trend lines and so on. Obviously, it's a very subjective tool.
Agreed.
Nothing wrong with it, but you got to understand the nature of the tool. I do like to use trend lines when I'm already in a trade to help me get out of a trade. Like if it's breaking a trend, which is so obvious,
yeah,
I don't want to be in it.
Yeah?
Right? I don't want to be in it. So I do use trendline, just not to a degree that a lot of people like to use it. VLCN popping up, creating a new high a day. Remember how I said, why would you bother shorting a stock that's 50% up on the day? Well, now that stock is 70% up on the day. So if you listen to Trader Brad, you would have made some money. If you played the inverse Brad ETF, you would have probably got some damage on this one, some pain on this one. So here's VLCN, allowing you to continuously load up in front of that $2.60 area, 50-period EMA catching up to that $2.60 bottom, and now pushing past the high a day, launching back through $3 level, and trying to see if we can keep on rocking to the north side as the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ still around, for S&P 500 around VWAP, NASDAQ around 13,300, S&P 500 down 1% on the day exactly, NASDAQ down 1.69. Obviously, it would be down that number. I'm looking at the time right now. It's 12:53 Eastern Standard Time. So that means we only have about 7 minutes or so for the official lunchtime to end. But the unofficial lunchtime, in my opinion, always will be 2 o'clock when volume will be slowly coming back into the market. But there will be some positions out there that you can look for that are moving around. For example, right now on my Kentucky Derby scanner, that's what I call it. Hopefully, Michael Noss is listening right now. And Michael, thank you for getting on the call with me. I appreciate it a lot. You helped me find trades today, such as, where is it? Square, even Shopify. I had a short on Shopify. I got stopped out on it. I was pretty upset. But you helped me find so many good trades today with the scanner, and thank you for sitting on the call with me. I am officially naming this scanner not the Race View scanner, which is what Trade Ideas calls it. They call it the Race View.
Okay.
I'm calling it the Kentucky Derby scanner. It has helped me a lot today. And these horses, baby, these horses just don't lose.
Yeah, I think that they should call it the Kentucky Derby scanner. It's a lot
they'll
more
get
catchy,
sued for it.
but they probably
They'll
don't
get
own the
sued
rights to
for
that.
it.
That's probably why. Let's look at the chat. VLCN making, I believe, 5-month breakout, says the Shim King. Okay, let's have a look, see if that's accurate. Let me pull up my VCN daily chart here. Now, you won't see it on your screen, and absolutely, it is making its breakout the highest it's been since January 28th of this year. So we're almost going in, yeah, definitely on 6 months or so, VLCN. Do you know the catalyst for VLCN?
I believe it's, I just closed, oh no, I didn't, I have it right here. Let me see if I can find it. VLCN, maybe I can go here instead and then find it. Poppity poopity pop. VLCN, what are you and what do you do? Consumer durables, earnings play for the most part. Earnings yesterday, last night. No, 15th of August is when earnings was. Today is the 19th. So not even earnings play, but could be earnings information being disseminated. I think that's the right word to use. Here we go. We'll see. Volcon says it secured 100 million of pre-production orders for Stag vehicle. What does that even mean?
I have no idea. But looking at VLCN, what I do like about the scanner that I use on my system is it shows me the percent change on the day since 4 a.m., since the market opened, and then the percent change since the open. And looking at VLCN, it's up only 6%, or now 4.5% since the open, but it's up, you know, almost, where did it go here? It's up almost 70% on the day. So it kind of gives you an idea, and the reason I like to sort it that way is I want to know what's strong currently. And I also, in case anybody's interested in programming their scanners, I also look, if you have this option, to look at the 5-minute volume and the 10-minute volume to give you an idea what is doing volume now, not what has done volume in the morning and now is pulling back, and perhaps you can't get shorts on it. So I like to use those two little tidbits, percent change since open, and recent volume, 5 and 10-minute volumes. Looking at our AXSM chart, it is holding that 50 EMA. I got to tell you, you know, it's closed below it, but it's in and around that area. This candle here, I want to speak a little bit about this candle. So this particular candle where I have my crosshairs on, which is a 1255 candle, this is what we call a false breakout. Now, a lot of people could have taken a long on here. They could have waited for a 1-minute candle to make a new high or some sort of parabolic movement off that 50 EMA, and then boom, it pulls right back. That's kind of a tricky area, and you're always going to run into that if you're using technical analysis and not reading the tape or looking at particular levels or playing off levels. If you're looking for candles to make particular moves, this is something you're going to run into a lot, and it's something that I ran into a lot on my in my journey, to be honest with you. So this particular one, a bit of a misleading candle, but what we do have working for us on this particular play is that it is holding that 50 EMA at that 59, 40, 59, 20-ish level, in and around that range. And now moving to the high side. So we're going to continue to keep our eye on this one. I do like it, especially for a new high of daybreak. Spoken about this before, VWAP hold, high of daybreak. That's basically a stock that holds VWAP for the majority of the day. Could dip below it a few cents here and there, but for the majority of the afternoon, it holds VWAP after a strong morning rally. And then into that 2 o'clock, 2:30 time slot, it starts breaking up and making new highs, and that's where you want to get in. And personally, I'd sell at the new high, but you could hold a piece for even newer high. Let's have a look back at our GCT trade. Excellent. I didn't take it, but definitely a good call on my part here from that breakdown on that level. It's continuing to move down into that 40-41 level. The breakdown, if you took it, would have been at that 45.50, 45.60 level, so that's several dollars in the money. The only trick thing about this stock is if you have a look at the level 2 over here, the buy is at 40.73 and the sell is at 41.54. So there's almost a dollar variance here on GCTQ. So you got to be super careful getting in and out of that. You could get completely wiped out on the spread. That's what we call slippage.
Yeah, slippage also includes your fees for your entry and your exit and a bunch of other basic fees in general. You consider all of that into your slippage calculations. If you're not adding those, then you're for sure not doing the right math for your end. Thankfully for our end over here at Day Trade the World, if you want to learn more about Day Trade the World, do !sponsor, !software, or just wait for your boy Bears vs. Bull to spam the chat over there to see the link, or daytradetheworld.com is the website. So that's our broker. That's our platform that we use. Not our broker. That's our platform that we use, Day Trade the World. You can open up an office anywhere but the USA to learn more. Once again, do !software, and you'll find out more about that. Coming back from that, though, someone in the chat says, Sharif and Pranawaski, how are you seeing BBBY short levels? We already called it out, and look at that short playing out exactly picture perfect like I called it out. I said, I'm expecting the stock to reject the 100-period EMA. I don't see it going too much higher than 1250. Looks like it went up to 1258, 1260, which is exactly where the 100-period EMA is, 1265. And it rejects off of that. So picture perfect call out. Did not take it because I have to pay for shorts on Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm not looking to do that. So gonna miss out a trade. That's fine with me. There's gonna be a million other trades for me to attack on. I mean, look at this the number. If you remember what my guess was on negative to positive stocks, I wasn't off by much.
No,
8,000 stocks to the negative and about 1,500 stocks to the positive. So I wasn't off by much. With so many stocks in the wrong, not the wrong, but the opposite direction. What am I even saying? With so many stocks in the down direction, you're gonna find so many trades to take advantage on today. So don't worry about missing out on a trade. Don't ever worry about missing on a trade. That's the fear. Where does the FOMO come from? It's the fear of missing out on a position that you wanted to have right now because you think it will never show up again. That's stupid. It will show up again, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but somewhere down the road, that setup will show up again, that trade will show up again, and you'll be able to maybe put more size on that trade the second time because the first time you missed it and you learned from that trade.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Let's have a look at the mega cap stocks and what they're doing. I'm not going to put them up on the screen, but I'll quickly tell you, Meta's below VWAP, so definitely that's a interesting direction for the market. Microsoft below VWAP, Amazon below VWAP. Apple and Tesla are the only two stocks that are hovering in and around VWAP. And the ES also is in and around VWAP. So we'll have to keep an eye on that going the rest of the day. Let's go up to Brandon at the big board.
Hey guys, yeah, here is that board that you were just talking about. 10,752 listings in the U.S. marketplace on this board, of which right now 1,622 positive, 8,090 are lower on the day. 1,038 right now. Little change. 973 new lows versus about 70 highs currently happening. So that gives you a bigger picture idea of the type of day we're having, obviously. Top of the list, volume-wise, Endo, ENDP International, 180 million right now. Bed Bath & Beyond, a close second here as far as relative volume versus what has happened over the past couple of days. Back to the high side here, 95 million already for BBB BY, VLCN, TQs, MindMed, SQs, UVXY. It's been a while since we've seen that one on this board. 58 million for UVXY today. Mullen and Apple, the bottom of the list. 38 million there for Apple. This GCT, what a move today. 172% on 22 million shares, leading the gainers so far. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Brendo. Yeah, I love watching that board. That board has clear indications as to where the market's going to, what stocks are in play, what stocks are not in play. I suggest everyone who's trading the market to find yourself a scanner like that. You need to know where the money is being put into. It's not every day that you can go in and trade your SPCE and your a couple other stocks of those basket. You need a catalyst in them. You need them to have volume. You need them to actually start moving around. Stop it. Stop. Console Wars actually said something in chat a little bit earlier that you're not wrong on that, but I want to elaborate on that a little bit. You said it's timing the market, not. Wait, you said it's not timing the market, but time in the market. But I think, it depends on what type of trader you are. If you're a day trader, then it's very timing the market, not time in the market. Because if you're a day trader, you're timing the market, it'll just keep going against you and against you and against you, and it might not work out for you. Yeah. So, for example, people like ourselves, we have a shutdown. We cannot hold stocks forever. We cannot keep on averaging into a loser. So for traders such as ourselves, we really need to be accurate with where we enter and where we, our exits don't need to be that accurate because we're just taking profits.
Right.
But our entries need to be very timed and very accurate. If I started shorting Bed Bath & Beyond at somewhere in the middle over here, I would have to give it that risk of all the way up to 1250, 1260, where I said I wanted to be short at. Why don't I just wait for that level to come into play? So that's timing the market, knowing exactly where your levels are. I think yesterday I had a conversation with Greg, and Greg said something very useful. I'm actually drawing a blank right now on that. Price. Your price is important. Your price is very important as a day trader on a prop firm. Because as a day trader at home who doesn't have a shutdown and who's willing to maybe expand their shutdown on a daily basis based on how their trading is going, you can keep on averaging into this trade all the way up to the 100 EMA. But if I go over here and I get shut down and I see this move coming back down later on, who's gonna be upset? Myself. Why? I broke my rules. What rules did I break? I was early on the trade, so timing, and I didn't wait for my price, whereas my price is everything.
Absolutely.
So you got to know on what areas you're trading in. If you're a swing trader or a long-term trader, then obviously it's time in the market, because timing the market, you don't really care about that.
I couldn't agree more with that. And I have a really good friend. I'll give him a shout out. His name is Alfred. And he's a long-term fundamental investor. He looks a lot at PE and all these different metrics that he's specialized in analyzing. He's an accountant by profession, so that's kind of his cup of tea. But him and I go back and forth all the time. I talk to him about day trades and short-term trades, and he'll send me, his version of what he thinks is good, which is, doing like 500,000 shares a day, which something I would not look at whatsoever. So there is a completely different, approaches to the market, neither of which is wrong. Both are equally justified and equally valid. Just depends on what your objective is. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to be a day trader? Are you trying to be a swing trader? Are you trying to be a long-term investor? So, no rights, no wrongs on that. So console wars, I got to disagree with you on that, to be honest with you, because there's more than one way, as Neil says, to skin a cat. Now, I know that...
What? What?
Well, hey, I think Neil says it more often than anybody I've heard. I know I'm not blaming him, obviously, for the saying. If we can get to AXSM over here, because it is dumping heavily. Now, we talked about that break of the 50 EMA. It definitely broke below it and closed below it and continued to close below it. And then it started acting as resistance. And then, boom, We dropped from that 59 level. Now we're at that 56.50 level. That is a huge drop. That's something I missed. I should have been in. I should have had the short. In hindsight, I should have had a short if I was to do this again at that 58.50 level, because that's a consolidation area, the low of this consolidation area here. So that would have been making a new low. You could also look at this kind of as a head and shoulders pattern, kind of a weird, huge left shoulder and a weird, really small right shoulder. And there it continues
You're making fun of bodies, bro? Come on.
No,
You're body shaming now?
This is a chart, man.
Come on, man.
It doesn't have any rights, man.
Come on, man.
No, man, I'm not talking about rude people. As it continues to go down here, we're breaking down into that 54.50 level. All I see is absolutely red on the tape. Huge amounts of red coming in. The spread is tightening up a little bit on this, 20 cents for a $50 stock, a little bit on the high side. If I was, I'm thinking about taking a long here, because these very aggressive drops tend to have very nice bounce backs that we can take. High risk trade, also high reward. I'm going to stay out of it for now. I'll watch it until it does something a little bit less
Those
scary.
rugs got pulled. Wow.
Did you see that rug?
I'm watching
That's
it right now.
huge rug pull.
That's crazy.
That would have been a great short off that 58.50 level, but you live and you learn.
You do live and you do learn. And if you're not learning, then you're not living.
No.
Currently, someone with the Snapchat. What's your name? Chandler. What's up?
That's funny. That shoulder lines with someone with scoliosis. That's not nice.
That's not nice.
That's not nice.
Yeah.
People have scoliosis and they have to live with it. Anyway, sorry, Fred.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Chandler Arroyo, hopefully I said that right, $5 super chat. Can you guys check out Snapchat in terms of entry for a long term? I'm going to start off with, you know the answer. I'm not a financial advisor. I cannot advise you to go long or go short for anything for long term, short term, day trade, anything. But how would I like Snapchat? First off, I don't even like Snapchat.
Neither do
right?
I.
I don't like Snapchat for long term. I don't think Snapchat's a good company. I don't think it's viable. What they do have is a very strong software. I think that software can be sold in the near future to Google, to Microsoft, to whoever it is that wants to finally implement the augmented reality sunglasses. Going to technicals on Snapchat, clear, obvious support at the all-time low at $5. Sorry. Right now, we're not that far away from it. So if you're thinking about a long-term investment and you're able to risk that $5 move to the downside and then take that damage once that breaks, I think the long over here doesn't matter then. But if you want a better timed entry, anything closer to $5 as a long, and then anywhere above that is your profit. If $5 breaks, you take that loss. You don't bag hold it. You take that loss, and then you come back at a different price. Or maybe you wait for the stock to come back through $5, and then you go long again. But there's no reason for you to bag hold that stock while it's breaking 5 and going lower, or if it's breaking 5 and going lower. This is how I would be trading it as a day trader. I would not be investing in Snapchat because I don't think it's a good company. If you believe in that company is getting bought out in the future, then maybe you might want to be an investor in it for now. But once again, none of this is financial advice. This is just technical analysis. You apply your methodology, your risk management, your book at the end of the day on that trade.
And just my personal view, and I think you and I spoke about this yesterday, from an expanding their user base perspective, I may be wrong, and maybe the chat would want to weigh in on this, but to me it seems like more of a personal direct maybe to a small group of people or a particular individual. So the way I see it playing out is like, for university students and high school students, like to send each other like interesting things that they're doing or to flirt or whatever. I don't see the larger application that Instagram has, that Facebook has, and completely like lately TikTok is just, all the hype and the way that they've set up their system seems to be what the people want. Snapchat's tried to copy some of that. I know that they've instituted stories and they've instituted, like they've tried to have their people on there, create content daily so that people could follow them. It hasn't taken off, and that's just my opinion, not financial advice, obviously. Prad's waving his finger at me. I'm not really sure why. What do you got to say about that, Praddy Daddy?
I'm with tumble wagging TikTok's algorithm because it's not what people want, it's what they're forcing down people's throats.
Okay.
I am anti-TikTok until the death of me. I'm anti-TikTok, I'm anti-algorithms. I mean, based on what algorithm? I like some algos, but if it's a JP Morgan algo, I hate it. Okay. Right? If it's a TikTok algo, I hate it. Okay. Right? So some algorithms I do love. I do love some algorithms. A super chat coming in from Mr. Miyagi saying Usman or Edwards. I know you're not a big UFC guy, but just off of these guys' records. Oh, you know who they are? Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Who do you
can
pick?
Talk about them.
Who do you pick?
No, I don't know like enough about them to make an analysis, so I'll listen to what you got to say.
Okay, so I mean, one of them is completely undefeated in UFC, even though he has 1 loss on his record. Okay. And the other guy has 3 losses on his record. Okay. And 19 wins. So who do you think is in your table just off of stats?
The person who's undefeated.
Undefeated? Yeah. So he's a champion. Okay. He's the welterweight champion of the world.
What kind of style fighter
pound for pound king of UFC.
What kind of style fighter is he? Stand up, ground and pound?
He's good at everything. He can take you down. His right is insane. Really? His right is absolutely insane. Okay. He puts people to sleep with that right. Okay. Leon Rocky Edwards almost went to sleep with Nate Diaz. Nate Diaz almost put Leon Rocky to bed. And you know what? Honestly, call this a conspiracy. I think Nate handed that win to Leon. There was moments where Nate could have taken that win from Leon and walked away from it, but Nate backed up. You could see him hesitating and backing up from that fight. So call it how you see it. It is what it is. But I think Leon is gonna go to sleep. Kamaru is gonna come in with that nasty right. He's gonna jab left, and with that jab left, he's gonna hide his right like he always does. He's gonna come in swinging, one nasty punch to the face. You're gonna see Leon Rocky on the ground. Snoring, absolutely going to bed like he put what's his face again? The Miami Heat Jesus. What was his name? Jorge Masvidal. So he's gonna put him to sleep like Jorge right there. Absolutely going to bed is Leon. You know what? I don't want to put. I don't wish bad on him. He's a man. He has a family to feed. He needs his job. I don't want him to die in that ring. No. So best fight to both the fighters. A safe fight to both the fighters. But I want to see at least a broken nose.
Okay. Well, Brad wants blood there. So
at least a broken nose.
You heard it on here. Let's look at ASXM and then I'll have a look at GCT as well. Look at that bounce here. So we had a support level in and around this area with the 55.10. You could call it 55. And then the area that we stopped at, now it wicked down to 54.20, but it closed at that 55.20 level. So that is definitely a key level of support that we have to keep our eye on. Let's zoom out a bit so we can get a better picture. Yeah. So this area here is definitely a key area of support. We'll have a look to see whether we're going to take a long or a short off this, depending on what it does when it approaches the 200 EMA at that 57.50 level. It could go back down. This could just be a temporary pull back or pull up, whatever you want to call it, for a downward trend. We'll have an eye on that. Now look at what GCT did here. Bounced right off that 40 level, which is a great level, a whole dollar level, psychological support. No question about it. Made a bounce all the way up to almost $48, now pulling back again. Now, this is what we talked about earlier, but extending our trend lines that from earlier. So we're going to go ahead and continue to extend that because this, if it gets up to here, may be another area of resistance that we have to keep an eye on. And if it does, it could be a great area to get in a short, right? Again, with a tight stop because a stock like this is so parabolic in its movement. It's moving $1, $2 within seconds. So, you got to be careful how you play that. But these two stocks are definitely on my watch. They are continuing their really erratic movements into the afternoon, and I can't wait to see what happens when the actual volume comes in at that 2 o'clock hour.
Bears getting money. Yeah, Bears are getting money today. The shorts are paying out, so Bears seem to have been waking up out of a hibernation after a 4-week climb in the market, 4-week climb in the market having a crazy north direction so far. So a minor pullback this week, it's accepted. We still had, 2 days yesterday, straight reversing back to the green side. So today, a little bit of a red move on the market. S&P 500 not being able to stay above VWAP. NASDAQ market rejecting that 13,300 level one more time. So opportunities are dime a dozen to the downside today. Just got to keep on capitalizing on it. No complaints complaints about this market today at all.
No.
Yesterday, we did have a little bit of a rain sideways, boring action midday, and then later on, it picked back up at around well, that was Wednesday, 2 o'clock, it picked back up and so on. In our work chat right now, I'm noticing Oxy being talked about. Oxy apparently FERC. Whoa, Oxy.
What's going
what
on?
the? I
Why?
wish I pulled up to this one earlier. I guess I should have looked at my scanner. Oxy's probably on my scanner up here. There it is. Number 1 on the scanner. It's already won 3 races before, so Oxy has actually had some relative strength in it all day. This is not the first time Oxy's on the Kentucky Derby scanner. It's up here multiple times. It's won 3 races already. Look at the trajectory for Oxy, straight to the north side. What's up?
That's funny. I'm just laughing at the 3 races
Yeah,
thing.
man,
That's funny.
it's a scanner, and
I wonder if Uncle Warren is adding to his position. I know he's 20% owner now, but this looks like it's some algorithmic buying here, so some program buying, because that is a whole lot of green and a whole lot quickly. Did you check oil? What's U.S. oil? Let me open up TradingView here. By the way, you guys, if you want to look at West Texas Intermediate, if you go to TradingView, tradingview.com, I'll show you something cool. All you go is in here and you type in U.S. oil. And that's it, U.S. oil. And that'll bring up WTI, not Brent, it'll bring up WTI. So let's see what WTI is doing. Nothing. So this is clearly something stock related and not oil related. So that narrows it down a little bit.
No, it's not oil related because the energy sector is kind of hurt. I've seen energy sector been very whipsawed today, back and forth, back and forth. So Oxy is like in its own realm today, and obviously the catalyst is right here. FERC documents show Berkshire. You were talking about Papa Buffett. FERC documents show Berkshire requested and was approved to accumulate up to 50% stake.
There you go. There you go. So Uncle Warren has got his sights out for Oxy. He's had his sights on Oxy for, I don't know, going on 3-4 months, maybe even more. I'm not really sure when he started buying. But that Uncle Warren gets what he wants. And he's doing his thing now, and definitely Oxy may benefit from that. Let's see how he runs the company.
I mean, he's too old to run a company.
No,
he
but
doesn't run a company.
he'll have the ability to add board members after a certain amount of ownership, right? He nominates board members, and I'm assuming
that makes him the single largest owner of Oxy, I think now, right?
I personally don't know.
Would make sense.
We can look into. I have an option here on my platform to allow me to look at institutional ownership. So let's have. You may not see this, guys, but we will tell you in a second. So let's pull up our Oxy here, and then we go to ownership. Yeah, I can't bring it down.
You can't?
No.
Why?
Because it just doesn't come out.
Oh, what the?
Yeah. So ownership. So we'll have a look here. Let's see. Berkshire Hathaway. Yes. So Brad is right. As before there was this addition that he just added, he owned 19%, 18.98%, thus making him the single biggest owner. The second being Dodge and Cox. Not sure who that is. They own about 10.5%. So Uncle Warren is on the tear. Uncle Warren
and now
is out
he gets
there.
to own another 50 or up to 50.
Up to 50,
okay.
yeah.
Wow, that makes him the single largest shareholder of Oxy, baby.
Yes. And as you guys know, a lot of people follow Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway and their holdings and what they're buying. So as he buys, more institutional money, more hedge fund money, more retail money will come into that stock as well. And so that adds on to it, and it'll be reflected on the chart.
Let's get some likes for Oxy. Yeah, let's get some likes for not for Oxy, but for us. You know, we are doing the hard work over here.
We broke the Oxy
But Oxy's
news.
doing hard work too. You know, fine. Oxy's doing hard work. But is it really doing hard work like Buffett's doing the hard work? He's pressing keys over there. He's the one pushing money and volume on this position. So Oxy is just the benefactor. That's the result.
Yes.
Right? It's not the result, it's the journey. And who's driving the car right now? It's Warren Buffett driving the car. He's in a hopefully it's not a DeLorean though, because then it's gonna come crashing real quick. And hopefully it's not a Ferrari either, because that's getting recalled. Hopefully it's a McLaren, because those are the best cars in the world.
If you're a viewer of the show, you know how much this guy hates Ferrari, right? So that's a dig at Ferrari, obviously.
Dude, Ferrari sucks.
I don't know
Ferrari's
anything about
trash.
racing. I have no clue, so I'm just going on what you say.
Dog water.
Yeah.
Their strategy making sucks. Their engines are trash. Their drivers are decent, but everything else about them are trash.
Okay. No, I gotcha. All right.
That might be the hate talking, but still. The apes are coming into the chat. Let's see what the apes want us to. Pratt hates Rebel. Pratt hates every other company that's not McLaren or Mercedes, man. I'm a Mercedes McLaren fan, a big time, long time fan for Mercedes and McLaren. Luca is offended. I don't care if Luca's offended about Ferrari. I don't care about that. I do care that he's my friend and I don't want him to be offended, but I don't care if he's offended about Ferrari, bro.
No.
Come on. Anyways, coming back, Revlon apparently looking good. REV. Someone said all about Bugatti. Do you even know who makes Bugatti? Come on, man. It's not about Bugatti. Bugattis are only good in a straight line. Around the corner, a Bugatti's trash. Oh, just because you put a ton of horsepower in a car doesn't make it good.
It looks nice.
They look okay,
yeah.
but they're not fast around the corner. They just go straight forward in a super fast. That's like they put a jet engine in a car and they're like, here, have fun.
Yeah.
You can't turn around with that.
It's like the Teslas that are fast in a straight line, but they can't corner and turn and stuff like that because they're electric engines. So they go 0 to 3.5, 0 to 16 like 3.2 seconds. But ask them to turn and speed, and they really can't.
What color is my Bugatti? Bro, you're just jealous that the facts are hurting your feelings over there. I'm sorry that the facts hurt. But Revlon over here, 1% up on the day, bouncing off of VWAP, bouncing off of 100 period EMA, taking out the 840 level. Let's see if we can go play with 850. Real quick, just from looking at a glance on the daily chart, can you see it? Yeah, you can. So let me make this chart bigger for you guys. Just a quick glance at the daily chart. Notice the barriers around $9. All of this candle tails are telling me that no real size really trades above 9. All the size trades below 9 or even 870 if you want me to be like pinpoint accuracy on that. So 870 also happens to be yesterday's high. So based on that, I don't think Revlon's going to do a whole lot extra. We might push to 870 and then reject off of that. NASDAQ market pushing back down to lower days. S&P 500 also pushing back to lower days. So that puts my SPY short at 23 cents in the money. And Best Buy finally going back into money for me. 20 cents in the money on Best Buy. Had to trade the stock for so long. It's been boring ever since I got into it. That's because there is no volume in this stock. Remember how I always say I need relative volume.
Yes.
I need relative volume to go with the relative strength or with the relative weakness, because that means I don't have to sit here and complain about positions that are not moving.
It does look like it's creating a flat bottom breakdown there. So any break below those key levels,
Right here?
I think, it looks really good. If it
Even
breaks
dollar
below
also
there.
79 coincides with
Oh,
that.
excellent.
So
Okay.
better trade now. It goes from A- to A.
Yeah, let's look at AXXM here. AXSM, that's a tough one to say, guys. Give me a break. So we're breaking.
Axum?
Yeah, Axum. Yeah, okay, Axum's good. So it's breaking above here that we were consolidating a little bit between 56 and 57. Looks like it's going to test 57. That line you see here is a 200 EMA. So if it breaks above that, we may start thinking about a long here. Now, this is a tough one just because it moves so parabolically and the spread is really wide on it. Let's go back to Oxy and see what Oxy's doing here. Yeah, Oxy is, look, bull flag, pull back, bull flag, pull back, and here comes another. They're getting smaller and smaller, but these, you could have taken 1 and 2 minute, and in this case, 3 minute pullbacks and entered on the first green candle to make a new high, which is a strategy that I've employed. And by that I mean, so here is the move upward, and here is a 1 and 2 minute pullback, and then you would enter once a green candle made a new high above this particular red candle, and you could hold, and then you would sell once this candle closed red, and then you would, if you want to get in again, this is called the second pullback, you would get in above this level here for the green candle to make a new high. Like, as you can see, this is a green candle, but it didn't make a new high. This green candle made a new high. So those are like little strategies that you can use. They're called confirmations, just to confirm that the trend is moving in that particular direction. Let's have a look at GCT. GCT continuing, to basically do nothing at this point. Broke to that 40, almost 48 level, and we've been kind of trading sideways for a little bit now. We're gonna have to give this more time to continue before we do anything with it.
I was expecting you to go a little bit longer.
Oh,
and
my
then
bad.
wasn't ready. No, you're good.
I
You're good.
apologize.
I just wasn't ready to talk about anything. Now I got to think about some stuff to talk about. Okay, let's see. DNAA is flying apparently. Is it 2 A's or just 1 A? Yeah, 2 A's. DNAA on NASDAQ flying into the north side and halting right now. Yep. halted to the north side at $11.57. Obviously, we have to wait and see where this one goes to. It is now 1:30 Eastern Standard Time, so 30 more minutes for the show with Sharif and myself. I actually remember what I wanted to say. People in the chat were like, Prad doesn't even look like he's tall enough to reach the pedals. Prad looks like he needs booster seat to ride.
Prad's taller than me, but
I'm
like
taller
half
than
an
him.
inch. But like a half an inch,
taller
man.
than him.
It's like
You
this
just can't
much,
see it.
literally.
Just because this guy's a better posture, it looks like he's like 7 feet taller than me. But like, yeah,
Oxy's flying if you want to
Oxy's
talk about
flying
that.
right now.
Yeah,
Apparently,
it's
let's go to
making
Oxy.
moves. Now we're closing in on that $69
Breakout?
level. Yeah. And man, I wish we should have taken longs on this. We were too busy talking about UFC and cars and whatever.
66 breakout.
With you, yeah, 69.
That was the breakout.
Yeah, that was the breakout level, $66 or so. Yeah, that was the breakout level. You could make an argument that the breakout level is around that 66.40 because that's where the first 1 minute candle, 66.50, that 1 minute candle started going parabolic. Then you had that pullback here. This looks like program buying to me, guys. I mean, there has to be. Doesn't have to be, but it's most likely someone with a lot of money who is buying incremental amount of shares, pausing the program, then it continues to buy more shares because when you see stuff like this. Oh, and Prad just got it. What did you do, Prad?
Oxy short.
Prad is going against the trend. The trend is not Prad's friend here because he's going short.
I am the trendsetter, baby. They call me Mr. Trendsetter, okay? I don't make trends. I don't follow trends. I make them. Okay. Join me on my train over here. Choo-choo goes to the downside, Oxy, as I found the backside of this move to the north side. 69 broke, but barely broke to the north side. So, hey, I'm short. Where am I short? 69.95. I can give it 5 to 10 cents to the upside. I'm already 2:1 risk to reward ratio. So, hey, you can be someone who follows or you can be the leader. You know what Kanye says? You can be a leader or a follower. I'm not going to sing the rest of the lyrics because they're pretty bad. But yeah, you can be a leader or a follower. And the leader right now, taking this stock to the downside, 30 cents in the money. Woo! Follow me, baby. Woo! Bring in the downside.
We'll spend the money for
Bring
him.
in the downside. Cash out, cash out, cash out. Baby, let's go. This is what I'm talking about. Trades all day.
Big trade by Plaid there. Big trade. Okay, so this could be a 1 minute or a 2 or 3 minute pullback, guys. We're not sure. Let's not throw in the towel yet. There may be more program buying coming in, but we're not sure. That's a great trade though, Brad. Nice catching off that 69. Again, key levels, psychological, whole dollar, half dollar levels are always psychological and in play. But they could go against you. Prad had a great timing on that one. DNAA open, now busting above that $12 level, now entering in that 2060 level. Should we take a long here into the next halt? Because it looks like it's going to halt, guys. Should we enter in a long? Come on, type in the chat. Should we be in this long or not? We're going to take a quick long there. Okay, we didn't get filled. We're going to cancel that. Okay, so this one, the spread is actually really wide on it for a very cheap stock. We're talking about 15-cent spread. Let's see what the level 2 does here because this could halt any time. We're talking about maybe another 15 to 20 cents before this halts. Again, if you guys are not familiar with the halt rules, it's 10% up or down within 5 minutes. And this has been 2 minutes. And here it's going to halt, guys. 12.
Do you know the news for it?
I have no idea. Yes, I do.
SPAC deal with Akili Interactive closed. Ticker change to come on Monday. That's the catalyst for DNAA. Obviously, you know Chamath. He's the king of SPACs over there. He loves the SPAC deals. A SPAC generally trades around $10. You guys know that too. So if this deal is finally closing and is going through and the ticker change is coming in on Monday, that's bringing in some volume for DNAA. Do we know what the ticker's changing to, Brendo? And we don't know yet, so we'll see where this one goes to. But clearly, ticker change coming in for DNAA. Yes. Right now, I gotta head over to my futures contracts and cover some, just so I can capitalize on that move to 7 points in the money on the futures contracts. SPY ETF Amex giving me 60 cents in the money. So let's take out 20% of our size on the SPY ETF, which is equities. Oxy, you saw me take out 50% already. I'm still holding 50% of Oxy to the downside and in the money by 60 cents on that. So we'll take out another portion here and we'll hold on to 40% to see if we can get a bigger move on that. Bed Bath & Beyond, not Bed Bath & Beyond, Best Buy, there you go. Best Buy now 30 cents in the money, so we'll take out some profits on that too. Absolutely killing it today, baby. Market's puking. Market taking out the low a day. Woo! NASDAQ market actually took out the low a day there. Let's go, baby. That 13,300 level rejection playing out like your boy Pratty Daddy, the trader, called it out. Hopefully you're taking advantage of these levels. I hope Sean was here right now to spin some emojis for us. Spin them emojis, baby. Money, 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 money.
We got into a quick little short there on Oxy because it did break a key support level, and we're going to cover all of there. That's a great little short, guys. We took it with some good size there. We took the short at 629, and we covered our last piece here at 29, and we covered all of it at 68.05. Just quick scalp in and out with some size. Probably going to continue to go down. If I had to guess some support levels, probably at that 68 level will be support. There's a key high area here where there is support, and then the next support area below that would be around that 67.40 level. I want to say maybe 67.50 because of the whole dollar psychological support. But then it's like, you know, all the way down here for any new support. 66.30 is what I see. Maybe even 66.25. Prad's clapping. He got in more shorts. Long or short?
I'm taking profits,
He's
baby.
taking profits, so he didn't get his whole thing out. He's got top wick there, guys. I didn't get top wick. Just
they
quick
call me
scalp
Top
in and
Wick
out.
Prad.
They call him Top Wick Prad, according to him. DNAA halted, guys. Back up to that 1448 level. You know, this was just a matter of time with this one. Moving parabolically, hard to get in. Guys, be careful with this one. The spreads are really wide for a $15 or, yeah, $14.50 stock. The slippage is big on this one, and it could go either way. And we've had now 3 up halts, correct? Is it 3 or 2? What do you see on your chart here? Because
for what stock? DNAA?
Actually, no, it's just 2 up halts, excuse me. 2 up halts that we've had so far on DNAA.
Baby, $1.15 in the money on the Oxy short right now. Still riding this momentum to the downside. Absolutely loving it. Only left 20% off my size on that board. But number 2 on the board for me on the day is Oxy. Beautiful short. Someone in chat said, Prad, can you explain why you shorted 69 the way you did? So this is called waiting for the backside, right? You got to wait for the opportunities for the buyers to die out. You're waiting for 69 to break. 69 broke by a weak level. By that I mean it only broke by a couple pennies. What's the high of day today on OXY? Oxy high of day is 69.05. So you're telling me with all of this buying pressure coming in out of nowhere that with the catalyst that Warren Buffett's going to buy up 50% of or possibly 50% of Oxy, we're only going to go up to 69 and break 69 by 5 pennies. That's shorts and stops getting blown out. Shorts are getting stopped out. All of the people who shorted over here or even shorted over here off the beginning of the day, they're all getting taken out. They're taking their stops, they're taking their losses, and then no more buyers are piling in. A little bit of a tape read, a little bit of a technical read, a little bit of a setup that I've seen a lot, many times in my life, which is you wait for the stock to break a high a day, you see the weakness behind that breakout of high a day, no more buyers stepping in on that breakout. So if there's no more buyers stepping in on the breakout to the north side, it's clearly telling you there's no more oomph behind it to keep on heading towards that direction. So I'm going to go short. I'm going to risk the high a day. My entry 16.8795, high a day 69.05. Maybe I'm risking with slippage 15 pennies because from my entry till the high day is 10 pennies. So with my slippage, maybe I lose 15, 20 pennies. I'm okay losing 20 pennies on a trade if it's giving me $1 per share. I'm okay with that.
Couldn't agree more with that. That's very sound advice. Makes pure sense. We're having a look here at DNAA. Let's find out on FinViz what the short percentage is. Let's see. Short float 1.2%. So nothing going to be blown out there. Something really kind of inconsequential. As we wait for DNAA to open up again, let's have a look at how Oxy's doing. Bouncing a little bit off that 67.80 level. kind of an interesting area to bounce off. Nothing too technical in terms of the area of why it would choose to bounce off that particular region. Let's go back to GCT here. And you know, it's in that consolidation range. And currently we'll send it up to Brendan for Money Speaks.
Money.
Hey guys, yeah, quick check on currency markets to wrap up the afternoon here, or midday anyways. We're still seeing big time dollar strength ever since the Fed minutes a couple days ago. We had straight move back higher for the DXY, 104.5 all the way to 108. Just took out 108 back to the upside, 0.5% here for the dollar. So everything else under pressure, including the euro, the Canadian dollar, back below 77 here, 76.95. British pound, Japanese yen, Swiss franc, all to the downside. Russian ruble standing out here to the upside once again today, 0.8. New Zealand, Australia, not good on the inflation front and manufacturing front from them. Going back to the beginning of the week, yeah, 5-week high here for the dollar, almost back to highs we saw midsummer. Guys, back over to you.
Jeez, it's open.
I'm actually thinking about throwing a stop right now on the break, on the back through of 68.50. If we go back through 68.50, I want to take my stop. I'll take my 50-cent winner on this position and walk away from it. Only holding 20% though, but what am I holding 80% of? It's the SPY ETF at the moment. SPY on Amex, holding 80% of this stock or this ETF as I'm up a whole dollar in the money on this position. Taking some more out though. Now we're holding 60% of this. Only 20 minutes or so left on the show, but that doesn't mean we're done because we go on to the closing show at 2 o'clock with Neil, Sean, and Brendan. It is a Friday, and we need beers. Sean said we need beers, so that would be amazing. Let's see if we can get some beers coming in for the closing show today. Smash some beers. Look, I've been smashing trades today. I'm tired. I've been yelling all day. I'm tired. I've been putting a lot of energy in here. I'm tired. So I need a beer without a doubt. I know I'm hitting the Firkin today, and I'm spending about 75% of my net today at the Firkin without a doubt.
That's a lot of beer drinking because he's up a lot of money.
I can handle it.
Yeah, I hear that. DNAA, while Brenda was talking about Money Talks, made a huge wake up to $17.50. Now it's back down in that $16 range, looking to make more. We're really itching here to trigger. This is a hell of a stock. The spread is wide as hell, $15.95, $16.11 on the ask. So super easy to get caught in the slippage here and get caught on that spread. We'll see if it starts moving parabolic. We'll keep an eye on the tape. If we see a lot of green or red coming in, we may trigger one way or another. I was about to take a quick short there until it started moving upward. And, you know, I can't really decide which way I want to go on this one, so I'm going to stay out of it for now until I can decide. But looking at some levels here for you guys, 1450 is that second halt level, and then you have another halt level all the way down here at that 1150 level. So, you know, 1450 is probably the one you're most worried about here. And then to the top side, you got 1750. Let's have a look at what AXXM, no, it's still in that consolidation upward pattern below the 200 EMA. Let's have a look at Oxy. Oxy now holding that $68 level in and around that area. You still holding any of your shorts on Oxy?
Yeah. I have 20% left on Oxy, 60 on the SPY contracts and SPY futures. What am I saying? SPY ETF and about a whole 100% of Best Buy still left. Yeah,
well, he's still holding those shorts. He's got a lot of conviction in them, and kudos to that. We'll take a short here on Oxy if it breaks that 67.75 level. I like that level for the initial down point here, so that could be a key support level that breaks. So we'll keep an eye on Oxy to take perhaps a short there. Moving back up to GCT, yeah, still in that consolidation range, in and around that 50 EMA. Not doing anything for now. Probably volume. I'm almost certain volume will come back into this stock at some point here. 233. It will start making moves, whether it's up or down. And this is not the last we've seen of this particular stock. Going back to DNAA, yeah, still hanging around that 15 and a half area. We're waiting basically for this one to make a move. It starts halting downward. We may get into that hold, and then look for that theoretical auction price to be below our short entry area. But until then, we'll hold off because I don't see anything I like at the moment.
Someone said maybe they meant this in a harmful way, but apparently when I said they call me top take Prad, he said they call me top take prick. It has a better rhyming, honestly, a better rhyme.
Hey, whatever.
So I'll take it. If it has a good rhyme scheme behind it, I'll take it. If it doesn't have a good rhyme scheme and you're dissing me, then no, then I won't take it.
We got a
but,
couple of.
If it has a good one, a couple super chats coming in for GCT. But real quick, before that GCT super chat, someone asked while you were talking about DNAA, what is the catalyst for it? So once again, I'll explain it. Chamath SPAC deal. Chamath, who's the king of SPACs, he loves SPACs. The deal finally closed with AKILI Interactive. The new ticker on Monday for DNAA will be AKLI. That will be the new ticker for DNA on Monday. So we'll obviously write it down on our sticky notes and be ready for that ticker change. That is the catalyst for that one. GCT, I'm gonna leave that one to you, my friend, because I have not traded that all day. And then we have two super chats, $10 each. Beers for Prad, love the energy. Another beer for Prad. Thank you guys. Thank you, appreciate it. Mucho obrigado, gracias, shukriya, shukran. Is that the
Shukran?
Shukran. That's the
or
Arabic.
Merci. You could say thank you in French.
Everything but French.
Hey man, my parents speak French. Anyway,
Fluently?
Huh?
You speak it fluently?
I speak it okay, choppy here and there. I can understand it. You know, just from like going to school here, they make you take French, guys. In case you're from the States, from grade 5 or grade 4 onwards till about grade 9. Oh yeah, well it was 9 my day. I don't know about you, but you have to take French. Not an option. They're compulsory courses, so you know you always try to wiggle out of that because it was never the cool class to go to. Looking to respond just to the chat there with respect to GCT. Yeah, you know, still in that consolidation phase, but as I say that, it is breaking above recent highs here, which would have been that 47.50 level. Now, if we were to extend this bad boy, this channel line, actually that's not the one, this we want to extend right up here. There we go. Yeah, it's starting to become too distant for us to worry about that $55 level on this particular trend line here. But yeah, if we were to focus on that 47.50, even 48 break, then that might make sense to take a long in and around there. We also have resistance at that 49. It did have a wick top in and around that area, but it did close below it, most notably. So we'll definitely keep an eye on this one. The 48 break, the 49 break, we may take a long on that. It is making higher lows. If you look initially here at 1 o'clock, the low was around 40, and then it dipped down at 124 to that 42.80 level, and again the second dip after that was $44 level. So we could draw a trend line between those particular lows, and we could have something to work with here. And then we'll base it off this particular high up here, like we said, the 47.50. Here comes that 48 level. We're going to go ahead and take a long. It may not be a good idea here, but we'll see what this one does. We're going to have to definitely give it some room. We're definitely going to have to give it some room because this one can go down south against you pretty quick, especially with a 30-cent spread. And there we go. We're going to take a little bit of profit right there. And now we're moving up to 75. We're going to take another profit right there. And we are we out of the position? Hold on. Okay, we're out of that position already. I guess I took all the profit. I did not mean to. I meant to take partial profits here. Let me just have a look at my blotter. Yeah, good trade. Good trade. We identified that 47.50, 48 level for you. There you go. Now it's pushing into that 49. Look for that $50 level to be a key psychological resistance, whole dollar, half dollar levels, especially the $5, $10, $15, $20 level, moving up to 50. 50 is definitely there. And there we go, breaks right through 50 into 51. This is going to go parabolic, guys. And are we going to see 52? We were talking about this trend line being out of not being important because it was too far away, that $55 level. It looks like we could see $55 quite shortly here. Prad,
let's go, baby.
This is crazy.
That's what I'm talking about. Send that stock to the moon.
Yeah.
Let's see a new high a day on GCT. 230%, and the spread keeps opening up and closing down too. So clearly buyers are trying to step up over here. It just went from a 50-cent spread to a 20-cent spread and back to a 50-cent spread. So let's watch this stock. Obviously lots of whipsaw, a lot of action coming in for GCT. Recent IPO, if I remember correctly, IPO'd at $4 and now trading at $50.
Craziness.
It's like every day something like this is happening.
I feel super duper silly for taking that profit too quickly. I didn't actually mean to. I meant to take out a quarter there. I guess I hit the 100% profit taker. So kind of silly on my part. But look at that move, man. What a move. I love these type of stocks. It feels like 2020 all over again. Bring it back. Take me back to 2020.
Take me back. Yeah, that'll be good. Let's see if we can get a pullback so you can load back into that long and then ride it back to the moon. We got a super chat. Great job, guys. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Once again, for everyone who sent super chats today and has sent, become a member. Not sure if we did the YouTube spiel for the members side today. So there's a couple. Oh, right here, the Trade Ideas guy who actually showed up on the interview on the morning show and walked me through the scanner. Tweets this. He's like, Kentucky Derby apparently did not make it past compliance, which we already guessed.
Yeah.
We guessed that was not going to make it past compliance.
No question.
But what was I gonna pull up? My
Is that Michael Noss?
Yeah, Michael Noss.
Michael Noss is awesome.
You know?
I watched him every Friday before I became a trader on the
he
show.
used to be on the show.
He's a charter technical analyst, and I'm actually reading a lot of the books for charter technical.
You want to do it?
Yeah, but the time has been a little bit tough. So recently I haven't been getting in my readings, but I did blow through quite a few chapters. It's a three-level or three-stage process. You get books for the first stage, you write the exam, you get books for the second stage, you write the exam. You see where I'm going with this. And just like that, GCTQ went from $52 right down to that $44 level. We told you guys this is a dangerous stock, and the rug could get pulled anytime, and it got pulled right now, and it's bouncing back up. If you had the guts to take that 44 long, you're already $2.50 in the money. But yeah, this is not my cup of tea, and I'm definitely staying away from this one.
Yeah, just looking at my notifications to see what's going on. Nothing really too exciting over there. Obviously, our time over here is going to come to an end pretty soon over here, sadly. Oh, Oxy now only 45 cents in the money. I'm about to get stopped out over here probably very soon. I have my stop out. You know what? You'll be lucky today, algorithms, you AIs over there listening to where my stops are. My stop is at 68.56. So let's see if they trigger my stop now. 68.56. Watch it go up there. Watch.
Come on, Brad.
Come on, man. As soon as I say 68.56, it popped up to 68.50 from 68.30. You're telling me these algos are not there listening to this? Come on, man.
It's like super paranoid over here.
Why I have a 10 hat at all times? Get out of here. As soon as I say where my stop is, the boop, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop come in. They start one share printing all the way back to my stop. Listen, I'm not crazy, okay? I'm not crazy.
I don't know what to say to that, guys. But yeah, I've heard this before. I got a smart speaker for my dad, and he has it in the kitchen. And I was away on vacation, and I get this text message, and he's like, "We had to unplug the smart speaker. It was listening to your mother and I because it activated." And maybe they said Google. And there goes Oxy, guys, breaking it out of that 650 level, going up. Yep, there we go. We touched top wick there at 68, 69, 69.70 level. Looks like we're going to get a run into the highs here. The highs are at 69.05, give or take a penny or two. And so we'll see where Oxy, maybe the program buying is coming in again, Brad. Yeah. Uncle Warren turned it back on.
Warren was looking at Trader TV Live. He was like, wait a minute, this guy shorted 69 and he's like sitting there acting like an absolute genius.
Yeah.
Watch this, Brad. You told me where your stop is. Let me just punch in an extra million buying power right now. Bwomp, just launches it onto the ask and sends it right back to the high day. Let's see if we can break 69 over here, keep on rocking on Oxy. Look, I had a successful short. I made my money. No complaints for me. No complaints for me, right? So obviously now pushing back after finding some support around 67.50 is the very same stock, Oxy. Let's see if we can get that breakout of 69 now properly and extend this move. I think now if we break 69, this might actually launch to $70, $72. Now if it breaks 69. Previously, it broke 69, it failed, it pulled back. But if volume comes back in and stays and gets ready to launch back, I think I'll take the 70 break, watch it go past 70. I'm expecting the 72 resistance to come into play sometime later today.
Okay, let's have a look here quickly. I'm just going to take it off screen for a moment. I'll load it up if there's anything significant to talk about. But the daily chart on Oxy, we have the high, the recent high. I think this might actually be an all-time high at 74.36. But definitely, this is the most recent high we've had since early June, when we actually peaked at the I want to say, where is the open there? The high was 71.26, and that was back on June the 9th. So definitely been a couple of months since we've been in these areas. And as you guys know, if you follow the commodities market, oil has been pulling back around those times, mainly due to China and the lockdowns. The fact that they're not using...
market pulling back here.
Yeah, the fact that they're not using as much fuel and oil as they would have had they been open. Also, the OPEC deals that are coming into play. Papa Biden made his way to Saudi Arabia to speak with MBS regarding production, and OPEC Plus's increase in production, which I don't think netted all that much in terms of barrels per day addition.
I don't track all that.
Yeah.
I don't know too much about that. I honestly need to learn, or not learn, I need to track it more. I don't have the experience trading oil stocks as much. I mean, yeah, you see me shorting Oxy right now, but it's like a one-off thing, right?
It's a mover. It's a mover.
The reason why is because obviously, like you mentioned, the barrel reports move them too much. I don't want to be sitting there in a position and watch the barrel report come in, wash me out of my trade. Here comes 69 breaking.
Yeah, it's gonna break.
I did mention if 69 breaks this time, I'll jump in, give it that risk of 69 back through the downside. Let's take the high day breakout. 69.05 was the previous high day. It broke 69.05, went up to 69. What did it go up to? Where am I in? I'm at 69.16. So we're going to give this a little bit of a wiggle room. Honestly, I'm going to give it to the low of this candle. Let me zoom in. Hello, can I zoom in? Please let me zoom in. I'm going to give it to the low of this candle right here at 6. I'm not giving it that low. What? I'm not crazy. Are you crazy? So I'm going to give it up to the high of this candle, 68.70. But now that I said it out loud, watch the algorithms come and stop me out. No. We're pushing back to the high side. Those 16 cents in the money now on Oxy. I said 72 barrier is about to get tested.
Wow.
Let's go, Oxy. Woo!
We took a little bit, we're not as good as Prads, but we took right at 69 break. We took first out at 69.20, second out at 69.25. We flattened out there. Nice little trade, scalping, not being in for too long. You know, I was worried, to be honest with you, that it would create a double top. And you know, that M shape where there's two tops and then boom, right back down. But it looks like the program buying is not done on this. This is clearly someone is hitting the buy button with a lot of money, and I suspect it's Uncle Warren.
I need to lose at least on one stock today, because if I keep doing something like this, I'm coming back Monday with too much confidence, and I know what's going to happen after that. I need to go find a stock to lose on. Like, this is crazy.
This is good.
Here's Oxy launching back to the north side. I won on the short. I'm winning on the long. Just can't stop, won't stop, baby. Today has been a great day.
My goodness.
Oxy now 50 cents in the money. Let's take some more size out over here at the high day. How high can you go? Hey, how high can you go? Let's send it. I want to see 70 break. I want to see 72 get tested. And then I want to see 74 get tested and then fail 74. Let's go, Oxy. 74 cents to the upside. We made 70 cents to the downside. We're making 70 cents to the upside, all on the same level.
Absolutely.
All off the same level.
So now, guys, we're looking at the most recent high here. Like, as I mentioned, 71.26, June 8th. I said June 9th earlier. I was incorrect. June 8th, 71.26 was a high of day on that day.
We're getting 70 break here.
So keep an eye for that level. Now, it could blow right through it, especially if there's program buying. It's not going to care about any levels. You know, and probably at this level, to be honest with you, let's have a look at this chart. There aren't too many bag holders at these levels because we are going close to that blue sky setup where we're at all-time highs. Now, you could find a lot of people taking profits at these levels, but you're not going to find all that many bag holders, especially at this level here. So who knows? Maybe we could see even 75 going into the afternoon. It's up 7.71%, guys. $5.
Not enough.
Yeah. So since the breakout, since we had that breakout, if we could call that breakout time was
Here we
around,
go. Come on.
was around 1 o'clock. We were at $66.30. We are now at $70, plus or minus 10 cents. So that's a $4 move, guys, within 1 hour. This is becoming extended. Pratt is obviously very excited over here.
Dude, it just hit 70 and it pushed right back.
Yeah,
Come on.
$70, guys, is going to be a key resistance level. It's a whole dollar. You know, 70 is just like 60 or 50. There's going to be some sellers in and around that area.
We're going to the moon. Come on, let me see that 70 break. Obviously, I'm here spamming my key. If you can see, I just... Ooh, come on.
Wow.
Let me see that break. Let me see that. Don't pull back. There we go.
There it
Bang.
goes. There it
and
goes.
we're in again.
There it goes.
Now my average is 69.62. Let's hope that doesn't burn us. This is not going to be the backside of 70, is it? Yeah. Don't be the backside of 70.
Up
Keep
to
on
50%.
rocking. Come on. There we go. Buyers are still coming in. Oh, they can't hold 70 on the bids, though. The fact that they can't hold 70 on the bids is not a good thing.
We're going to take a short.
I'm out. Oh, yeah, take a short if you want, but I'm out of the long over there. I don't want to be battling this. If they don't want to buy 70, then I don't want to hold that trade. I'm taking that exit. My average was 69.60. I'm out 69.80. Profitable trade for me. But I really need to see 70 holding on the bids. And by bids, I mean the left side of the book. 70 needs to hold, and then we need to start seeing some really big size yellows and greens on my time of sales. Let's see if that happens over here now. Can you hold 70? There you go, 70.
It's holding
nope.
70.
Nope, missed again. They missed out on 70, hold again. What is the high day? I think this could be a decent short. What is the high day on Oxy? 70.10. So you could have gone short once again like I did at 69. Give it the risk of 10, 20 cents to the upside. And now you're already 30 cents in the money. Let's see, it's probably going to drop over here. I'm not chasing this stock. I'm not going to chase it. I'm talking to myself over here. But if it does pull back to $70, I might take a shot at it and give it that 10-cent risk that I was talking about. Looks like I've already missed out on that trade a little bit.
So I'm in short here. It doesn't seem to be wanting to move all that much lower. I'm not going to give this that much room. I'm not giving back my profits on this. We'll take out a quarter there, and then we'll you know what? If it touches anywhere near 70, we're going to be completely out. We're not going to let this go against us. We're going to keep our money from this one. We are short at that 69.70 level. So we're looking for maybe 69.40, 69.50 before we take out another piece. But, you know, the tape here staying kind of strong. There we go. Now we're dumping into that 60, into the 50s. No, right back up into the 60s again. There we go. And there we go.
Let's go, Sharif.
And we covered. Three successful trades, 3-0 on this. Scalping, they weren't as big as Prad's.
Doesn't matter. Yeah. It's a textbook play that you did over there, my friend. You're not comparing yourself to me or Rune. You're comparing yourself to you. If I'm sitting here comparing myself to Sean every day, I'm not going to go anywhere in the future. I'm going to be crying every single day because that man over there is killing it every day. Hey. So I gotta, you know, compare myself to myself, but still look up to people like Sean and Neo so I can learn from them, right? I'm not saying look up to me, but you know, still learn.
Hey, man, when I came here, you were the first one of the first people to come up to me and to speak to me and to let me know how stuff worked around here, and I appreciate that. So I definitely look up to you as a trader and as a fellow coworker.
Friend, coworker.
So we're all out of that Oxy trade, guys. It looks like we're wrapping up. We're about to wrap up the show and send you over to the big kahunas who will take over from 2 to 4, and there seems to be a lot of stuff moving. So there will be no shortage of things to look at with Sean and Neil.
100%, no shortage to look at, lots of time still to trade, 2 more hours. It's the end, as Sharif already mentioned, end of a great week, end of a great trading show for Sharif and myself. We will be back here, though, Monday, same time, same place. Lots of fun to be had. So go on the closing show. Make sure you're smashing the like on the closing show. And obviously, thank you for the beer money. See you guys on Monday. Ciao.
Peace.
Hey guys, welcome back. 2 p.m., a couple hours left in the week, if you can believe it. We finally made it to Friday. Yeah, it is a negative look heading into the weekend. Unfortunately, the market back to, even as we speak here, session lows. A ton of things, as the guys were mentioning there, moving around. However, DNAA back to day highs, this Oxy note. What a move for Occidental here, even as oil really not doing much to close out the week. There's a look at the board as we head towards the weekend here. S&P 500, 1.17. The Dow